Salutations, salutations, salutations. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen, as you're coming in. Bonjour, bonjour, chantez rose. Thank you so much for everyone that's pulling up. It's another fantastic day. I hope we can have a long session of wonderful conversations. Think fast, act accurately. Greetings to you. KJB, greetings to you. Tap the screen, y'all. Let's get to 10,000 likes as we wait for everyone to pull up. Greetings, my friends. I hope everyone had a fantastic day today. Wherever you are in your hustle, wherever you are in your grind, you only have one life. You only get one chance. Make sure you're not wasting it. Make sure you're not wasting it on fantasies and illusions. God is great in your imagination, Justin. In your imagination. All right, y'all. Please tap the screen, tap the screen. Tap the screen, tap the screen. We don't have a problem with how your imagination of God makes your life better or worse. What we have a problem with is you trying to emphatically say that it is real simply because you feel like it is, when in fact it's not. All right. So when you come up, please send your request. Send your request. Come up, please go straight to your point. Make sure you think about what you want to say in advance. Greetings, Ruta. Don't jump left and right from topic to topic. If you lose, you just concede, go home, or you sit down and watch the live and enjoy. I hope you're entertained, ladies and gentlemen, while learning something, hopefully from me or from my guest. 7.5 thousand likes, y'all. Please keep tapping the screen. Once we get to 10,000 likes, I will bring up the first guest and we can start this little back and forth. A little disclaimer, okay? If my content is too strong for you and you feel offended by anything I say, feel free to remove yourself. This is mainly for educational purposes and partially for entertainment purposes. So if you're the type of person that takes things too seriously, this is not a place for you. Go to sleep. Or go and watch comedy on live television. All right? This is live TikTok. I'm about to beat you up with the truth. I'm about to re-educate many of you. I'm going to wake you up from sleep. That slumber that you've been in for a long time. Almost 10,000 likes, y'all. Do not stop tapping the screen. All right. What's up, man?
Bakanga, how old are you?
Man, what does that have to do with the topic on my screen?
I'm gonna get there.
No, don't get there. I told you to go straight to the point. Please do me that favor.
I'm getting straight to the point. How old are you? You seem shy and uncomfortable. You don't need to disclose if you're uncomfortable. Disclose it.
I can seem whatever I seem. That's besides the topic of a conversation. If you're not gonna talk about God, my brother, then you should give me a chance to go to the next guest. I don't want to be rude to you out of nothing. So go straight to your point. You can imagine me to be any age you want. I can be 5, I can be 300, I can be 50, whatever it is.
How do I turn on my video so you see you're talking to God Himself?
You're
You
God
look,
himself
look,
and you don't know how to turn on your video.
you look cute today, Bax.
Let's guess. You're God, but you don't know how to turn on the video. Is that the peak of your intelligence? You need help. What's up,
Can you hear me,
Sunset?
man? Can you hear me?
What you got, bro?
I'm sick right now, but listen. Normally, the one that makes the claim has to prove it. So today, it's your problem. You have to prove it. You have to prove it to me.
That depends on what type of claim is being
No, no,
made.
no, no, no. You're making the claim.
That depends
It's
on what
you.
type of claim is being made. Do you know the different types of claims?
Yes, you're saying it's not real. You're saying there's no like. You're saying there isn't, right? So
That
show it.
is a negative claim.
No, it doesn't matter. Prove it. Let's show it. Prove
Let's
it.
again, bro. Let's not
It
go
doesn't
back and
matter.
forth.
Prove it. You are making the claim today.
Let's not
Tonight
go.
you're making the tonight you're
Let's
making the
not go
claim.
back and
Tonight
forth. I
tonight
really
you're making the
will
claim.
love to
Tonight you're
not
making
go
the
back and forth with you, bro.
you are making the
Please,
claim, sir. You prove it. Prove
brother,
to me it's not there.
brother.
Prove that it's not there. Prove it. Prove that it's not real.
Okay. I don't really want to do that thing where I repeat myself over and over. And some people that literally have brain issues come up here and you just begin to run your mouth. I really don't have time for
You're
that level of
making the claim
intelligence.
it's not real.
Okay.
Prove that's not real.
Again, I'm going to mute you. The third time I have to mute you, bro, I'll just drop you. That's a good reason why I'm muting you. Again, I asked you, do you know the different types of claims? It's not every time a person makes what will appear to be a claim that the burden of proof is on them. If I make a negative claim, that implies that someone has made a positive claim. You don't try to prove a negative. That's a journey of no return. That's straight up being foolish. To even ask someone to... Is that you saying, prove that I'm not a man. Prove that I'm not a man.
How do you know it's not there? Prove it. No, how do you know it's not there? Prove it. Prove it right
because
now,
when
today.
we observe, do you see God anywhere upon observation?
It's not there.
Do you see God any? Do you see God anywhere upon observation?
Say you don't know. Say you don't know.
Do you find God anywhere upon observation?
No.
Okay. Do you know any
that
God?
Doesn't necessarily mean it's not there.
Listen carefully, bro. If you're gonna keep acting erratically, I will drop you. I don't want to. I like to have a good conversation with you, but calm your brain down and slow the speed
of
the neurons firing in your brain. All right. Again, upon observation, do you know how the idea of God is integrated into human society?
Yes.
Okay, what is the major system that propagates the idea of God?
Can you clarify?
What system within the human world? Is it political? Is it economic? Is it religious? What system is it that propagates the idea of God?
Religious.
All right. Do you understand the origins of human religions?
Yes.
Okay. Who are the progenitors of human religion?
Can you clarify?
Who are the originators? Who were the first human beings to start making religions, and how did they come about it?
The ancient times, like Egyptians. I'm not too sure, man. But
okay, in the inception of religion, as old as we can think and go back, how was the idea of God integrated into the world at that point? Was there one God that ruled over everybody, or did
it was like rocks and stones?
So everybody had their own gods, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you now understand? Do you also understand how the idea of one God became relevant when human beings started forming empires?
Yeah.
Do you understand the relationship between the ideas of gods and the kings and the rulers and the monarchs of old?
Yes.
You don't find it suspicious that most gods, especially the most relevant ones, carry the same titles as the kings and queens that ruled over those empires?
Yes. How is that going to disprove?
Hold up. Beyond that, we don't see any gods. Well, we understand God to be at the very best, if we want to be literal. It's just a title that a king gives itself when he tries to make his image to transcend his physical capabilities. You go from a king to a king of kings to an emperor, to a
But
demigod,
they're
and
all
to a god.
unfalsifiable. But here's the thing: when you say it's not real, like you're making a claim. Okay, don't make a claim if you can't back it up with evidence. Substantiate your claim.
Again,
Okay,
brother, I'm not gonna go down the claim path with you
your homework
because you
is
don't understand
prove
what
it's not real.
I'm
Prove
not
it.
gonna go down.
Prove that there isn't.
I'm not gonna go down the negative claim with you because you're the type of person who goes to court and someone accuses you that hey, you committed a crime, and you think it's your job to prove that you didn't commit a crime. That's not how court works. That's not how human judgment works. That's not how logic works. If you say to me that I committed a crime, all I need to say is I didn't commit the crime. That's it. As long as you can't prove that I didn't commit the crime, I didn't commit the crime. So the burden of proof, I can make a claim and say I didn't commit a crime. Guess what? As soon as I say that, as long as the person who said I committed a crime doesn't provide any evidence to say I committed a crime, I can walk out of that court a free man.
The absence of evidence doesn't necessarily mean the thing itself is not real.
Like the absence, no.
There's no evidence right now that you have $1 million. I don't have evidence that you have $1 million. That doesn't mean that you don't have $1 million. You know what I'm trying to say?
The absence of evidence is not evidence that something is not real only when that thing has prior confirmation, right? So it might not be present. Also, only when that thing is realistic. When it comes to supernatural claims and mythological claims, the absence of evidence is evidence of lack of reality. Because by your definition, bro, we should believe every claim everybody makes simply because the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So if I told you that Superman is real, you're going to be confused. You're not smart enough to know that Superman is a fictional character, right? Because as far as you're concerned, it's a maybe. So what you're saying is that maybe there is a planet called Krypton and there's a bunch of people over there like Superman, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that maybe Santa Claus is real in the North Pole, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying that maybe donkeys can talk and maybe snakes can talk, right?
If there's no evidence that disproves it, maybe, yeah.
What if there's no evidence that proves it?
If there's no evidence that disproves it, maybe it's real.
So you're saying that your life is just a big fat bowl of maybes?
Listen.
No. Listen carefully to my question. As far as the claims,
everything.
Listen. So what you're saying is, let me ask you a specific question. Are you a Christian or a Muslim?
I would say I'm a deist. But
yeah. Hold up. Tell me, what do you mean by you're a deist?
I would say like there's like I don't know if there is, but I think there is.
You think there is what?
Power, but you said what?
You think there is a what?
Like a deity, something.
Based on what?
It seems like it. Maybe it seems like it. There's no evidence that it's not there.
That's bro. Like, that's example, the bro. Realist? Please stop embarrassing yourself. You think that there is a deity based on what?
Based off of I think it's I know. I'm not sure. But there's no evidence. It's not there. Listen. Before asking,
brother, please slow down. Please slow down. Slow down again.
Into idealism or realism?
No. Slow. I'm a realist. Slow down. Okay.
Realist. Okay. Prove it.
Do you know what realism is?
It means like reality is independent of you.
Yeah, and that means that what is considered real is backed by empirical evidence.
But that's from the human understanding. But prove that it's
there is only the human understanding. There is no understanding outside the human understanding as far as you and I are concerned. Everything we're gonna say, everything that's gonna concern what we do is all human understanding. There is no evidence that there is an understanding outside of human understanding.
I'm saying prove that there's a reality outside of human understanding. Prove that there's truth outside of humanity.
Reality like in of itself is not outside human understanding.
Do you think that logic and truth are independent of humans, or is it made up?
No, I think that logic and truth are dependent on the unique constitution of the human brain, as well as listen. So
without humans, do you think that logic is true?
Yes, so the specific logic that humans hold on to allows them to see the world as it is, but they see the world as it is based on how their brain works. So if you were to rewire the human brain, they will see the world differently.
Okay, do you think that logical contradiction can exist?
Obviously not.
Okay, prove that there will never come a time that somebody will prove that logical contradictions can exist.
Because that in of itself is a
No,
contradiction.
You said they can never exist, right? So prove that there will never come a time that someone will prove you wrong. Like somebody will
By
prove that
definition,
logical
by
contradictions do
definition, it is
exist.
illogical to even conceive that thought.
Okay, that's today. That it makes no sense today. But before
It
we
makes no
thought,
sense. It makes no sense right now, and right now is the only real time. Tomorrow is just what you imagine. Tomorrow is not real.
so do you think if the future will come?
The future never comes. Every day is today. The only real day that there ever is today.
Okay,
We
okay,
we
prove to me
we we,
that.
we
Okay,
conceptualize time in terms of past, present, and future because of
okay,
again the unique constitution of our brains.
okay.
Our brains cannot amalgamate all the aspects of time within the present moment. So we
Can I ask you
separate
something?
things. Hold up.
Can I ask you something?
We separate things that were but are no more from things that could be or might not be from things that actually are in fact. We separate that with the idea of past, present, and future ideologically. But in terms of realistically and literally, there's only now, and we can only experience reality in the now. Whenever, however, where in whatever shape or form you find yourself, it's always a now. By
Oh,
definition,
okay.
to be present is the only reality. There's no reality outside of the present
What
tense.
about the past? What about the past?
The past is what's no more. What was, but
Okay,
it's no more.
but here's the thing. Here's the
So
thing.
because we
You
have
said
memory, we allow ourselves to conceptualize so that we can navigate our day-to-day lives. Again, I said that's dependent on the unique constitution of the human brain. It's the way our brains are structured to process information. And with a perfectly functioning brain, you will think that way. But once your brain has suffered some type of damage, you start thinking the way you think.
But here's the
You
thing.
you haven't even gained mastery over this present moment. You're worried about the day when someone is going to be able to prove that a logical contradiction can exist.
You don't know. You don't know.
So hold up. What you're saying is that a logical conclusion could exist. What you're saying is that that could exist.
No, I said you don't know if there will never
No,
come a
I'm
time
asking
that somebody will
you. I'm asking you. Are
prove
you
it.
saying that it could exist?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that it's possible that God may not exist.
Well, no, I'm saying somebody
Are
could.
you saying that it's possible that God doesn't exist?
That's not what I said. I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking you the question now. Answer that question. Is it possible that God doesn't exist?
No,
And based on what?
because there's no evidence to disprove it.
There's no evidence to disprove that God exists, so it's not possible that God doesn't exist.
There's no evidence to disprove it. Yeah, there's no evidence to
Bro, you're
disprove it.
dumb. Thank you for your time, bro. There's no way.
But here's the thing.
Sorry,
Here's the
bro.
thing.
Sorry, bro. I'm not wasting my time. What? There's no evidence to prove that God doesn't exist, and there's no evidence to prove that God exists, but you don't think it's possible that God doesn't exist. Man, get out of here. Some of you guys just like to be smart when you're not smart, and your attempt to be smart is a failure.
Yeah, what's happening, man?
What's up, brother? What you got for me?
I got the truth for you.
All right, you can
It's
tell me what
very
you think
simple.
is truth.
Well, one thing, my name is Kevin M. And one thing you said to the other gentleman, you said, what proves that God exists? And you are the proof that God exists. He made you in his image, and he created you. You did not create yourself. If you could tell me that you create yourself, then I can listen to what you're talking about. But I know for a fact that you did not create yourself. So all that, God is
And I
not
know for a fact
complicated.
that God did
Hold
not
up, let me
create me.
finish. Let me finish. God is not complicated. He don't make things complicated. It's very simple. You look in the mirror, it's you. You are how you think. We think better than the animals. We communicate better than animals. We walk in his image. We are gods. We are not God like him, but we're small gods. Now what you just say?
Let me take you on a roller coaster. Are you willing?
It's not complicated, but you can
Yeah,
talk.
yeah,
Go
but
ahead.
that's why I'm asking your permission. Should I take you on a roller coaster? Would you be willing to go on a roller coaster ride?
I'm not. I'm listening to you.
All right. So,
That's the
so
only thing I'm
in terms
doing.
of creation, I want to ask you something about in terms of creation. Did the same God
Ask
that
me
you're talking
anything.
about? Did the same God that you're talking about create evil?
Yes, he created good and evil.
So your God is the originator of good and evil.
Yes, and this reason why is
No, I don't.
because.
Yeah. Let's
Oh,
not
okay.
go into the
Okay,
reason
go
why
ahead.
just yet. Let's not go into the reason why just yet. Let's just talk about
Okay,
why it
well,
was
you can't
necessary to
control the
create.
conversation now. You got to let me answer you. If you
No, no,
don't
no.
want me to answer
Yeah,
you, that's
but I was taking
controlling.
you on a roller coaster, and I'm controlling the roller coaster. That's why I asked you for your permission, because I am controlling the roller coaster. I just want you to
Go
not
ahead.
fall off the roller coaster. As long as you stay on the roller coaster, you'll be fine.
I'm just listening to you. I'm not on your roller coaster. I'm listening to you, brother.
If you allow me to ask you my questions the way I want to ask them, then you would be on the roller coaster. But if you're
Well,
intimidated
this
by
is
this
why you
ride,
don't believe
if
in
you're
God.
intimidated by this ride
This is
of this,
why you don't believe in God, because you don't believe in God is because you think you controlling everything. God
no, I'm just
controls
trying to control this
everything,
roller
not you.
coaster that you gave me permission to take you
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
Now,
But
if you can't handle the
remember
ride,
now.
brother, you could
Okay,
just tell me.
I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna listen. Lean not on your own understanding, though.
Yeah,
Remember
that's the
that,
dumbest advice
because
you can give any human being.
how old are you?
I'm old enough.
Okay, but you haven't been here forever. So
I don't
therefore,
need to
you
have been
can't
here forever
lean.
to know where here is. Again, brother, let me take you.
You
Let me take you on a roller coaster. Like I said, if you can't handle the ride, just let me know and I'll slow down and let you get off. But if you think you can handle it, then perhaps you're not gonna fall off, and then you walk away with your integrity and your dignity.
I know, brother, but you didn't answer my question when I first asked. Did you create yourself?
Obviously not.
Okay, then who created you?
Again, I'm pretty sure that everybody that is listening to me right now has a father and a mother. It's not that complicated.
No. Who created the human being? Who brought you here? We're
I don't
not
give a
talking
fuck.
about
All I know is that my father and my mother created me.
exactly, but somebody
There's no
created them
but.
too.
There's no but. As far as my existence is concerned, there is no other creditor or responsible person than my father and my mother. They are literally unique aspects
But
to my
somebody
existence.
created them, brother.
It doesn't matter who created them. There is unique
It
aspects of my
does.
existence that
If you
depends on my
stuck in
father and my
one
mother.
corner and you do not want to listen, then therefore this is why you don't believe in God. And
Brother,
he will
brother,
make you a believer.
brother, if you were
He will
patient with
make you a
me,
believer.
if you were patient with me, I think you're intentionally trying to avoid my roller coaster because you're afraid it will beat you up.
You being disrespectful, and I wasn't
Brother, forgive me.
disrespecting you.
Forgive me.
You said I don't give a fuck,
Yeah,
and I'm
yeah.
telling you,
That's just my manner of
you
speech.
when I'm talking to you about what
Brother,
I'm
that's just
talking
my manner
about,
of speech.
you're
Please
not
don't
going
take
to.
it personally, okay? Don't take anything I say
But you're not
personally.
going. You're not going to push back what I said and
Brother,
not make sense.
brother,
I asked you who created you.
again, you don't want me to control the conversation on my own program. Brother, I muted you just in case so you can come down. Let me go through my roller coaster and then you can say whatever you want to say, because I think taking you on the roller coaster will address your original question. Are you willing to go on that roller coaster? It's just a few questions so we can come to a conclusion. Then we can go on if necessary. You're currently muted. I can't hear you. Let me send you the request to unmute yourself. All right, brother,
Hello?
let's go. Let's calm down. Going to back and forth ain't gonna edify nobody. Nobody's gonna learn anything. I want to take you down a roller coaster of questions. If you can answer my questions, then I think we'll arrive at a conclusion where we can continue the conversation. If not, it will still be a good place to end it. I was asking you about evil, and you said yes. You said your God created good and evil, right?
It, you won't let me explain it, so I can't answer
No,
that
no, no,
question.
because I'm not asking you why God created evil. I'm asking if God
No,
did.
because that's not how it's done, brother. I'm trying
Brother,
to tell
brother,
you,
but I've
you are
asked
very
you
controlling.
my
You're very
question, but
controlling,
my
bro.
question is
I heard
specific.
you talk to the brother, and you wouldn't understand what that brother was talking about.
Brother,
it's all about you.
Brother,
you.
sure.
That's not how it works.
Sure. Brother,
That
I did not
answer
ask you
is not
why
how it
God
works.
created evil. Yeah, I think it's disrespectful of you. No, brother, I think it's disrespectful of you to imply that if I ask you if God created evil, you think that I'm forced to then sit down and listen to you tell me why God created evil when that's not what I asked you.
I'm trying to tell you it's not a yes or no answer.
No, it is a yes or no answer because I know the answer.
It's existed.
Yes, it
exists
is.
because one, it exists because through him, he made everybody.
Brother, that's not what I want to know. That's if I'm asking you a question, that means I want to know something specific. I want to know. I just want to know if God created good and evil. I just need you to give me confirmation, not explanation. Brother, I'm asking for confirmation, not explanation. Confirmation, not explanation. Give me confirmation, not explanation.
You trying to control me, brother.
Brother, give me confirmation, not explanation. It is my show. It is my show.
I don't give a fuck whose show it is.
Exactly. And you should have just said that. You should have just said that. You can't get on the roller coaster. I don't know why you religious people think you have to dictate everybody else's mentality. If it's my program, I can ask you a specific question and require a specific answer. You don't have to impose your will upon me in order to make your answer seem more reasonable than it would be if you were just to answer it simply. I suspect something sketchy about your answer. That's why you can't give me just a confirmation. You require an explanation. Because the confirmation cannot stand on its own. The question is, did God create good and evil? The answer is yes or no. That's it. That yes is very powerful. Let me tell y'all something. Some of y'all probably don't know. A person that knows what they're talking about doesn't need too much explanation when you ask them a yes or no question. Yes or no question is the way that the smartest people talk. Explanation is only when there's an implication that either the person who asked the question doesn't understand or the person who is answering the question did not understand the question. If I ask you for yes and no, your yes is you telling me that no matter which explanation that exists, the answer is yes. So if God created evil, no matter how much explanation you give me, the answer is yes, God created evil. So why are we gonna go down a roller coaster or go down a wild goose chase of chasing explanations? We don't need to. The only people responsible for my existence is my father and my mother. Literally, those two could have existed and I still wouldn't be born if they didn't fuck exactly when they fucked, exactly how they fucked. They needed to.
Hey, hello.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, I'm good, my brother. I'm good. Not too bad. And you?
I'm chilling. What you got?
Yeah. I want to prove you that God exists, my brother.
All right.
I will prove you from A.
Give me 1 second. Okay?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please tap the screen for the next 1 minute. Let's get to 30,000 likes. I need to keep up the algorithm. Do not stop tapping the screen. Tap the screen, please. The algorithm helps. And thank you for everyone that is doing that. Don't be hateful in your heart. Like I said, it's not personal. This is just conversation, okay? Outside of this conversation, I got no disrespect for you. But within the conversation, feel free to use strong language as long as the conversation flows. Thank you to everyone that is sending gifts. If you're not subscribed, definitely subscribe. If you're not following me on YouTube, I upload all my live shows on YouTube. So feel free to go and check it out. The link is in the description. If you're feeling generous and you can afford it, you can definitely leave me some pocket change. I take it. All right, bro. What you got?
Yeah. I wanna ask you first question, right? My question is like, did you ever see the sound of the music? You know, when you listen to music, did you ever see the sound of it?
No.
Why make you think that music exists?
Because my sense of hearing can give me as much accurate information as my sense of sight.
Thank you. That's a very smart answer. But did you ever see the wind? Did you ever see a wind?
Sometimes.
No. you don't see a wind. Maybe you would see like the dust, that carry the
Yeah, the
wind, like that.
motion of the dust is what the wind is.
Yeah, but
Now,
you
if the
never see the
motion of
wind.
the wind is just air, because air is transparent, we can say we don't see it. But
You don't see it.
if whatever is in motion,
Yeah,
like what is actually visible, you can see it.
yeah, you can see it because of the effect of it, but you
What?
cannot even
Hold
see
on.
it.
Let me ask you a question. What is the wind?
What is the wind? I mean,
Yeah.
let me finish my point first,
No, no,
right?
no, no,
Because
no,
otherwise,
no, no, no. It's a quick little derailment. I get it, but I think it will help us out because the wind is just the movement of air, right?
yeah, the movement of air.
So
But
the
you can
reason
see
why the wind is invisible sometimes is because of what air is. So if the wind is actually the movement of dust, as long as I can see the
no,
dust, I can see the wind. That's why I said sometimes I can see the wind.
yeah, all right, but
I can see the wind on
technically,
radar too in an
yeah,
aircraft.
yeah, but technically you can see the wind. But if you say like yeah, because the wind would carry the dust through that, you will be able to see the wind, right? But my thing is like you don't see God, but you can only know the existence of God because of His
Yeah,
creation,
knowing is not a
right?
sensation.
And
And all the things that you just gave me an example of, sound and wind, are detectable by our five senses, which are very physical. Is there any physical method of detecting God?
you can only detect God by His creation, my brother, right?
No, no,
Because
no,
you
no, no,
see,
no, 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 no,
everything.
no, 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 no.
Let
Outside
me
of
finish my
God's,
point.
no, no, outside of the so-called creation, which you naturally attribute to God without any evidence that it's God, can you detect God with your five senses, or you with any physical means of detection?
Yes, I can detect God.
How?
I can detect God I will looking at you right now. I can detect God. That's my
No,
sense that I'm
no, no,
using,
no, no.
right?
You can. It's not possible for you to look at me and detect God. I think that is you
Yes, I
going
can
out
detect God because you see, let me tell you why, right? Everything that has been created, everything that exists has been created, right? Right? You see,
based on
the
what? Based on
microphone,
what?
I'm coming. The microphone that you're using right now exists because somebody created, right? The t-shirt, whatever clothes you're having on exists because somebody created, right? So the reason why you exist is because someone also creates you. Because
That's false.
everything that exists,
That's a false dichotomy, bro. Like that's
why?
false. The microphone
Tell
doesn't
me why it's
exist
false.
because listen, the microphone doesn't exist because somebody created it. Like your exact choice of words is
Yes.
misleading. Relax, relax. Your exact choice of word is misleading. The microphone exists because a few 100,000 people had a few 100,000 ideas, which were combined by a few 100,000 people, which eventually ended up being a microphone. So it's not somebody, it's a bunch, a shit ton of somebody's, plural. That little detail is very important when it comes to you trying to compare everything in the world with your freaking God, right? There's no one human being that sat down from scratch in the complete absence of a microphone and literally made one from scratch without using prior ideas that were developed by other human beings, without which he wouldn't be able to make a microphone. So we don't give credit
Bro, my
singularly.
brother.
No, we don't give credit singularly for the existence of the microphone to that singular individual. Everyone that contributed, even the guy in the mine in the Congo that digs the minerals that are used to make the pole that the microphone hangs on, that person also takes credit. So you cannot then say one person made a microphone. You say microphones were made by multiple people. So if the world
Okay,
works in
Mike.
that way, in that same complexity, just for the fact that I come from my father and my mother, I cannot give God credit for creating me because there's at
But
least
do you agree? Do you agree that everything that exists has been created? Do you agree on
no,
that?
no,
So what make you not believe in that, my brother?
because some things are a product of natural cause and effect, which is
Like what?
void of
Like what?
creation, like matter, energy, like the wind, the sun, like the earth, the oceans, the seas. Those are not things which are created. Those things are just a byproduct of natural reactions.
Wow, no, no. But okay, so this natural reaction that you're talking about? You see, you get to a very good point. The natural reaction that you're talking about, right? You don't think that somebody has made that in place?
No, if somebody had made it, it wouldn't be
Look at
called.
the complexity. Look at the
If somebody
complexity of
had
your
made
body,
it,
my brother.
if somebody was involved, it wouldn't be called natural. It would be called artificial. So that's how we know the difference between things which are natural occurring and things which are intelligently produced by a mind. Something which is intelligently produced by a mind is considered artificial. Something which is naturally produced, obviously, is naturally produced. That comes
Is that
about
okay?
naturally.
No, bro, that doesn't make sense. You say naturally produced. When you say naturally produced, it has to be created by you. It has to be put in
No,
place by
again,
someone.
like I said,
Let me.
anything which is a product of nature implies that there is no specific intent. It is a natural consequence of natural events,
It's because
right?
it's beyond
Anything
human
which is
scope.
artificial is
It's
purposely
beyond the
designed
scope
for
of a
a
human
purpose
being.
that is
It
relevant
has
to
to
the
be
designer.
It has to be controlled by something beyond, which is more powerful than a human
No,
being.
then what you're suggesting to me is that you didn't pay attention in science class through high school and you didn't specialize in any
My
sciences in
brother, I'm a chemical
university.
engineer. I'm a chemical engineer. Let me tell you one
Yeah,
thing. I graduated
you're
from
a
maths,
chemical engineer. You must be a horrible one.
but no, but how do you know I'm a horrible one? Why
Because
you say that? You have to be
then
very
you
polite.
don't
No,
know
no,
what
no.
a
We're just
natural
trying to convince
reaction
each
is.
other. You're trying to convince me. I'm not trying to. You see, I'm not even attacking you. I've been very,
I'm
very
not
nice and
attacking you
polite.
either. I'm not
You
attacking
cannot
you
say
either.
I'm a.
Don't take my words personally. Forgive
So
me
I have the feeling
if
that
my words are
you get
offensive.
frustrated when you're not able to convince people about the existence of God. When you get frustrated because you're not able to convince people. Who
Yeah,
am I, brother?
sure. Whatever makes you feel good. Now,
Yeah.
don't take my words personally, okay, bro? My
No,
intention
I
is
take
not to
it personally
demean
because
you.
you say I'm a horrible chemical engineer. But look at it. I'm gonna tell you one thing, right? Look at the complexity of your body, right? Look at the complexity of your body, right? And then come and tell me that this one has not been made, has not been created, it has been made by. I don't even know what to do. Because
So
you
so
just
let me ask
mentioned
you a question.
something.
Let me ask you a question. You think that somebody designed a human body?
Of course,
Okay, so
just because of the
so
complexity of
let me
it.
ask you a question. Why did this person design cancer?
Because cancer, you see, the cancer is just.
Don't bite your tongue. Don't bite your tongue. Why did this person design cancer? And why did this person design cancer and brain tumors in babies? Tell me exactly what was going through that person's mind. You seem to know that person.
So, do you think that so the baby who has the cancer, who caused that? You think you think it's that person that caused that to the baby?
Ah, but you said that everything was created. That means cancer was created.
No, everything was created. It's true,
Yeah,
but
you know, no,
let me
bro.
give you
Calm
one
your breath
example,
down.
right? Let's
Calm your breath down and just think carefully of your own words. You said everything was created, right?
so you're trying to base yourself on that just to ignore the existence of God because the
Brother,
baby get
relax,
cancer because
relax
of it.
now, relax. Please relax.
No,
You're
we
saying
just
that everything was created, right?
yeah.
Cancer is something, right?
Yeah, cancer is something on you by your own cells. It's when your own cells.
Brother, please listen again. You said everything was created, right?
Yes, everything was created.
Cancer is
Yeah,
something, right?
the virus to a bacteria, everything was created. We have the organisms.
Brother.
Yeah,
Cancer
I'm
is
listening.
something, right?
Yeah,
Who created cancer?
God.
Why did God
Yeah.
create cancer?
And why you ask me why he create cancer? He create cancer because it's something the same way he created malaria, the same way he create other things. But that doesn't mean that this God is unfair.
Brother, answer my question again. Why did God create cancer? Okay, let me be specific. Why did God create cancer in babies?
Why did you call create cancer in babies? Let me tell you one thing, right? It could be I think this is the answer that you cannot base. What I was trying to tell you is that you cannot look at that and then justify the non-existence
Oh,
of
you can
God,
try not
right?
to just dodge the question and just answer the question. Why did God create cancer in babies?
Go ask that to God.
Okay, is it
I'm
possible
not
that
gonna give you
cancer
that
is
answer
actually
because I don't know the answer of that.
is it possible that cancer wasn't created and it's actually just a mutation which is naturally occurring because the human body is not a perfect design?
Because not you see you actually answered that.
The
Good
human
answer too. I
body,
will take that. I will take that answer.
the human body is not a perfect mechanism, so things can go wrong all the time. In fact, a
Okay,
lot
I
of
will.
things go
I will
wrong.
take that answer. That's a perfect answer that you just gave. So you're trying to prove now you're showing me that it's not even God who did that too.
Of course, it's not God that designed cancer because God didn't design human beings. Human beings are a natural product of the
Okay.
natural environment around them. And because nature doesn't have any specific intention, nature did not get up one day and say, let me make human beings. Human beings came about through evolution, and it's not a perfect process that gives you a perfect result, like a flawless creation. Let me use your word, creation, or a perfect product. So there's obviously mistakes in there that are consistent with nature. And because nature doesn't have feelings, it doesn't matter to nature. It can only matter to us human beings because we are that product of nature. But if a God, whom you're claiming created everything, is smart enough to make a perfect universe, fixing cancer shouldn't be a big problem. And you can't give me any logical reason why your God would have made cancer anyways, unless your God is actually the devil. Then that would make sense. Then I won't argue with that.
Let me tell you something, right? If let's assume that there was no disease at all, my brother, right? Assuming that there is no disease and there was nothing bad at all in this earth, do you think that earth will have be the way it is right now?
Bro, you're saying that if there was no sickness, you don't think that human beings would be happier?
Yes, there was. Imagine a world without disease. Imagine a world without
a world without
bad things at
disease
all.
would be an awesome world.
No,
that's what we want.
No.
Yeah, bro, that's
Listen
what we
to me.
want.
No,
bro, that's
no,
literally what we're
listen.
spending money building hospitals
That
for,
means
bro.
death will never exist. No, that means death will never exist.
Yeah,
right?
imagine a world where people don't die. That would be
Okay.
awesome.
All right, so imagine this planet, right? From all the human beings on this planet, from the beginning on Earth until to now. Imagine all those human beings were still on Earth. What do you think you will ever even have a space for you to live?
Check this
If
out. Hold on. Calm your brain down. Let me pour some ice on your brain because your brain is overheating. Obviously, if human beings don't die, we'll develop technologies. So many technologies that will have unlimited space, bro. Do you know how many planets are in our freaking galaxy alone, bro?
There's a planet. Did you ever see any human being living in this planet?
Brother, that's the point. I'm saying to you that if human beings didn't die and overpopulation became a problem, we will find different ways of inhabiting the earth. And listen, the earth right now can still handle the population of everybody who ever existed if there's no sicknesses. Little, bro, we can build skyscrapers that go all the way to space. There'll be enough living space. Listen, we can build structures underground.
Show me one that has been built.
We can inhabit the whole world if human beings didn't die. And part of the reason why human beings die is our attempt to develop new technologies. And because the threat of death is real, it actually reduces our population. If we couldn't die, bro, we'd be able to do so much more. Like literally, heaven wouldn't even sound good enough for you to want to go there because human beings will make so much better stuff than that. Literally. We'll be able to build machines we'll be able to build houses that can float on the clouds. Because we'll be able to have the time and we're not threatened by the threat of death, you know. We'll be able to build structures that go miles into the ground. We'll be able to build structures in the ocean. I mean, there's so much space. I don't know what you're talking about. We don't even occupy up to 10% of the land on Earth. Literally, we're so spread out.
In order for baby to be born, some people need to die. That's how the world is. Right, that's how the world is.
No.
People need to die.
Death is not a necessity. Death is not a necessity for reproduction, bro. Are you weird?
To die, all the cancer needs to exist. For people to die, you need to have any kind of bacteria.
Death is not a necessity for reproduction.
What do you
it would really be nice, bro, if my great grandfather was still alive. Then I'll know exactly what happened when the white man first came. Rather than having to read books by people who probably changed it and wrote their biases into it. It would have been really good if my great grandfather was still alive. Then we would have really known what type of person Jesus was 2,000 years ago. Because my grandfather would have been alive in that world. You know, it would have been good if the Jews that were alive in Jerusalem 2,000 years ago were still alive. We could just go and ask them rather than sit over here and argue, right? I mean, think about it, bro. Like death.
Are you in peace with your soul? Are you in peace with yourself, my brother?
Are you kidding?
When you go to bed every single day, are you in peace?
Of course.
With your soul?
Of course.
Are you not scared that once you die and you go realize that in the other side that God exists? Are you not scared? What no! Listen. So you sure 100%.
Listen.
Because the biggest fear of a human being is death, and you don't know what is waiting for you.
Listen. The fear of death is a fear that can be overcome. It's actually a medically diagnosed condition. It's called thanatophobia. Go and look it up, bro. And it is so extreme.
It is not. Go ahead.
Thanatophobia is such an extreme condition, bro. Sometimes the only cure is religious beliefs. So most religious people are sick with that sickness called thanatophobia. They fear death so much they cannot function unless they create alternate realities in their head to distract themselves from the fact that they're going to die, or to justify death in such a way that does not put too much emotional burdens on them.
You said I'm just reading somebody saying that I'm embarrassing myself. I'm not embarrassing myself because
Hold up,
I'm
hold up.
just
I'm gonna
expressing
tell you.
myself.
I'm gonna help you out. Okay. Hey, Meta, what is the medical condition that describes the fear of death?
Well, thanatophobia is the medical condition that describes the fear
Start
of
over.
death.
Start over. Repeat again. Start over. Say what you just said again.
Thanatophobia is the fear of death. It's an anxiety disorder causing distress and impairing daily life. Treatment options include therapy, relaxation techniques, and support groups.
Our religious beliefs sometimes encourage for treating patients that suffer from thanatophobia.
Thanatophobia, the fear of death. Religious beliefs may encourage prayer for patients with this anxiety disorder, but professional treatment like therapy and relaxation techniques is also crucial for recovery.
Is it likely for someone who has an extreme case of thanatophobia to envision and imagine very strong and fanatic religious beliefs to justify away the existence of death?
That's a really great question. Yes, it's possible. Someone with an extreme fear of death may develop strong religious beliefs to cope with their anxiety. This can provide comfort and a sense of control, but may also hinder seeking professional help.
Yeah, I know. That's true because most of them, once they've believed in heaven and hell, they'll never go and see a doctor to talk about the reason why they even fear a fairy tale place anyways. But thank you. Listen, check this out, bro.
Oh boy.
Before we
No,
had therapy,
let me tell you what. Okay, go ahead, bro.
before we had therapy and all the medical improvements of modern time, bro, that was a serious problem. Thanatophobia, bro. That's why religion used to flourish because people were so desperate for an answer to help them cope with death. Death was so rampant, bro. Death was so rampant in the past. It was so vicious because the rule of law was not as enforced today. Like a king could just come by your house, see your daughter, he likes your daughter. If you didn't want to give him your daughter, he just kill your whole family and take your daughter.
Religion is more than that, bro. Religion
Bro,
is more
relax,
than that,
relax. Anyways, like I said, you could be living in your village with your family members and a bunch of bandits would just invade and kill everybody. There was death everywhere in the most horrible ways. And human beings, as soon as you were introduced into the world, you had to face that. That's why religion flourished, because people needed hope. People needed to cope with death. It's not just specific to any specific religion. It's true across the whole world. Across the whole world. You know, human beings were always attempting to explain away death. That is why you notice that the remnant of those ancient belief systems and myths are always attempting to tell people what happens to them after they die, even though you can clearly see that when somebody dies, nothing is happening to them. It's just the sadness of it that's so overwhelming. But if I am able to imagine that death is not the end, then it becomes less of a thing that I should fear, and then there is more anticipation. Now, if I am anticipating what happens after death, but I don't know what it is, then it even makes my anxiety worse. So it's best when someone tells me that, look, not only is death not the end, but you get the option of going to a place where there is no suffering, there is no death.
And that is true,
there is,
bro. That is so true.
Bro, relax,
Believe
relax.
on that.
Brother, relax.
Wait until you die, you will see.
Brother, relax, relax.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
Like I said, once the fear of death becomes so extreme, a person desires to be told that death is not the end. Once you're told that death is not the end, that in of itself is not sufficient, because that can also create anxiety of not knowing what happens, right? So religious beliefs kind of fill in that gap to create an imagination that can help you fill in the gaps in your mind. So they give you two options. It takes different shapes and forms in different civilizations and across different places in the world. They will tell you that, look, if you do this and do this and do this and you follow what we tell you, when you die, you're going to go to a place where you don't have to work to eat, a place where the streets are made up of gold, a place where there's no suffering, there's no pain, pretty much a place that's opposite to the fucking miserable life you're living. So they just look at how miserable your life is and they just tell you that there's a place with the exact opposite. Which I find very strange that in the beginning you were asking me, can you imagine what the world would be like if people don't die? Shit, it'll be like heaven or better than heaven. Isn't that what the world would be like if human beings didn't die? When you go to heaven, not only don't people die in heaven, people don't even feel pain in heaven.
No, in this world. No,
Brother,
in this world, bro.
Brother, I want you to think about it, bro.
No, in this world.
Bro,
Yeah, go ahead.
do people feel pain in heaven?
I don't feel pain, but you feel pain here.
Brother, do people feel pain in heaven?
No, they won't feel no pain in heaven.
Okay, bro, if you can't feel pain in heaven, what's the difference between you and a robot?
But you don't even know how you're gonna look when you go to heaven.
Brother, my question is, if you can't feel pain, like if someone pinches you and you can't feel it, what's the difference between you and a robot?
Because in heaven is a different dimension. Because in the heaven,
no matter how different it is, so you're just gonna be heavenly robot. So you're going to heaven to go and be a robot who can't feel pain.
Nah. The robot doesn't have no senses. When you go to heaven, you're still gonna have your senses, right?
Okay, so you're gonna have senses that cannot feel pain.
Yeah, they're gonna have pain. You're still gonna have senses and don't feel pain. Yeah.
How?
Yeah.
How?
You're not gonna feel pain. You're not gonna feel sad. You're not gonna feel stressed out. That's not gonna exist anymore.
Brother,
but you're not gonna be a robot.
But do you know that pain is actually an essential part of our consciousness and how we define life, without which there's no difference?
In this world, brother.
Brother,
in this world.
Brother, listen again. Stop talking. Have you been to heaven?
No, I'm not talking. I'm responding to you.
Have you been to heaven?
I've never been in heaven, but this.
Okay, so stop telling me that it's
100% without even seeing it.
Say that again.
I said the books. I'm a Muslim, right? Let's cut it off. I'm a Muslim, right? So my books already tell me, and I truly believe on my Quran, 100%. Nobody can convince me not, something else can tell me anything else. So my books are already telling me what's gonna happen on that over there. So I believe 100%.
So the person who gave you that book, did that person go to heaven themselves?
Who?
The person who gave you the book that told you everything about heaven, did they go to heaven when they were writing that book?
God? You mean God?
No, it wasn't God that gave you the book. It was the Arabs that gave you the book.
You don't know the religion. Let me tell you, you don't know the religion.
Brother. One thing I know is that it was the Arabs that gave you the book. You don't sound Arab to me. You sound African.
That's false. Let me tell you. Let me teach you how this book came. This book came by Angel Gabriel's. Angel Gabriel's.
Which angel? Gabriel. Hold up. Who told you that?
Who told me that?
Yeah, who told you that the book came by Angel Gabriel? Was it the Arabs?
Not the Arab. It was written in the book.
Who wrote the book?
And it's not the Arab who wrote those book.
Who wrote the book?
The book, listen very well. That's what I was telling you. I'm trying to tell you. The book came from the sky. When they say came from the sky, it means that Angel Gabriel was communicated to someone who was asleep.
Who told you that Angel Gabriel was communicating to that person who was asleep?
It's in the book. And that
book, listen. Who wrote that in the book? God. Who wrote in the book that the Angel Gabriel was communicating to someone who was asleep?
God.
God wrote in the book?
The person. Let me say, the person who wrote it was not. Let me, because the thing is, I don't want you to take this one directly.
I'm gonna take it directly. I just listen. You think I think you're listen, bro. I think you're a little bit foolish if you assume that I'm going to argue against Islam without having at least a level of a basic understanding.
You're not giving me, you're breaking me up every time I'm trying to speak. So once
because you keep not answering my question. This is my question to you. Okay, I said to you that the Arabs gave you the Quran. You're trying to convince me that the Arabs didn't give you the Quran by saying that the Arabs gave you the Quran.
Now I'm trying to explain to you how it came. Now you don't want to let me speak.
Are you going to explain to me that it came in a way that did not involve the Arabs?
Because I don't want you to. It came listen,
bro. You're African, right? You're African, right? You sound Nigerian.
I'm not Nigerian.
What are you? West African?
I'm from Ivory Coast.
Yeah. So you're West African. Yeah. Okay. Listen. No. Hold up. Did the angel Jibril bring the Quran to Ivory Coast, to West Africa?
Oh, come on, man. Don't change my point.
Brother, answer the question. Did the angel Gabriel, did he bring the Quran to West Africa?
That was Africa was not the choosing anyway. You know the answer, man. Just go ahead.
Brother, answer the question. Did the angel Gabriel bring the Quran to West Africa?
No, sir.
Okay. Could the Quran have come to West Africa without the Arabs?
The Quran?
Could the
If God,
Quran have come to Africa without the
it has to
Arabs?
come. It has to come somewhere. It has to. If it could have been Africa, it could
Brother,
have been Europe.
could the
It could have been
Quran have
in any
come to
place in the world.
Africa
But God
without
chose it.
the
God chose it.
Arabs?
God chose it that the Quran came from a specific.
I don't
place
care
because the
who
Arabs.
your God chose. Could it have come without the Arabs?
Yes.
So how could
If
the Quran
God-
have come to Africa without the Arabs?
It could have been because just the reason why it came to the Arab because the Arabs was really bad at the time.
Bro, it
There
doesn't
was a
matter to me.
very,
Stop telling me the reason. That's not the question I asked
Let
you.
me.
How could the Quran have come to West Africa without the Arabs?
It depends on the people at that time. The Arabs
Bro.
was a very savage people at that time.
Bro,
That's
how
the
could the
reason why
Quran,
has to come from them.
Bro, how could the Quran have come to the last time? I'm going to ask you the question one last time. How could the Quran have come to Africa without the Arabs?
With Angel Gabriel going to communicate to someone else over there in Africa.
So why didn't
God
Angel
would have
Gabriel
decided that way.
why didn't Angel Gabriel just come directly to Africa and come to the chief of your village and give him the Quran?
Because only God knows, my brother. Only God knows.
Is
God
it possible?
wise.
Is it possible that
God
it's
is
not
full of
because
wisdom.
only God knows? Is it possible because your people were colonized by the Arabs?
No, because he has to come. Why Jesus came to Israel instead of going? Why the Bible went to Israel instead of going to Africa?
The Bible didn't go to Israel again, exactly. Because you want to know what's funny, bro? In ancient times, every tribe used to invent their own gods. And the tribes that gained power to conquer would impose their gods on the people they conquered. That's how it used to work. Allah is the God of the Arabs, just like Yahweh is the God of the Jews. And I'm pretty sure if I go to your
God, my
brother, Allah is the God of the Arabs, just like Yahweh or Jehovah is the God of the Jews, and just like Olu is the God of the Yorubas. I'm pretty sure if I go to your country and I go to your tribe, before Islam came over there, they also had their own God. Every tribe used to have their own God. There's a reason why Islam and Christianity are popular today, because those people went around.
You mean the fake God, right?
Brother, listen again. Listen again.
Yeah, that's true.
Listen again. Every tribe has their own God. The only reason why the God of the Bible and the God of the Quran are popular is because those two tribes of people decided to go around colonizing. Literally, they built empires. In Islam, your entire religion is based on you guys building a caliphate. You guys dream of a day when the whole world will become Muslim and a Muslim man will rule over the world. That's the ambition of every tribe. Every chief of every tribe would like to be the chief of chief. Just like the Christians also think the same thing. Now one day, their Messiah, who's going to be a Jew, is going to rule the whole world. But the Chinese are like, fuck that shit. We don't believe that shit over here. We got dragons. The Africans are like, damn, we got our ancestors. It's a game of make-believe. And whoever has the better political and military system that can gather together can promote their influence. In fact, a very dishonest thing that you African Muslims, especially black African Muslims, you're most dishonest about is how Islam spread to Africa. Islam spread to Africa in three ways. Okay? The first way was through war. As in, they conquered, they came, they destroyed your land, and they forced you to believe. The second way was, once you had forced them to believe, those people who believed gave birth to children that they eventually taught them Islam, and they didn't have a choice but to, that was all they knew. And then the fourth way was, when Islam was spreading through war, the information would travel to places where Islam had not yet gotten there, that there is a group of people known as the Arabs, and they kill everybody in their path. But if you convert to their religion, they won't kill you. So many black Africans converted to Islam because they did not want the Arabs to kill them when they got there.
And then they realized it was the truth.
They didn't realize it was the truth. They had no choice, because
Like
by the
me.
time that the parents, listen, by the time the parents were converted, that's what they taught their children. That's why I'm telling you, look, for example, in Ivory Coast and even in Nigeria.
What about now? Nobody's forcing us to do it.
Brother,
We realize the
listen.
truth
I'm
right
going to
there,
show you why we still do it till now. We still do it till now for the same reason why you and I speak English right now. We're not speaking an African language. In the same reason why you and I speak French, right? Tu es Ivoirien, n'est-ce pas?
Je suis ivoirien, je parle très bien le français.
Bien sûr, je sais bien que tu parles le français. Et moi, je suis camerounais, tu vois, mais est-ce que le français et l'anglais, ce sont les langues africaines?
Je peux bien te convaincre dans le français tout de
Non,
suite.
tu peux pas me convaincre. On parle en anglais ici. Non, non, on parle en anglais ici. Non, attends d'abord. Attends. On parle en anglais ici. Ma question c'est, pourquoi est-ce que moi et toi... Non, non. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on parle l'anglais et le français que de parler une langue africaine? Why are we both speaking French and English? Listen, why are you and I both speaking French and English rather than speaking an African language?
Because we can. I don't understand. I don't know which language you speak in your language.
Colonization.
You don't understand my tribe language.
Listen.
That both of us can
The question is, listen, bro. The answer is colonization. Do you know that?
But colonization sometimes is a good thing, though, because it's because of colonization. No, it's true. It has its bad side, but it also has a good thing. Because why? One good thing is me and you can communicate in a language,
You're a sellout.
right? That we can both understand each other.
You're a sellout.
Which is French and English.
You're a sellout.
Right? So no, I'm not. You see,
No, you're
I'm not
coon.
saying that colonization was the
that's raccoon mentality, bro.
It also has its good side too.
That's a raccoon. There's no good side to colonization. There's no good side when somebody comes to your land, rapes your women and children, and take your shit and force their culture on you. There's no good thing about that.
Bro,
there is no good thing about you going to your neighbor's house, killing your neighbor, taking his wife, and then sending his kids to school. Fuck that shit.
I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm not saying that's
Listen
a good thing.
Listen to me. Based on what you're saying, if I come to your house, take your get rid of you, take your wife, and then send your children to a good university, you think that that's a good thing?
I am not saying that's a good thing. I say the colonization is not 100% bad. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Colonization is 100% bad.
No, it's not 100% bad because they have
colonization is 100% bad.
Let me show you. There was some of the natural resource that we had. We don't even know what was it. Nobody was aware that the gold, the diamond was a value stuff.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Are you insane?
You can use that for
something. Are you insane? Are you insane? We did.
Bro,
are you kidding?
Bro, we need to admit some stuff though.
No. Listen, take that useless colonial mentality that Islam has given you. Africans are not stupid and dumb, okay? We were actually listen. There was a time in the past, they don't tell you that history because your brain has been brainwashed. When the whole world used to come to us to come and learn. Listen again. There was a time in the world when the whole world used to come to us for learning. We were a people whose skin, we did not need air conditioning. Our land was the most blessed one in the world. We developed better technology. While they were living in Europe in the cold and the ice, every season they have to go hunting because it's cold. We were busily walking around in Africa, living and enjoying the beautiful sunlight, and the sun is not our natural enemy. So until we began to integrate and traders were found among us, and technology improved, and we did not keep up with the improvement in technology, that is when we lost our contribution and dominance. There is a reason why no matter where you go in the world today, listen, bro, there's a reason why no matter where you go in the world today, until people know you, they just hate you because you're black. It's almost genetic. Because in the past, our kings and queens were not necessarily the nicest people. Our armies were indestructible. When war was about physical strength, there was nobody that could conquer Africa. When war was about physical strength. When war became more technological. And obviously, every empire falls. So no matter how big our empires were, they were bound to fall anyways. That's just the cycle of life. And when your empires fall, external sources can exploit that. Kind of like what's happening to the Western Empire right now. China is exploiting the decline of the American empire to make itself great. Most of the technologies that China has is by, Chinese blueprints. The look and the copy. And then they use modern technology to make themselves better. And we are also about to experience that all over again. We're about to rise now. Because Africa, where it is today, we are about to build Africa with the best, most improved technologies that's available to humanity. Most places in Africa, we don't have good roads. But when we actually get to where we can build those roads, we'll build them with the best materials. Right now in America, one of their biggest problems is that they already have old roads. And all those old roads are made up of old material. They have to break down the infrastructure to modernize it. So by naturally, the United States has been the greatest nation on earth. Then China is picking up. In the next 200 years, if Africans remain true to themselves, and stop kissing the ass of the Arab and the European, we would rise up too.
The problem with Africa is African people, man.
No, yes, the problem with Africa is African people like you.
No. I'm speaking the truth, bro. I'm speaking the truth because colonization has a good side, bro. Because without colonization, we would have been living on the trees over there, bro. That is the truth. That is a true fact over there. Because when they came to Africa, we were still living on the bush over there. True.
Who told you that?
I understand that the way the proceed was wrong.
Who told you that?
The way the European proceed
brother,
was so
brother,
wrong.
brother.
The way the proceed, the slavery was wrong.
Brother, who told you that?
No, slavery was wrong. I'm absolutely wrong.
Brother, that's not what I'm asking you. Listen carefully. Who told you that before the Europeans came, we were living in trees? Who told you that before the Europeans came, we were living in trees?
We were living in the trees.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Hold up. I'm gonna ask you. Do you know the history of the kingdom of Bakongo?
You see, we don't want to accept the truth, bro. This is the
truth.
Bro,
calm your brain down. I'm gonna ask you a series of questions. Do you know the history of the kingdom of Bakongo?
I know, yeah.
Tell me the history of the kingdom of Bakongo.
Bakongo is it the one that... No, maybe no, I don't know that one. Because I confused that with the...
Do you know the history of the Bantus? Do you know what a Bantu is? Do you know what a Bantu is?
They had their own civilization. I understand. Africa had their own civilization at that time.
Brother, relax. Brother, relax. Do you know of the Bantus?
I hear about them. I don't know everything detailed.
Bro, how did we manage to build the pyramids and live on trees?
That was in Egypt. I was about to come to that. Egypt was one of the only civilized, like truly civilized country in Africa at that time. I'm not saying that we didn't have our civilization, right? We had it. But what happened is we were still...
Brother, please stop talking. Because at this point, I feel the responsibility to educate you a little bit. Let me give you a little bit of education, okay? Bro, calm your brain down and listen.
I'm not even speaking. I'm listening to you.
You see all the Africans that live from the coast of Mali all the way down across Burkina Faso, the south of Burkina Faso, Chad, and Sudan, all the way to Ethiopia. You see all that region. Actually, you see all of sub-Saharan Africa, right?
Yeah.
In most recent time, like after the original empire of the Bantus fell, at the time when technology was almost at the same level that it is today, be it as it may, it took a different shape and form. Back in the old times, when people talk about places like Atlantis and shit like that, that's when the Bantus had their highest empire. Some people suspect that the place that we call the Sahara Desert today is actually the location of Atlantis. And we don't really know how it got to where it is today, though. You know, all desert. And we don't know why desertification keeps spreading south. There's many conspiracy theories to that, but that's besides the point. But south of the Congo was a forest where human beings did not live. The only group of humans who used to live in the thick jungle, in the thick jungle, other than the Bantus, when they built their empire over there, which is now under the grass, were the Pygmies. The Pygmies are the true Bushmen. Okay? You and I, as I'm speaking to you right now, our ancestors used to live where they call Egypt, all the way to Lebanon, all the way towards Persia. That's where our ancestors used to live 5,000 years ago. We didn't used to live in West Africa. In fact, our migration, listen, our migration to the south began around the period when the Babylonian empires and the Persian empires started to rise. And you know how it is in Africa. When war starts, people put their baggage on their head and they start traveling. They start walking. So what happened is that our people were slowly pushed down. That's why if you look at the demographics of Africa, the more you go to the north, the more light-skinned they become. The more you go to the south, the more... Because we were actually pushed down. We were pushed down. And had it not been for the desert, which is a natural barrier, we would have been pushed down all the way off the continent. Now, let me continue talking. So, anyways, around the time that Rome was formed, do you know the history of Rome? Do you have an idea? Do you have a vague idea of the history of Rome?
I know. I mean, but I want to let you speak because if I start speaking, you're gonna start breaking me. I want to listen.
Sure. But I want to confirm that we're on the same page on this because it's not about right and wrong. This is just basic understanding. Okay. Do you know the history of Rome?
Yeah.
Okay, you remember that before Rome actually became a true empire, it used to compete with an empire that used to be in North Africa called Carthage, right?
I don't know that. Go ahead.
Yes, there was an
Please.
empire in the north of Africa called Carthaginians, the Carthaginians, in the place where they call Tunisia today. There was a great general over there. His name was Hannibal. Do you know who Hannibal is?
Go ahead, my brother.
Hannibal was a black man, Bantu, looked just like you and I. Okay, Hannibal almost made Rome to not have existed the way we know it today. When Rome first started to grow in power, there was an empire on the north of Africa that used to also control the Mediterranean Sea. In fact, they controlled the Mediterranean Sea all the way up into Europe. They had stations and soldiers everywhere. They were controlling the trade. So for Rome to rise to power, Rome had to gain control of maritime space. So they had to control the water. They started making war with Carthage. When the big war against Carthage, against Rome was launched, there was a time when Hannibal took thousands of men, hundreds of elephants. They went through Morocco. They crossed through Portugal. They entered Europe. They crossed the mountain. He lost half of his army crossing those mountains. When they arrived at Rome, they were less than 100 miles away from Rome. They waged a war against Rome and they defeated Rome at the gates of Rome. That's when the Romans pulled one move that literally made them who they are today. The Romans are like, wow, these people took their entire army and came to our continent. That means that their homeland is not protected. So the Romans took part of their army and sent it across the Mediterranean to go and attack the homeland of the Carthaginians. So while the Carthaginians defeated the Romans at home, they literally were one day away from walking into the city of Rome, taking it all over, and then what we know as the Roman Empire today would have been completely different. Because they went back and attacked the motherland in North Africa, Hannibal had to take his army and go back. But by the time he got back, the Romans already fucked it up. They had another second war, and Hannibal lost that war. The remnants of the black people that were up there, when Rome took control of North Africa, they started traveling south. That is when we started coming. And think about it. Many of them came around Ghana, around Senegal. And they continued to make great empires there as well. But that's when they started being pushed down. And then eventually, the Persians, the Arabs, and all those other groups, they came over there and they fought so many wars over time. And a little bit of few black people that were there, they either got mixed in or they got pushed completely back down because that was the only safe place. The Malians, that's why you see Mansa Musa. You know of Mansa Musa, right? You would know because you're Muslim. Yes. You know that when Mansa Musa inherited the throne, there was already an empire from his father. You know there was already an empire.
I know.
That empire, what they were trying to do before Islam, is because of Islam that they didn't do what they wanted to do. They wanted to take back North Africa, and they wanted to take it all the way back to the Egypt, the land that we call Palestine. They wanted to take all of it. But when those people converted to Islam, that pilgrimage that Mansa Musa took from Mali to Mecca, he was actually trying to see the land. He was trying to see if he could take it. It was reverse psychology. But the best way for him to do it was to be a fervent Muslim. When he saw the land, it was not worth it economically. It was not worth it economically. He wasn't a pure Muslim the way you guys Muslims like to make him to be today. No. He was an African imperialist. Because they knew the history. In their generation, they still knew the history. They still knew that was the land of our ancestors. They still knew that we didn't live down south. The only thing that kept us down south is that when we came down south, we found natural resources there. That's why Ghana is called the Gold Coast. There was so much gold. So much gold. They say when Mansa Musa went to Mecca, he was disrupting the entire economy of the north. When the white man came to Nigeria, Nigerian children used to play with bronze. There was so much bronze. That's why in Nigeria they make bronze statues for our kings.
Africa is not. If Africa was so powerful and was so rich, like you're saying, right? Why we are at this position right now?
Because
listen.
Listen. All empires fall. There's economic reasons why empires fall. There's political reasons why empire fall. You understand, bro? In fact, let us come to recent time. Let's come to modern time. You would probably also know this. Do you know of the Berlin Conference in 1884? Otto von Bismarck.
Yeah, go ahead.
Non, tu connais la conférence de Berlin, n'est-ce pas?
Je connais la conférence de Berlin, oui.
Ok.
La conférence de Berlin?
Avant la conférence de Berlin, est-ce qu'on avait à coloniser l'Afrique?
Non.
Okay, so before the Berlin Conference, 1884, bro, 1884, that's literally what? Almost 120, 30 years ago. Africa had not yet been colonized. You see, when people think of slavery, they think that slavery and colonization is the same thing. No, slavery was already happening for hundreds of years before colonization. That's why it was called the slave trade. There were some among us that were just selling people, even though in the beginning it wasn't like that. Our kingdoms were still in place. We had the technology, we had guns, we had everything. It's just that we were not improving it at the same rate as the Europeans because the Europeans were fighting too many wars. So they always had a need to keep improving their technology. The Americans had just fought the American Revolution. The Americans had just fought the American Civil War. The French Revolution had just happened. They had a need to develop the technology. So much that in 1884, the Europeans and all the major countries of the world realized that they're running out of resources. Africa has resources. But trade with Africa is not working the way it used to work before. They're starting to become really arrogant. So they just asked themselves, what if we just wage an all-out war and just take the land? So they gathered in Berlin. There were 15 countries in Berlin, including the United States, including Russia, including China. When the conference was over, the goal of that conference was we will invade Africa, we will defeat their armies, and we will take the land, we will teach them our languages, and we'll give them our gods, and we will make them our subjects. The United States said they don't want any part of it. China said they didn't want any part of it. Russia said they did not want any part of it. That is when the famous European countries that we know, Germany, France, Belgium, England, Spain, Portugal, they all decided to wage war. They divided the continent, comme le pizza, like a pizza. France took part of West Africa. Germany took a little bit of a piece of it. You know, England took, and Italy took piece of it. In fact, most people say Ethiopia wasn't colonized because Ethiopia was the part of Africa that was given to Italy to conquer. But when the Italians went over there, they got fucked up. Everybody knows that history. True or false?
Yeah, right.
So if we didn't have technology and if we didn't know the value of our resources, how did the Ethiopian armies? Hold up, I'll let you speak. Hold up. How did the Ethiopian armies defeat the Italians multiple times? Even though they eventually got in there, but they didn't get there in the same capacity as they did to West African countries. Now, Germany eventually ended up having most of the land of Africa. Germany had so much of the land of Africa because though Germany also came
because of the World War. I don't know all of that.
No. That's before the World War. This is the time.
But they lost all those colonies because they lost the World War.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get there. I'm taking you. We're still in 1884. Remember, 1884. This is Otto von Bismarck, the Chancellor of Germany. I think at that time, together with Otto von Bismarck. Yeah, I don't know if it was Belgium or Germany. I'm having a brain fart right now, but it was both Belgium and Germany that were the initiators of that conference. Okay. Anyways, Germany ended up having a big chunk of Africa. That is why even Cameroon that I'm from, we were actually colonized by the Germans. There was a German man, his name was Dr. Zingraf. He came and he planted the German flag and then he claimed the land of Cameroon and they started doing. But the Germans had a strategy that worked better than all the other European countries. That's how they ended up getting most of the African continent. The Germans tried to do a level of trading and economic development. They were not as vicious as the French and as the English, as the Spanish. So the African people, when they lost to them, they were more receptive. Because of that, the other European countries did not like Germany. On top of the other problems that Germany was already having in Europe, Germany was very powerful. That eventually led them down World War I. World War I was a war for resources. The fact that Germany lost all its colonies after World War I wasn't a mistake. That's one of the major things they were fighting for anyways. So when Germany lost that first war, guess what? France and England, they jumped in there and took all of Germany's territory, including Cameroon. But when they got to Cameroon, they had a problem. The French were coming from the east, Central Africa, Sudan, the Congo. The English were coming from the west, Nigeria, Ghana. They met at that point in Cameroon to where they could not agree. So they divided the country into half. That is why till today, Cameroon, we speak both French and English. That history shows you that Contrary to the misconception that Africa was colonized, 500 years ago, that's not true. Colonization only had a 60-year window. In the 1960s, our ancestors from the 1960s, they started fighting for independence. But they were not fighting for the independence of individual countries. Did you know that?
Yeah, no.
They were fighting for the independence of the continent. The intention was to replicate what the US did in North America and create a nation known as the United States of Africa. At that time, after World War II, there was only one country in the world that saw that as a problem, because that country in the world was the top country in the world. If another United States emerged that had an entire continent, it had a 100% ocean surrounding it, with the level of resources and the availability of modern technology, there was only one other country in the world that saw a problem. So that one country, they sent their secret services and they assassinated all our revolutionary leaders who were promoting the idea of a United States of Africa, and they only allowed the ones who were fighting for the revolution and the independence of individual countries.
Has been killed by African people.
Huh?
African people kill all those leaders.
Bro,
you agree with me, right?
The best way for me to take out my enemy is to convince my enemy's brother to do the work for me.
So you admit, so you agree that African people?
Of course. The CIA would not have been able to do what it did without being able to buy some people.
So now you see, that's the reason why I'm telling you that number one, African people was the reason why we are behind. And number two, if we African people were so developed, if they were so advanced, like you said, man, we wouldn't be at this position right now, my brother. We wouldn't even be at this position.
Brother, you can say the same thing. Listen, relax. The way you're making it sound to me is so embarrassing, bro, because it seems like you didn't listen to anything I said to you. I said to you that there were empires and those empires fell. And when empires fall, external kingdoms can exploit them. We went from a position of greatness to a position of weakness. We are just now regaining our strength. Let me tell you something. That guy, Ibrahim Traore, that's your Muslim brother. Is he not?
This guy, this guy is playing all of you guys right there. Ibrahim Traore is playing everyone. Because you don't use Ibrahim Traore as an example.
Tell me, what exactly, okay, how is Ibrahim Traore playing us?
Because number one, he's been saying he came by a coup. He promised to organize election in like 3 or whatever. He said 3 years. But how many years he's been there right now? First, he was like, say, okay, 9 months. Then from 9 months, he went back to 2, 3, 4. And now he's been there for almost 4 years now. And he will never leave power. That's number one.
Listen to me.
Using the fact, the fact that he knows that African people are really mad to the European.
Bro. And I don't know what's wrong with you, bro, but I would just blame it on lack of education, okay? Let me tell you what. Hold up.
I do not agree with you that it's the lack of There's
a good reason why you don't agree with me, and that reason is a lack of education, because the information I'm giving is open information. I'm not arguing. It's not my personal opinion, okay? Check this out, bro. What the most important thing that Africans appreciate about Ibrahim Traore is the fact that he stands up against colonial influence.
He's playing you. He's using that as an excuse to stay in power. But guess what? In the years to come, you guys will see the truth.
Brother, keep quiet and listen. Let me educate you again. Okay.
Go ahead.
Ibrahim Traore doesn't need to organize elections anytime soon.
Why?
I'm going to show you. And this is something that the United States of America and those who are in power, they kind of figured it out already. China and Russia have already figured it out. When you do elections where someone is in power for only 5 years, that's not enough time. What you need is you don't need election to have limits. You need a good leader. A leader that's willing to die for his country and put his country first and to die for the interests of their people. That's why Vladimir Putin, do you know how long Vladimir Putin has been ruling Russia? Between being president and prime minister. When George Bush the first was president, he was negotiating with Vladimir Putin. You know, Xi Jinping Xi Jinping is now in office, and I'm pretty sure that they gave him like a
Ibrahim
lifetime.
Traore is the
But
enemy of
bro,
Africa,
relax,
He's the
relax.
worst president that Africa will ever known. You will see.
Brother,
But
relax.
go ahead.
Relax. The idea of democracy doesn't mean that we have to keep switching leaders every year. It just means that if we find a good leader, we keep that good leader for as long as possible. Ibrahim Traore is a young man, about your age and my age. I'm 31 years old. And he's like, what, 34? I think he might have just turned 35. He really thinks with our modern mentality. When he looks at what was done to our ancestors, it doesn't sit well with him. And just like there's passion burning through me that I'm talking with my mouth, he was a soldier, and he is definitely supported by a bunch of young people. We don't want to see that. Now, what we need to do, the first thing we need to do is remove the apparatus that the colonizer has put in our land that allows them to always have free entry into our land. Because we cannot just go to their land the way they come to our land. No. We need to gain our dominance over our territory first. Then, maybe we'll say, Ibrahim, you have done a good job. Now you go and rest. If Ibrahim gives us trouble, we can remove him too. You know what I'm saying? And then, once we come together, we organize fair elections, if at all we can. But I don't also think that democracy, the way it's done in the European world, works for us Africans, because we're very tribal people. I think that Africa should be divided into tribes rather than states. So what we need is a United Tribes of Africa, where rather than
Then
having
we're gonna
different...
have civil war there, man.
Say that again?
Then we're gonna have to have civil war. If
No.
you wanna divide Africa into tribes, that will actually will lead to more civil war, my brother.
Listen. Again, you need to understand how representative type governments work. Okay, what we need a United Tribes of Africa. What does United Tribes of Africa means? That means every tribe contributes a certain amount of soldiers into a federal army. Every tribe has sovereignty over its own territory. So the chief of the tribe is the most powerful person in that region, rather than putting a governor. The chief of that tribe has a representative from that tribe that goes to parliament. That's what I'm saying about. That's what I'm talking about. So that way, we maintain our diversity, but we also develop a new sense of unity. But that is only possible if we understand that our survival depends on each other. Though we're going to have little quarrels here and there, but it will not be something we cannot fix. Because look at Europe, Ukraine, Russia, right? They have democracies, they have advanced technologies, but they're still fighting. So yes, we're going to have reasons to fight, but we're still going to be in the position to make progress. And people like Ibrahim Traore are the second wave of revolutionaries. It was people like him that the CIA was assassinating 60 years ago. Okay? Because guess what? Do you know how many assassination attempts have been made against his life by French operatives and their allies among our people? If Ibrahim Traore was corrupt and sold out, why would they try to assassinate him?
Thief, my brother. He's a big thief. He came to fill his pocket of money, my brother. You will say. You guys don't understand, but Burkina Faso is a country which is known by coup. All the presidents that came to Burkina Faso came by coup. If you know the history of Burkina Faso, they all came by coup, from Thomas Sankara to what's the name of this guy again?
Do you know why a coup is necessary when the leadership is not doing their work? So yes, if Ibrahim Traore fails, he too will be removed by a coup. But right now, he has put Burkina Faso in a better position than Burkina Faso was there before. And he has reinstated new negotiation with Western countries from a position of more power and autonomy. You saw the way the President Zelensky went into the White House, and you saw how Trump was talking to him like a little boy. Okay? It is that type of disrespect that makes us, we need powerful leaders. We need leaders that are not afraid to die. And we need them to be surrounded by people who can take their place if necessary, who are also ready to die. What we don't need is an Arab sellout and a Christian sellout. People who think the world is going to end and they don't care about our land. You don't care about our descendants. Every time there's a solution, you don't look at the positive, you only look at the negative. No one is saying that we don't have problems in Africa. We have problems in Africa. But I'm telling you that the biggest problem we have in Africa is religion. That's why you know one important thing that Ibrahim Traore has done. Even as a Muslim, he did not even leave his religion. But he said that I don't want any mosque in my country, because he understands that Allah doesn't belong to the Arabs, and I don't have to worship Allah the way the Arabs worship. So there are some things that is really more of Arab culture than it has anything to do with Allah. And guess what he did? The Prince of Saudi Arabia proposed that he should allow him to build some mosque in his country. He said, no, I don't need that. Give me money for me to develop it economically. Those are the types of leadership that we need.
I don't think it's true. I hear about it, but I don't think it's true.
Why are you gonna think that it's true when you're in love with Muhammad?
With Muhammad.
Yeah. Let me tell you something, bro. As an African man, listen, let me tell you my problem with Islam, okay? This is my problem with Islam. I don't think that there's anything really wrong with Islam per se. I just think that it doesn't belong to Africans. I think that it's the Arab man's religion. You know, it's like you come to tell me.
Religion doesn't belong to one place. Religion belongs to humanity. Islam is for humanity,
brother,
for the whole
if
humanity.
religion belongs to humanity, why are you not a Christian?
Huh?
If religion belongs to humanity, why are you not a Christian?
Because I don't believe that Christian is the truth.
Okay, I don't believe that Islam is the truth.
I believe that Islam. No, you're free. That's your right. You're free
And guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what?
You know what I mean?
Guess what?
So,
not only do I not believe that Islam is the truth, I don't think that Islam is good for my African people.
That's your belief. That's your
No,
belief.
that's a fact. Listen.
So you're free.
Listen. Check this out. Now, who is the highest human being in Islam?
What do you mean the highest human being?
In Islam,
like the most respected?
Yes, who's the most respected human being?
The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Who is the most respected? Who is the most respected black man of all times?
Who is the most respected black man of all time?
Yeah, who's the most respected African of all time? You don't know. You don't know. You will never know because you are somebody's slave.
Because
you understand?
I don't want to compare my prophet. No, listen, I don't want to compare my prophet to any.
He's not your prophet.
Any individual person.
Listen to me. Muhammad is not your prophet. Listen to me, bro. Muhammad is not your prophet. Muhammad is your colonizer, bro. You don't know that. That's why it's so sad.
No, that's your belief. Yeah,
no, that's a fact.
Whatever you want.
No, that's a fact.
You believe whatever you
that's
want.
A fact. Muhammad is your colonizer, not your prophet. He didn't prophesy anything good for you.
Upon him. With a little respect, please be upon him.
Oh, show respect to my ancestors, right? And telling me that my ancestors need to follow the religion of the Arabs.
Because you worship your ancestors. That's the thing.
You know what worship means? Yes. I don't mind worshiping my ancestors because without them, I wouldn't be here.
Oh, so your ancestors are your God?
No, you don't have to worship. Just because you worship someone doesn't mean they're God. Worship just means love and respect. That's what worship means.
No. I'm sorry. You worship your ancestor because you believe that your ancestor can provide you what you want. That's the reason why you worship your ancestor,
just dumb,
right?
You're just dumb. No,
I'm not dumb.
Worship means love and respect. Because our ancestors are the human beings who existed and gave birth to us. That's the reason why we love and respect them. That's why we worship them. It's not because of anything they can do. They are dead.
Them just like that. You don't.
Yes, our ancestors are already dead. They can't do shit from the grave.
So you don't ask anything to your ancestor?
Why am I going to ask something from a dead man?
Okay. So you just worship them. Okay.
Duh, the same way that the American people, they put their founding fathers, the same way that Muhammad is dead, but you're still calling his name every day. Do you worship Muhammad?
I don't worship Muhammad. I worship God. I don't worship Muhammad.
Exactly. What I'm saying to you is that
the most human being.
Listen, I can never put a human being to be the most respected human being to me who is not an African person. Because I don't think that I can respect anybody more than the person.
You don't think that's racism, man?
No.
That's type of racism.
No. Listen to me.
Because we're all human anyway.
Listen to me. I don't think that I can respect somebody more than the person who gave birth to me. How's that normal? How can you respect any human being more than your own mother? How is it normal? How does it make psychological sense in your brain? Just in terms of, especially someone you don't know. How can you...
My mother has more respect for the prophet than me. She has more respect for the prophet.
If your mother has more respect for the prophet because she was also colonized.
Of course, yes.
She was also colonized.
My mother and my ancestors.
So you have inherited the disease from your ancestors, from your parents.
No, I didn't inherit it. If Islam was not the truth, let me tell you something. I went to Christian schools. Most of my school was Christian school, right? From the middle school to high school, right? So if Islam was not the truth, I would have changed my religion a long time ago.
Islam is not the truth, and you can't change your religion because you are emotionally attached to your colonizer.
No, No, I'm attached to my religion because
No,
it's the
you are
truth.
attached to your colonizer. That's why you don't investigate your religion the same way you investigate other religions. Tell me, let me
Guess
ask you a
what?
question. Let
I
me
think
ask you
I
a
also
question.
believe that the
Let me
colonizer,
ask you a
my
question.
colonizer also brought me something
No,
right too,
no,
something
no. Let me
good.
ask you a question. What is the reason why you think Christianity is not the truth?
Why I think Christianity is not the truth? Because I believe that Jesus is a prophet. Jesus is not God.
That's the only reason why you think that Christianity is the truth?
No, it's not the truth because Jesus is a prophet and not God.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
The God that you believe in, Allah, does he have the power to do anything?
Okay, of course. He has a power to create. He has a power to give life, and he has a
Yeah,
power
yeah,
to
yeah,
give
yeah. I
death.
just asked you. The answer is yes or no. Does your Allah have the
Yeah.
power to do anything?
Yes, he does.
Does your Allah have the power to decide that, you know what? I made these human beings. Let me get a human body and go out there and experience what life, existence from the perspective of my creation. Can your Allah do that? Does he have that power?
Can you repeat that again? Repeat that again?
Does your Allah have the power to say to himself, I really love my creation. You know what? I'm going to get myself a human body and I'm going to go into the human world and experience life the way my creation experienced life. Can your Allah do that?
He can do, but he won't do it because he's too big for
Don't
that.
tell me what he can do. You're not Allah. Don't tell me what he can do or cannot do.
Because
Unless
he's
you're
way
God,
too big.
unless you're
God
God, you don't tell me what
put
God
himself
can
in
do
a
or God
human
cannot
body.
do. The moment you start telling me what God can do or God cannot do, that means that you have imagined that God in your head. You're the one who decides. So answer me the question. I'm simply asking you if he has the ability to do it.
Yes, he has the ability to do it. Okay,
Then there is
go
a
ahead.
possibility that Jesus is God if you already believe in the Abrahamic God, because there is nothing that Allah has to lose if Allah decides to come and experience his creation and you are just not smart enough to figure it out like the Christian.
No, because God cannot put himself in a human being. That's
Oh,
putting
so
himself
hold on,
so
hold on.
low.
When you say God
That's
cannot put
putting
himself
himself
as
so
a human
low.
being, you're saying that God doesn't have the power to do it.
No, I do not say that. God can
Okay,
do it,
if
but he
God
won't
had,
do it.
bro, can God do whatever he wants without asking your permission?
Of course, because he's
So if
God.
God decided to become a human being like the Christians say, you think he needs your permission? You think he needs the permission of your book? You think the Quran has everything that God does inside of it? You think it's the Quran that decides what God can do and what God cannot do? If you think that God is all powerful,
God can never been born. Okay, God has
listen,
not been. God
again,
cannot be. He
listen
never
to
give
me, listen
birth.
to me, listen to me. What I'm trying to show you is that the reason why you think Christianity is not the truth, it's a dumb reason, because that's the same reason why you believe in Islam. Let me give you an
That's my
example.
opinion. The same reason why you don't believe in God. That's the same reason why I will tell you that
Listen.
Christianity is something
It's
good.
your opinion, and your opinion is illogical, because if you really were a true believer who believe in Allah as God, you should also believe that Allah can take the form of a man and come and do miracles and resurrect after 3 days and go back to his throne. Allah can do that. In fact, if Allah cannot do that, then maybe Allah is a weak ass motherfucker. You know, I don't see Allah losing anything. If Allah just decides that, you know what, I really made this awesome creation and I gave them a test. Let me go and see how they're doing it from their perspective. And let me spend some time with them from their perspective, because I'm always over here sitting on the throne and the throne is boring as fuck anyways. You know, Allah can do that. To be honest, I don't see a logical reason why Allah, who has all power, who doesn't need permission, would not be able to take on a human body. I mean, shit, you already believe that Jesus was born of a virgin. You're a Muslim. You believe that Jesus was born of a virgin, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah, so Allah made himself a special body, you know, and he came to the nation of Israel.
God is too big for that to come from a human being.
Listen,
Nobody can give birth to God.
listen.
That's my thing.
Listen.
No one can
That
give
is
birth
why.
to God.
Listen. It's so ironic sometimes when I have to defend Christianity, because sometimes when I speak to Christians, I have to defend Islam. I don't know what's wrong with you guys' brain. You cannot understand each other when you guys already believe. It's just a problem to me. You know, it's like, why do you guys do this to me? Why do I have now to speak to you as if I was a Christian? Just to help you understand. Do you even know why Christians say that Jesus came and how Christians say that Jesus is God? Christians don't claim that the body of Jesus in the flesh is God. That's not what they claim. They claim that the spirit that's inside of Jesus is the Spirit of God.
Trinity.
Brother, listen again. Listen again.
Yeah, go ahead.
What Christians claim is that the spirit, not just Christian, what the narrative of the Bible, to the best that it can really communicate, claims that the spirit, so the mind, Jesus was a human being who had the brain that works the way God works, the way God's brain works. So he knows everything that God knows because he is literally God. So God made an avatar for himself. Or let's say God made a clone for himself.
So you
That's
believe in
really
God? Yeah, I can see you talking about God right now, bro. It seems like you're getting close, man. That's a good
Nah,
thing.
bro, you're a dumbass if you think that me trying to play this role means I believe. I'm telling you that because of your lack of understanding, I have to talk to you as if I was a Christian to help you understand that you being a Muslim
because because I don't agree with you that you think I have a lack of understanding, my
brother, listen
I was
carefully.
agreeing with you right now. Everything
Listen,
has a flow.
listen. There's no reason for you to disagree with me because what I'm saying is true and I can defend it from any position. The reason why you keep saying that's my opinion is because your reason why you believe is really just your feelings. It's sentimental. It's not based on critical thinking. As a critical thinker, there is no critical or reasonable excuse why you shouldn't believe that Jesus is God if you already believe that he's a prophet. If you already believe that he did all those miracles, including the miracle of being able to
Do you believe
resurrect.
that Jesus died on the cross?
Listen, let me tell you. I'm gonna just tell you this before I let you go. Okay?
How come God can let him kill by? How come God can die and the person that killed God is his own creation?
Yeah, because that is why God came. God came to have the whole experience. If he's gonna have the whole experience, how is he gonna have the whole experience without experiencing death? So the body that he made for himself, that body also would have needed to die for him to be like, oh, so this is what it's like. This is what my creation is going through. That is why Christians say in their book that he went through everything we went through and experienced life the way we lived to give us an example, right? So from that perspective of a Christian, if a Christian was arguing with a Muslim, that would be a very solid argument. Now, if a Christian is arguing with me, I'll probably whoop their ass because I have a counter argument to that. But since you are not a non-believer, you are a believer, I can destroy your Islam using Christianity. I don't even need my non-belief to destroy your Islam. Let me tell you what Islam really is.
Funny, man.
No, listen, listen, bro.
I'm letting you speak because you don't even let me. Go ahead. I'm letting you speak because you don't even let me speak.
I can speak
You know what I mean?
however
So,
how much
go
I
ahead.
want on my show, bro. Let me tell you something about your Islam, okay? That Muslims don't like to admit. When Christianity started spreading,
you like to diminish people, bro. You like to speak to people like. But go ahead.
brother, do you feel diminished by anything I have said?
A lot. But go ahead.
I apologize, okay, bro. I think that in order for me to make my argument, I have to speak that way, but I'm not trying to demean your humanity. If my words do sound demeaning, can you please forgive me?
Yeah, go ahead, man. I mean,
All right. So check this out. This is what Islam is. When Christianity started spreading, because the Romans made it their national religion, the Arabs did not like that idea. But the only way to truly counter the Roman spread was to use the method that the Romans used. The Romans had already created the Bible, a canon, and they will use it to spread their ideas. And then once they spread their ideas, they will put in their armies, and they were really spreading from Constantinople. They were spreading all the way towards even Persia and shit like that. The Arabs didn't like that. So the Arabs decided to copy them because the Arabs are also Semitic people. They know, they have some understanding of the Christian religion. They also have some understanding of the Jewish religion. They decided to create their own version. And then they decided to do it the exact same way the Jews did it and the exact same way the Christians did it. When the Jews created their religion of Judaism, they made Moses, who was a Jewish man, the highest, most respected person. When the Europeans created Christianity using the religion of the Jews, they made a white man that they called Jesus, the most respected individual. So the Arabs decided to do the same thing. They created a religion using Christianity and Judaism, and then they made Muhammad the most respected individual. And then it took so many years to write a book that they thought that if we can write a book that is better than the Torah and the Bible, then we can be stronger than these people. They did it. And because they did it, they were able to make themselves strong. And they were able to unite their people. They started going around and conquering. But when they met the Roman armies, they end up fighting how many crusades? 7 crusades. You know of the crusades, right? Jihad, the holy war.
Yeah.
Because as long as they have the book and they control Jerusalem, They can be the ones that rule the world. That's why if you go to the Roman with his Christianity, he's going to tell you that, look, one day everybody in the world is going to be a Christian and Jesus is going to rule over them. Oh, Jesus is a character that they invented, because that guy that was over there in Jerusalem 2,000 years ago, his name wasn't Jesus. His name was Yeshua, supposedly. And if you translate Joshua to English, you get Joshua. You don't get Jesus. Jesus is a Greek name. That means son of Zeus. Son of Zeus. That's their religion. But they packaged it and call it Christianity. If that was your reason why you thought Christianity is false, I will agree with you. But you cannot think that Christianity...
There's many reasons. Even Christianity was born after Jesus. The word Christianity was born after Jesus Christ. Right? Jesus doesn't even know Christianity. The word Christian, Jesus doesn't even know that. Because that word was born after him. There's so many things the Christianity is wrong. I'll just give you one part of it. There's so many things that even in the whole holy books.
Do you think that the Christian God is also the Muslim God?
The Christians' God, of course, Allah.
You think that
Allah
is the same?
Allah is the God for the Christians too, but they don't believe on him. They don't believe in that. They think it's Jesus.
Hold up. Do you think it's the same God?
Yeah, it's Allah.
Okay, the only reason why you think that is because your colonizer told you. If you really look at the two religions, bro, relax.
Why? Why you wanna think for me?
Bro, because I'm telling you that you should just study. It's easy for me to study Islam and Christianity because I don't believe in them. So I don't have to take sides. I can just study it and let it be what it is. That's the advantage that I have over you. But you, because you're already a Muslim, if you find something that makes Islam seem less than Christianity, it will be hard for you to like it. Bro, there's a reason why the symbol of Christianity is symbolized by the sun god, and Islam is the moon god. If you track those two gods historically, you end up in Babylon. One was considered a good guy and the other one was considered the devil. The one that was considered a good god was the sun god. The one that was considered the bad god was the moon god. That is why from the Christian perspective, your God that you call Allah is actually the devil.
Oh boy, my brother, I feel bad for you, man.
Listen to me, bro.
Really bad.
From the Christian perspective, the God that you believe in is actually the devil to them. And then from your perspective, the God that you believe in, the God they believe in is also the devil for you. Because based on Islam, because Allah cannot become a man, any man who claims to be God is from Shaitan. That is why if you go and study what Islam tells you would happen in the end times, it is the opposite of what Christians say will happen in the end times. Let me ask you, I don't know if you know.
They got a lot of similarities.
Yeah,
Antichrist, we believe also in Antichrist.
Okay, good. Do you know that the Antichrist from you as a Muslim, that is actually the Christian Messiah? So the one you are calling Antichrist as a Muslim, that is the one that Christians believe is the Christ. And the one that...
They call it Antichrist too.
No, listen, I'm going to show you. Okay. Are you more Shiite or are you Sunni?
I'm Muslim.
Do your doctrines and the hadiths and the school of studies that you accept, is it leaning towards Shiite way of thinking or Sunni ways of thinking?
I'm following whatever. I'm Muslim. Let's say
okay. Let's say you're Muslim. So tell me, what happens in the end time? Who comes first? Is it Dajjal?
What do you mean come first?
Is it Mahdi or is it Isa?
Dajjal is coming before Isa. Who's
Dajjal?
You know.
Who's Dajjal?
Dajjal is the Antichrist.
Okay. How will you know the followers of Dajjal?
Because he has the eyes to his forehead.
He has what?
You say, how do I know Dajjal?
Yeah.
Did you see the dollar bill?
Yeah.
The dollar bill. If you look at the dollar bill, there's a triangle with the eyes in the middle of it. That's how we're going to see the forehead of the Dajjal.
The all-seeing eye. Okay, so when the Mahdi comes, how will you know the Mahdi?
What do you mean Mahdi? You mean
Mahdi?
You mean like Isa? Nabila Isa?
Not Isa, but Isa does not come by himself. He comes with the Mahdi, who is the last Imam.
The last Imam? I don't know that. Let me know.
That's why I was asking you if you lean towards the Shiites and the Sunnis, because when I was deconstructing from Christianity,
I don't believe on that Mahdi. I never hear about it. So all I know is
Yeah,
that
because
was only
exactly. Because even among you Muslims, you're confused. That's why some of you,
no.
bro. If I could bring up another Muslim here
Okay, go ahead.
who is Shiite, they will tell you about Mahdi. You don't know who Mahdi is?
Tell me who Mahdi is.
So according to that school of study, or that sect of Islam, which is, I think, is more Shiite, not Sunni, there's going to be 12 imams that come after Muhammad. And the last imam will be the last imam that will be ruling over he will be the, how do I put it?
You mean 12 imam? You know what imam means?
There will be 12 major imams. Let me put it that way. Ones that can be caliphs.
Okay.
Do you understand?
All right.
So Muhammad technically was like an imam, a teacher, right? A prophet.
Okay.
The last imam will be the next closest human being to Muhammad. And it will be in his generation that the world is going to end. But he comes back to fight against Dajjal together with Isa. According to that school of study, Mahdi is going to mark all his true followers by putting a sign on their forehead and on their right hand. When the Christ, listen, that's how Mahdi will mark every true Muslim in the world by putting a sign on their forehead and a sign on their right hand. And then Isa would be responsible for convincing the Jews and the Christians that they were wrong. And then any one of them who convert, they will also receive a mark on their forehead and on their right hand. And everybody else who doesn't convert will be killed. Now, let me tell you from the Christian perspective. From the Christian perspective, the one that you call Dajjal is actually the Christ. He comes to make war against two people. One person is known as the false prophet, the one you call Isa, and the other person is known as the Antichrist, the beast, the one that you guys might call Mahdi. And he says that that beast, from the Christian perspective, that beast is going to mark every human being in the world with a mark on their forehead and their right hand, 666. When you study those two eschatologies from Islam and Christianity, they are opposite. That's why I was saying to you, the one that you are claiming is actually the Messiah, or is the true messenger of Allah. From the Christian perspective, that is the Antichrist. The one you are claiming is Dajjal. From the Christian perspective, that is the Savior.
No, but what?
That's why your two religions, bro, are destined to fight each other until one destroys the other one.
No, but we're not even gonna fight each other. God will do the fight. But why did they call him Antichrist? If they call him Messiah, why they call him Antichrist then? Because just look at the word Antichrist.
Bro, I can't hear you.
No, I said why they call him Antichrist.
What do they call who Antichrist?
Whatever you call Messiah or whatever. The one Messiah. Why they give him the name Antichrist? Because
Antichrist means he's the
Christ.
opposite of the Christ. Opposite of the Christ. And he tries to impersonate the Christ. So there will be someone who will come claiming to be Jesus, who is not really Jesus. But he will claim that he's Jesus. And that person to the Christians is the person that you guys call Isa. Because the Muslim Jesus is not the same as the Christian Jesus. The Muslim Jesus did not die on the cross. So any Jesus who comes and tells a Muslim that he died on the cross, the Muslim will not believe that Jesus. But any Jesus
there's no two Jesus though. There's only one Jesus.
Bro, you're not listening.
There's no Muslim Jesus. There's no Christian Jesus. I'm listening to you. There's no Muslim Jesus and there's no Christian Jesus. There's
yes,
only
there
one
is.
Jesus. So there's one liar. There's one truth right there.
Listen,
somebody's lying and somebody's telling the truth.
The only one that could be lying, if at all somebody's lying, is the Muslim, because you guys came 600 years after Christians were already there, and after so many people already believed that Jesus died.
But do you agree that it's the fastest growing religion right now, right?
Nobody cares how fast it is growing. It's because you're fucking. Listen. The only reason why you guys are growing more is because you're fucking more, and you guys have polygamy.
No, because it's the truth, bro. It is the truth, because he said that it's the last religion, but we are more than those who were there before us.
How much more of you are there?
There's more than 2 billion Muslims around the world. But
And
before
there's about the same number of Christians.
okay, but the Christians start before us. They
Yeah.
start way before us, right?
Yeah. So
So
what?
just try to tell you that in about 20 years from now, we'll be more than them. So we're growing so fast.
Listen.
And guess
Listen.
what? By the end of the world, the entire world will be Muslim. I can guarantee you that, my brother.
Good for you. Hold on. You can guarantee. Do you know what a guarantee
Yeah,
is?
I guarantee that there will
Again,
be in a few before
let me tell you
your
something.
death.
Let me tell you
Before
something.
even your death, my brother.
Bro, the Islam that's going to be in this world 20 years from now will not even look like anything that it is today.
But
Because,
still,
listen,
you know,
listen.
There's going to be some bad Muslim though. Don't get me wrong. Don't,
Bro,
I don't disagree with that.
relax. Okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Unfortunately, the Christians have kind of already put you guys in a bad position. Especially when the rest of the world is involved. Because if any Muslim countries gets attacked and you want to fight back, everybody's just going to call you a terrorist. So all you can hope is that nobody ever...
That doesn't mean it's a wrong religion.
Brother, relax. All you can really hope is that nobody ever attacks you. That's what I'm saying to you. You see what's being done? You see what's being done in the Middle East right now with Palestine, right?
Okay.
How long do you think it would take before those Muslim countries can't take that shit anymore?
This world it was predicted, man. That word right there was predicted.
Answer my question and stop dodging the question. How long do you think those Muslim countries are going to take that shit?
I don't know.
The next war that they fight, they're going to wipe the floor with those Muslim countries. Those Jews over there, they will win those wars. They'll win those wars. They will dominate those wars because you guys are far back in technology than they are.
But we're rich.
Rich with what?
We have the wealth.
And why don't you have the
God
weapons?
on our side.
And why
Even those countries are dying, even those people are dying. Remember, all this history is telling us, God people has always been victims, right? But at the end of the day, they are winner, right? If look at the Jewish back in with the Pharaoh in Egypt.
So hold on. Who's God's people? The Jews or the Muslims?
What do you mean who's God people?
You say God's people always win.
Let me give you. I know what you mean. Let me give you that answer. The Jewish back then, not the Jewish now. Okay,
bro. The
Jews that exist right now are not God people.
Bro, so where are the real Jews right now?
What do you mean the real Jews? The real Jews, believe me, you think you call those people in Israel Jewish? The real Jews, believe me, are spread all around the world.
So when are they going to win? Why are they spread all around the world?
There's only few Jews in Israel. The rest of them are white people. And I'm telling you.
Bro, listen to me. Because you guys have those fucked up beliefs anyways, you literally went and took somebody's religion. Now you claim that you are closer to their God than them. Okay? Who decides if you're Muslim?
God is for everyone.
Bro, answer my question. Who decides that you're Muslim?
Myself.
Who decides that a Jew is a Jew?
I don't understand your question, actually.
Bro, if you can decide to be Muslim and those people over there decide that they are Jews and that they are the descendants of Abraham.
I decided to be Muslim with God guidance. You know?
That's your claim, right? That's your claim, right?
Guidance.
That's your claim, right?
Yeah.
Netanyahu is taking Palestine with God's guidance. And he's going to take Syria, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and the rest.
Guidance. It's not with God guidance. It's with the evil guidance. Because killing babies is not with God guidance. And what Hamas did is not also with God's guidance, right? No, because if you come to my house, I have the right to kill you, my brother.
Brother. What Hamas did they do it with God's guidance?
They was just defending themselves.
Bro, did Hamas go into Israel and kill all those innocent women and children. They could have gone and fought soldiers.
Oh, what Israel did to Hamas first?
Bro, I get it.
Israel
I
did
get it.
to
I
them?
get it. But if
That's the
Hamas wanted
question.
to fight, Hamas could have gone and fought against soldiers, not against people, children, college kids. So
Bro,
I'm asking
do
you, when Hamas decided to go and kill a bunch of college kids who are at a concert, were they doing
Israel
it with
was
the
the first one
guidance?
to bombard the kids. What
Bro,
about the hospitals?
bro, answer my freaking question. When Hamas decided to go and kill those innocent children and kids that were over there at the concert, who were not soldiers, were they doing it with the guidance of Allah?
It was a payback.
Were they
Because
doing
they
it
did the
with
same
the
thing to them
guidance
back
of
then.
Allah?
I said it was a payback.
Were they doing it with the guidance of Allah?
I said it was a payback.
That's not the question I asked you. When Hamas went and killed those innocent children, was it Allah who told them to go and do it?
It's not Allah who told them to go do it, but I'm
Okay.
saying it was a payback. It was not Allah who pushed them. Listen, it was not Allah who pushed them to tell them to go do it.
So
right?
let me get
But
it.
you see,
So let me get it. So when Hamas did that, that was payback. So now that those children that Hamas killed, they also have mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, friends. So what Israel came back and did to Palestine, that's also payback, right?
no, but Israel, listen, Israel could have also done the same way. But when you go, for example, if I
No,
if
stop
I
changing the
even
topic.
over-
Stop changing the topic. Stay on that one. So you're saying that Hamas went and killed those children as payback. Now those children's family, they're just supposed to let it go, right? That's what you're saying?
I'm not saying they're supposed to let it go.
Okay, so why are you going to go and attack the children of somebody that has
listen.
bigger... Bro,
If
just
I
listen.
kill 5 people,
Brother, listen.
you don't want to let me. You gotta let
Why
me
are
speak,
you
bro.
going to go and attack the children of somebody who has bigger guns and bombs than you? You expect them to just sit down there and be like, oh, Hamas came and
Okay.
killed 1,500 of our people. You know what? Yeah, we are on the wrong because we came to their land and took their land. So it was okay for them to come and kill our children. You think?
So
Nah, bro.
do you think that? Oh, okay. You're from Cameroon, right? So if the Cameroon if that was happening in Cameroon and you go see all Yaoundé disappear, they bombard Yaoundé from the east to the west, right? Are you gonna have the same speech right now? No.
Listen again.
It's not because
Listen, bro.
Palestine that you start speaking that
If
way.
Nigeria,
how many people was kidnapped that day?
if Nigeria,
let me develop my point, bro. How
bro,
many people was
you're
kidnapped
making a
that day?
useless point because you're not even getting my point, bro. If Nigeria comes and attacks Cameroon,
I don't agree with you,
bro,
man.
if Nigeria comes and attacks Cameroon, yeah, sure enough, I will want to go and do payback. But it's not going to be God that's telling me to go and do payback. If I have to go and do payback, it's emotional. It's my reason. So I will not put it on God.
To rise payback though. Eye for eye, teeth for teeth, bro.
Okay,
But
then
have
why
to
are
go
you
this-
complaining?
You have to be exactly the same way.
Listen. So you're saying that Israel came back, now they want to drive all the people out of Palestine. That's payback, right?
No, but the way the
No, bro. You see an eye for an eye. So what you're saying is that you support Israel driving away all the Palestinians out of Palestine, right?
Let me explain. You see, even eyes for eyes and teeth for teeth, there's a rule for it. There's a way of doing it. If I kill your brother, you kill my brother. That's it. But I cannot kill your brother and you go kill my whole family.
No.
That's not eye for eye,
Listen to
teeth for
me.
teeth.
Listen to me. If my friend comes and kills your brother, you don't come and kill me. Bro, listen, you're not getting it.
Oh boy.
If my friend comes and unalives your brother, just because I'm his friend doesn't mean you come and kill me or you come and kill my children. Because Hamas went and killed a bunch of random kids. They didn't kill the people who were bombing them. The people who are bombing them is the soldiers. Bro, listen, brother, listen.
They was having fun. There was no kids, bro.
Bro,
There was
listen
no
to me.
kids. Most of those people was not kids.
Brother,
There was adults. That's different.
brother,
Those people that they kill in Palestine was babies and women, bro.
brother. If you put your hand in the nest of a bee, let's say you see a nest of bees, and you just take a stone and you just hit one of them, what's going to happen?
Go ahead, bro.
Bro, if you see a hive of bees and you take a rock and you hit one of them, what's going to happen?
Bro, that's bees, man. Don't compare bees
Bro,
to
I'm
human
giving,
being, bro.
bro, answer the
Two
damn
different things.
question. What's going to
But those are
happen?
bees. You want to say that will all come at you. You see, that's what you want to say.
Brother, if you go to Israel and you kill one of their children, they have bigger guns, bigger bombs. They can decide to wipe you out. There's nothing you can do about it. That's what I'm saying to you. I think it was a little bit stupid.
Is that mean they're right? Is that mean they're right?
It's not a matter of right or wrong, because it's not right for Hamas to go and kill their children either. You think hold on. Let me ask you a question. You think it was right for Hamas to go and kill those people?
So you think it was
Bro,
right
answer my
for
question.
Israel?
Answer the damn question.
No.
Answer the damn question.
boy.
Do you think it was right for Hamas to go and kill those innocent?
All right, are you gonna answer my question after I answer that question?
Brother, answer the question and stop playing linguistic
No, are you going to
gymnastics.
answer mine after I
Answer
answer
the
yours?
question. Do you think
Are
it
you gonna
was
answer
right?
mine?
Yes or no?
I think it was right.
Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
You too.
That's how you form terrorist mentality. Nobody is right. Everybody is wrong in any war that involves killing people who are not the ones fighting with you. Okay? It doesn't matter what the excuse is. Israel is wrong for going to kill those innocent Palestinian children. Hamas was wrong for killing those innocent Israelite children. If you and I are fighting, we don't have to go and kill each other's children. You're both wrong. That is how you form terrorist mentality. The moment when you justify killing somebody else's child, but you think it's wrong if they do it to you. Hey! And you guys wonder why Islam produces terrorists. Not every Muslim is a terrorist, but Islam has the ability to produce terrorists. So most Muslims are probably not terrorists, but Islam does have the ability to produce them all. And it begins with one simple ideology. If you're a Muslim and you can't say that it was wrong for Hamas to go and kill children or innocent people who were not fighting them at that time, then something's wrong with you. Because the reason why we think that it was wrong for Israel to bomb Gaza is because there were innocent children there and women who were not fighting them. If Israel has a problem with Hamas, go and look for Hamas, but don't kill children. If Hamas has a problem with Israel, go and look for Israel. Don't kill children. I think it's a universal consensus that we kind of leave the children out of the bullshit. We leave the civilians out of the bullshit. It's called a war crime. Anybody, I don't care who you are, even if you're Jesus or you're Buddha, if you are killing children, there's no good excuse. That's our future as a human race. Next guest. Real mental illness. Now, I'm sorry, I don't have to be nice. I don't have to be nice. It's a little bit sick. What's up, Dr. Khan?
Yeah, I'm good.
Please go straight to your point. There's a lot of guests in line, so I'd like for you to precipitate your point.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I've been listening to you for the past 1 hour or so. Some of the points you raised are right, but some of the points I totally disagree with them. Let's just go straight to the topic. Your topic means that God does not exist, and I totally disagree with you on that. Reasons behind this is that God is a supreme being, and he has power to do everything. But one thing I keep on asking myself, that up to date, I couldn't get the right answer, was why did God allow Satan to still exist in the planet? Because he is the one that convinced a lot of people, that made a lot of people believe that there is no God. He is the one, because he's a very powerful being too. And he tries to let human beings believe that there is no God, that they are God themselves. And how did it start? It started from the Garden of Eden, when God created Adam and Eve.
Brother, you don't have to tell me
You
the
know,
whole fairy tale. I know the fairy tale. What I need for you to do is
good.
make your point, please.
Yeah, it's my point I'm making.
Yeah, but your point
I'm
is not
trying
you
to.
telling me everything about Christianity that I already know. Make an argument about why you think God is real, than to tell me the Bible says so. If all you're gonna do is give me Christianity, my good brother, you might as well just say the Bible says so. There's God, the Bible says so. So I was thinking that you're gonna make a reasonable argument for why God exists, other than just tell us what the Bible says. I know what the Bible says. So because of what the Bible says, what's your point, brother?
Now, my point here, as I'm just trying to say, is that there are some things that God allowed them to happen for a reason. For instance, you make a point that if God created human beings, why did he allow cancer to happen? Now, I want you to understand that there are some things that happen in this life that is not from God, it's from the devil. You know, before I said anything, I said that the only thing that I keep on asking myself, that why did God did not destroy Satan?
Have you ever considered this
Why?
answer? Have you ever considered this answer? Is it possible that God did not destroy Satan because God is Satan himself? He's just
No,
playing
no.
two roles. Think about it.
Now, now, now,
No.
the
Think
reason.
about it. Think about it.
Now,
In
let me
in
tell you
in in
the
every
reason is
version,
that.
of Christianity, Islam, and religion, God and Satan are always invisible. But it's very strange to me that you guys have never considered the possibility that maybe the reason why those two are hiding is because it's the same person. He just changes his clothes. When he wants to be Satan, he changes his clothes, comes as Satan. When he wants to be God, he changes his clothes and comes as God. And you, since you like to believe in invisible
That's not.
things, you can't tell the difference.
No, that's not the truth.
Okay, if that's not the truth, then
God.
I have a question for you.
No, can you
Why?
allow me to
No, no,
make
no,
a
no, no,
sentence?
no, no, brother, you're going at a really slow pace, but I think I get your point. So, if you don't think that there's a possibility that God could be Satan, why is God more evil than Satan?
No, God is not evil. God
Ah,
is
bro,
not evil.
tell me something that Satan has ever done that God did not do better than him.
I know what you now. I want you to understand
No,
that
brother, please answer my question
God.
now. Please, please, please. Tell me something that Satan has ever done that God did not do it worse than Satan. Let me put it that way. Just one thing that God did that Satan has ever done in your Bible. Is it killing? Is it stealing? Is it murdering? Tell me, is it lying? Anything that Satan does that is so terrible that God doesn't do worse. Just one thing, only one
God.
thing. And take your time. You can think very well. So you give us a very good answer.
No,
But just one
I
thing.
must not. God. God gave Himself to save the world, which I know Satan cannot do that.
Hold up. God gave himself to save the world from himself.
To save the whole. Yeah, I wanted to explain things to you. Could you just give me 2 minutes and listen to me? Let me back
Brother,
up this point.
if you're trying to
Now,
explain to me, brother, listen, I'm not necessarily ignorant of Christianity. So what I don't need you to explain to me Christian doctrine. I need for you to assume that I already understand and then just make straight your point. And then if I have a counter to your point, I can counter your point. If I sit down here just for you to tell me that Adam and Eve ate the fruit because Satan tempted them, and then God, through the line of Abraham, brought Jesus Christ to die for the sins of the world, and through him we gain salvation, I already know all of that. So despite all of that, what's your point?
Okay. In the Old Testament, do you know it got to a point where God regretted why he created human beings? Because the way of the heart. And if you look at in the Old Testament, it's all about war, killing. It's all about war. It's all about killing. You kill this person and take what belongs to him. And if you also remember in the Old Testament, God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. Why? Because of their wickedness. And there are a lot of evil things that happened. And when God gave that 10 commandments to Moses, a lot of people did not, even the Israelites that were given that 10 commandments, they refused to obey. So if you look at, God was very angry and he destroyed them. I know that's why I know that's where you're coming. That's the point you're looking at. But when it got to a point, God said that I created these people. Now let me see how I can make them closer to me. That was the reason why he decided to let himself to come to the war, stay with the people.
Brother, how many times
Said,
am I going to tell you that don't just
closer
repeat? Bro, you're
to
just
me.
repeating
Now you
Christian
see,
dogma. I already know that.
I'm trying to give you the point.
No,
The
you're
point
not
I'm
giving me the
trying to give.
point. No, you're not giving me the
It's
point,
the
bro.
point.
Come back another day, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Bro, everybody here already knows the story. What's the point? You say you're a doctor, you know? Hello, Leon. Hello, Leon. Next guest.
Hello.
What's up, bro? Please go straight to your point.
Yeah, no. I don't have any argument. I just love what you are doing, basically, and I need to encourage you. Keep up, basically.
Thank you,
I
brother.
don't have nothing more to say. More grace.
Thank you very much, my brother. I
It's a
appreciate you.
pleasure.
Yes,
It's a
sir.
pleasure.
Have a blessed day.
You say you too, dear.
Yes, sir. See, even that guy that didn't have disagreement, he's even more eloquent than the brother. He just want to preach. It's like Christians, can you really not make an argument without preaching? Can't you guys make an argument without preaching? Hello, Devon?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to say I love what you're doing. Want to concur with most of the things you're saying, and I understand the perspective you're coming from. If many couldn't understand it, we have the concept of God, which every universe believes there's something like God, and that they attach it to religion. Convince me if that God exists. Don't bring your Islam, don't bring your Christianity. Give me the feel of God. I guess that's what you're trying to do. And there's a feel of God all around us. If you can think it, don't let us think religious this time around. If there's something around you that convinces you that something is supreme being, I guess that's what you're asking every one of us. That's okay. Convince me if there's God. If it really exists, okay, convince me. The Bible has said it. Okay, fine. If Islam has said it, Quran has said it, the Hebrew book has said it. Okay, I don't want to believe in any of those religious books. I want to believe on my own that okay, this is God. You understand what I'm saying? And I felt the same thing you felt, but me, I feel that God lives inside me. Something is telling me that okay, I can't see my heart until something pull it out for me. I can't see my inside intestine. Something must have put it in there. That's the concept of God in me. You understand? It's a concept. It's not a religious thing. But more often than not, we attach religions because many of us come from a diverse religion that preaches what we call God. But convince me, if I can feel God, I feel it. But I know there is God. But convincing myself that, okay, this is the shape of God, I don't know the shape of God. But I feel that something created something. That's only contribution I can give to this. I'll keep thinking about it, thinking about it till when I get answer to it. But it's good that you brought this program.
You're going to know that you got answers to it when you can look in the world and you can see that there is no God, no matter how much you imagined it. If you're still imagining that there is God in some way, shape, or form, that means you don't see the world. There's a reason why human beings think in terms of supreme being. Why does there need to be a supreme being in the world that we live, even in the reality we live? Like, what's the relevance? I mean, it's irrelevant because no matter how supreme a being is, that being can never be supreme to be you, better than you. That's why, from my perspective, I cannot see a supreme being. Like, you're telling me that I should think that someone is supreme to me because they are richer than me? Or should I think that someone is supreme to me because they can fly and I cannot fly? How much power does somebody need to have for me to think that that's a supreme being? No, no matter how much, no matter what you can do, at the very best, you can just be a different being. You cannot be literally supreme to me unless I'm coming and approaching that subject with a slave mentality. The world is full of different types of beings. That's what it is.
The supreme being. You can say this is higher than me. You can use the same word to qualify.
No, nobody's higher than me.
Somebody is taller than you. You can use that. Somebody is fatter than you. Somebody is huge than you. Somebody is giant than you. And from that perspective, you can say, okay, this mountain is higher than this one. You understand what I'm saying? This person has this higher ability than me.
Yeah, but again, someone being taller than me is not them being supreme to me.
They can be supreme to you in terms of the height.
No, not if what we need to do not if you need to be exactly my height to get the job done. What if that person is 5 inches too tall, so they cannot fit in that car? What if that person is no? Think about it, bro. Let's say we build a house. Let's say we build a house, and the door of the house is 6.5 feet tall, and I am 6 feet tall, and then you're 8 feet tall. Every time you come through that door, you have to bend your neck, right?
That means that place is not fit for me.
Okay, who's supreme there? I can walk right through that door straight with no stress.
Yes, you are supreme on that. Just like when my
exactly. So it's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not a matter of supreme. It's a matter of difference. Difference. You are different from me. And there's things you can do that I cannot do, and there's things that I can do that you cannot do. So you never approach anyone with an inferiority complex.
No, I mean, when it comes to God, it's
listen. Two things. You never approach someone with an inferiority complex, and you never approach someone with a superiority complex.
That is someone. Human being is different from God concept. Concept of God is different from human. The same thing. Concept of animal is different from the concept of plant. And then when we are talking about God, we are not talking about our own personal, our type of being. Is a different being that is way different from what we can imagine.
No. it's not that God is way different from what we can imagine. God is what we have imagined. That's what God is. That's why look at my statement. God is imaginary. The only substance to the idea of God is that we imagine it. That's why I usually tell Christians, if Christians and religious people stop talking about God, the idea of God will become irrelevant in the world. Like life will just continue.
Right. But there's one thing in your mind that kept on telling you something different from that. You understand?
No, there is nothing in my mind.
I'm not talking about.
There is nothing in my mind which is not me.
If you go back to the Bible, like I believe that you do Bible even more than me. When the Cain and Abel case happened, you understand? The Bible claimed that Cain knows better. Why is he saying that? The conscience, something in your mind.
The story of Cain and Abel is a fairy tale.
It could be. It could
no,
be.
It's not that it could be. It is a fairy tale.
It could be. You understand? But I'm not there until when I'm there, or something tells me that confirm it for me. But let's use that.
Bro, all you need to know that the story of Cain and Abel is a fairy tale is go and look up what a fairy tale is. A fairy tale is made up of imaginary character with fantastic events, right? That's it. It's a superstition. You see, we Africans, we like to beat ourselves up with our own tradition. We like to call the stories our ancestors told us, we call them superstitious. But we go and read books. Because you're reading a superstition in the book, now it has more value than the one your grandmother told you. No, if you're going to believe in Cain and Abel, you might as well believe in Mami Wata. You might as well believe in Obanjes.
I'm just bringing a concept out of that.
No, listen, bro, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think you already established that you made your point. You don't even need to say much. If to you understand that God is a conceptual thing, that means it's a product of human imagination. That's simply what it is. It's not that much. It's like Superman. It's like Father Christmas, Santa Claus. It's like Barbie.
You can say that because of your level of not believing in the concept of God.
No, the concepts don't require belief or disbelief. They simply require understanding. That's why I always tell people, okay, this is my advice to everyone that's listening to me, especially those of you who are religious or are coming out of religion. You don't learn to believe. You learn to understand. Because your process of learning is not complete until you learn what something is and what it is not. And when you learn something, when people believe, they focus on what something is to form a belief to the point where they cannot identify what that thing is not. So when you have something which is not present, that cannot be tested, that cannot be examined, you have no choice but to approach it based on belief, because you have nothing to tell you what it is and what it is not, other than what you've imagined. And then once you're imagining, it's now 100% a product of your own brain. God is imagined.
Well, the concept of God will make you to feel that way. Concept of God. The Almighty God that created you and I and every other things around you.
There's no Almighty God. It can't be. It's impossible. My existence proves that there cannot be an Almighty God. God doesn't have the power to be me.
It's not you. It's way more than anything you can think of.
No, for God to be Almighty, God has to be able to be me, better than me. But God cannot be me.
That exactly. I love that.
And so that means by default that even if there is a God, it cannot. Even if there is a God, it cannot be Almighty.
Okay.
My existence, your existence is proof that you cannot have an Almighty God.
How? How does it prove that?
Because God cannot be you.
Definitely, but it can bring life to you.
No matter what God can do for you, God cannot be you.
No, I'm not saying it's me, but it brings
the
life.
The fact that God cannot be you means that there is something God cannot do. He cannot be Almighty.
It can be you, if that is the case.
No, but I'm not God. I'm very conscious of myself, and I'm not God.
Exactly, but it can clone you, and you talk.
No.
It can clone you.
No. Biology tells us that human beings don't need God to talk.
It is human discovery. Biology is a human discovery.
Yes, but when we discover it, we see what it is, and it has nothing to do with a God.
Before then, we don't know what it is. We don't even know how it comes there.
Exactly. That's why people imagine fairy tales to explain away what they didn't know.
Just like one of my friends was talking about science, that science doesn't believe in God. I said the concept of science doesn't even talk about God. It is what you can feel, touch, and feel. That's what science is talking about. When it comes to theology, God is a different concept entirely from from any of those things. But if you dwell so much in the concept of science, you are going to come up with the feelings or conclusions God does
No,
not
you should
exist.
dwell. You should dwell. If you have the ability to spend all your time in the concept of science, and you should spend it there, because all the time you're spending in religion is fucking up your brain, anyways. That's why Africa is
No
poor,
doubt about
because
that, because the concept of religion is different. It's more celestial, it's more spiritual.
no, the concept
You
of
understand?
religion is for entertainment purposes. Period. That's it. It
You
has no
don't.
value beyond that.
Well, I mean, I'm
Yes,
not going to
the
dispute
concept of religion has
about.
no real value, bro. Look at the world.
I'm not see. One thing about me is this: when it comes to religion, I discovered the concept behind religions. It's just a human-made thing. But when we are talking about God, it's different from that. Way
No,
different.
the idea of God is not separate from religion.
No, people attach it to it. You know why?
No, people don't attach it
Our
from it.
mind, our
It literally
looking
is in
for the
the
owner.
inception of the bro. You have to understand, okay? The idea of God is not a singularity. When human beings
Okay.
first started having gods, it was every man has their own god. It's when human beings started making empires that some people thought that why have many gods when we can just have one. So they now started combining the ideas into one. The idea of God, of gods, plural, is older than the idea of God, singular. In fact, if people think that nature is evidence of the divine, nothing in nature is made by one person or one thing. It always takes teamwork for anything to happen. So there must at least be two authorities at the highest level if there is a high level. And the division that we see is male and female, positive, negative, light and darkness. We live in a duality. We don't live in a singularity. The God that you guys are trying to imagine is a singularity. That's why you're having problems with it. It's an impossibility. You cannot have a being that can be all-powerful, all-knowing. It's impossible. If you have such a being, then nothing else can exist.
You don't belong to that realm. You don't belong to that realm until when you join that realm. Just like when
No, it's
Islam
not.
is
It's not
about
a
what they
realm. It's not
believe.
a realm. It's an imagination. It's a fantasy. What
Yes,
you're
but
doing is that you're
fantasy-
classifying a fantasy as its own unique reality, when in fact it is not.
Okay, let me dispute you in this from this perspective. I don't know whether you have ever experienced it in your life. Sometime, I mean, you must have heard you're an African person. There are people that will just dream or they have a kind of flash that this is going to happen, or they find themselves somewhere, and eventually that can come to pass. How does it happen?
Brain damage.
No, it's never a brain damage.
Brother,
It's
if
never
you
a
have a
dream.
dream
Real.
and you think that dream came to pass, your brain has malfunctioned. Let me show you why. Let me tell you why, okay? You've dreamt before, right?
No doubt about that.
Okay. Do you have any perception of time in your dream?
Depending on how the dream comes, sometimes you see days, sometimes nights.
No.
Depending.
Can you measure time in your dream?
I don't know whether
Can
it's
you say in your
possible.
dream that 1 minute has passed, 2 minutes has passed while you're dreaming?
No, you are in a different realm. That's why I
No,
said that.
bro, different realm is not as if there's no time there. As long as you cannot be somewhere which is real and events are happening and time is not passing. That's the point. If it's real, that means time is passing. Time might work differently there, but time will still be passing. So my point is, do you have any perception of time, the flow of time while you're in your dream?
No.
Because dreams are random imagery that your brain is producing as part of its maintenance process, right? Okay. So if you have a dream that something has happened, what that proves is that you have been thinking about that thing anyways. That's what you have been thinking about. For example, I always tell people, if you have a dream that someone died and that person dies, that's because that's what you were wishing anyway. Somewhere deep in your subconscious mind, you were thinking that person is going to die. You were wishing even that person should die. And then coincidentally, listen. Coincidentally, that person, coincidentally, that person then dies the way you dreamt it. Now, the reason why we know it's coincidental is because it doesn't happen all the time. And even a person that tells you that they have dreams that come true, it's not like they have a formula. It's as random as the word random can be, because it's actually more indicative of what you are thinking of and what's going on in your brain than actually the real world, right? No matter how much, bro, that's why people say you can dream, but if you want it to be real, if you want your dreams to come true, you have to wake up from sleep. Say, hey, what is your dream? What do you want to be when you grow up? Well, you can dream about many things. But the only thing that you're going to be is whatever you become when you're awake. You have to wake up from that dream. Dreams are not real in the literal sense. Dreams are a real experience that's happening in your brain, but dreams are not a real thing as far as the message or what you're observing. It's not real. And once you've understood that, you know how to function in the real world.
The argument of dream is just to help you see what the spiritualism is all about.
No, it's not spirituality, it's mentality. It's not spirituality. It's not spirituality. It is mentalism. Let me put it that way. It is actually the internal workings of your brain as it processes the accumulation of information that has accumulated in it, right? So your dream is shaped and structured by your emotions, your body's physical conditions, and your memories. Those three things put together will make the dreams. But your dream cannot be influenced by any external source. Impossible.
It can be. It can
be.
be.
No, sir. No,
it
sir.
Can be.
If anyone who believes that has been, how do I put it? Has been corrupted by fantasies. So that person is not necessarily all there. Bro, that's what a mad person is there.
No,
our brain. Bro, your brain. Your brain can be manageably sick.
Different by the spiritual intervention. They are two different things.
There's no such thing as spiritual intervention.
Spiritual intervention is another concept or another realms of life, which is different from human realm.
No, that's a fantasy. That's superstition.
Let's talk. It's not fantasy.
It is fantasy, bro.
Dream.
It is fantasy. The real world is the world that you can see, taste, touch, hear, and smell.
That
bro.
Is the real world. That is
every other world is purely imaginary and it's not real.
Okay.
So because it is not real,
haven't you seen any dead body around your neighborhood?
Of course.
Have you seen anybody? Okay, why can't you tell that body to come up?
Because it's dead.
Okay, why is it died?
Because the internal functions of the body, all the functions of the body have ceased.
Okay, that function of the body, before it ceases, take one part of it and tell that part of the body to keep working. Working as it's supposed to be. Just take it out of that body.
That's why it's called a body, because it requires all its parts in order for it to work. So much that if it's missing a part, we call them disabled. Disability. Okay. We call it a disability.
Why is that part of the body disabled?
Because obviously it malfunctions, right? Like if you lose your leg, it's called a disability. If you believe in fantasies, it's a disability. If you cannot tell the difference between the real world and your dreams, it's a disability. Bro, to be honest, I think that every human being is walking around with some type of disability, one way or another.
Well, you can say that. As much as you believe or you are knowledgeable about it, but I understand there's a spirit. Like if you go back to the Bible, because I think that.
No, bro, I'm sorry, bro. You keep thinking that way, bro. Listen. No, I appreciate your way of thinking because it seems to me like you're trying, but bro, it's so sad. When you get to where I am in your understanding of the world, bro, it's really such a sad thing what religion has done to us. But then I look at it from a certain perspective. I'm like, well, I cannot even blame people because it's just a natural consequence of how the world has changed over time. But in 2025, we don't really have too much excuse to dwell in those fucked up ways of thinking.
Okay, let's take religious, because sometimes because you have a different denomination of beliefs from me, that's why I don't like arguing from the perspective of religion most times. I always say, okay, let's talk about what we see, what we can really identify. Possibly from there, we'll get conventions about what we're really talking about. Look at your heart. Take your heart out of your body. The SA node is still active there. It gets to a point, the SA node will not work again. That means the heart will not move again. Why is it not moving? Why is it stopping?
Because there's no source of energy or pressurization, right? Coming through the blood and the veins and the arteries, right? So it's the same reason why if I remove the tire of a car and I just put the tire, the car is not going to run, because the tire of the car is useful when it's connected to the entire mechanism of a car. It doesn't mean the car has the tire of the car has a spirit in it.
It has air in it. Air.
Yeah, but air is not a spirit. Air is not a
I'm
spirit.
not saying spirit comes in form of things like that. It's not a physical thing. Can you hold on to it? You can't hold on to air. You have to
Yeah, I can
encase
hold
the
on to
air.
air. What do you mean I cannot hold on to air?
You can't go hold on to air. You have to
Ah,
encase
look,
it.
look, 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 look. Look at the screen right now.
I like that.
Man, this air is heavy, huh? Woo!
Uh-huh.
Ooh!
Can't do that.
Wow!
But
Look, I really
I
see
think
it.
I appreciate how far you are thinking of what's really involved your thinking this way. It helps us to develop ourselves beyond this. Because in Africa, we are so much carried away with the mentality of religion. It doesn't make us face reality. I always tell people that I am a Christian, I believe in God, but one thing I understand about God is this. We are human beings, we are not celestial beings. If God wants us to be a celestial being, because when I argue so far, people say that, oh, when you get to heaven,
Brother,
people
pause 1 second. What is a celestial being?
that is a spiritual being. That is what we believe as a Christian.
No,
That's what
no,
we
no,
believe
no,
as.
no, no, no,
Okay, convince me
no.
or educate me the more.
The word celestial has its roots in a French word known as ciel. Ciel simply means sky. So a
Okay.
celestial being is a way of saying alien. So it's a being that doesn't live on the earth. That's all it means. It doesn't mean that it's
Okay.
special. It just means it's non-earthly. So if I say you're celestial, that means you either came from the moon, you came from the sun, you came from planet Mars or planet Pluto. But we
Oh,
don't see
like we
those.
believe we don't see those, but
Because
in
guess
the
what? We can
language,
see Pluto, but we don't see any beings on Pluto. We
Mhm.
can see
We
Mars, but we
don't
don't see
see
any
it.
beings on Mars.
Even the angel that we believe, we don't see that angel. But God
Yeah,
showed
because
his spirit. But
angels
what?
are fairy tales. Those are fantastic characters from fantasies, bro. Angels are not real.
No. I know fairy tales. Angel goes beyond that level. You
Nah, come
understand?
on, bro. Come on, bro. An angel
You-
is a human being that has wings.
well,
That's
maybe it
exactly
comes
what a
in that
fairy tale
structure.
is, just like Superman. It's not different.
No, it's way different. Way different. When I was a kid, I draw Superman and I draw 1001 characters of superhero. That's my job. When I buy drawing book, I would draw the whole of that 30 pages within short hours. And I draw it and I sell it. Different characters, and I will put stories on it. That's human brain. But when we're talking about angels, way different, but I guess it comes in form of human structure, so that we were not going to get scared or be terrified about it. You understand? But if we have not seen it, we have not feel it, it's possible that you can say, oh, it does not exist. But the thinking of angel or God is way different from what human being can imagine. It's way different from that. But when we come back to human being like you and I, we can say that until when we disbelieve or change our thinking faculties to another level.
Brother, what is this?
What was that? Two people eating. I can't see it very well. The reflection of the light is okay. I think something like drawing of an angel. Am I right? Yeah, it's clearer now. Yeah, that is artistic impression.
Bro,
But maybe
what is this an image of?
human being with wings. That's what I see there.
So you're saying that this is not an angel?
I said that is artistic impressions of angel. It might not necessarily be like that, but it's a spiritual being. We can see it when it revealed itself to see us. For us to see, it's possible it come in that form. But I've never seen that form. I've never seen angel in my life.
And that's the problem.
How? What makes it a problem?
Look at how much time you invest about things you haven't seen. The things you can see, you're not even doing anything with it. That's why we black people are suffering.
That's a different thing.
Most of
It's a
us, we go
different thing
around,
from saying
90%
that,
of our
okay,
brain
God
is
is not
full
a.
of invisible things. And then the things we can see, we just ignore them. You say you're a Christian, right?
Yes.
So you believe that Jesus is coming back very soon, right?
He's coming back. Jesus is coming back. He's not coming back from the way we
Brother,
think.
listen to my
He's
question.
coming.
You believe that Jesus is coming back soon, right?
Yes.
You believe that the world will be destroyed, right?
I don't believe the world will destroy. There's going to be end to the system of things that are making God's plan not to come.
So you don't believe that there's going to be 666?
I believe there's going to be 66.
What is Jesus going to do to all the people who have 666?
Jesus is not going to do anything to them. They're just not going to rapture. They're not just going to be raptured. That's it. And when it's time for them to get to destruction, they're going to get to destruction.
Brother, how can you be a Christian? You're not even good at being a Christian.
I don't have to be good because, there are people that devoted their time to read Bible 24/7. If I devote my time to be in the hospital, I must be good with hospital. You understand what I'm saying? But I believe in that. I can't be as good as my pastor that do it 24/7 on the pulpit. Can't be good.
Brother, this is a good place to end the conversation then. Thank you for your time, okay?
Okay.
The least you can do is practice what the fuck you preach, my brothers and sisters. The least you can do is practice what you preach.
Yo, hello, bro.
What's up? What you got for me? Please go straight to your point.
Good morning. Yeah, I just came out to congratulate you for the good job you are doing. And I really appreciate it.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I was laughing like, I don't know. If you ask them who is God, they couldn't express themselves.
I think that their lives would be so much easier if they just consider that God is imaginary. I think this conversation ends. This conversation is done with. Like we just move on with our lives. If every religious person can just be honest enough to acknowledge that God is a product of their imagination. And bro, whatever you do with what you've imagined, it doesn't matter to us. But if you're even able to take what you've imagined and turn it into a useful idea and make the world a better place, we for sure don't have a problem with that. But when you try to say what you've imagined is real.
Who is a prophet? They even don't know. If you want to know the true prophet, go and look for Bob Marley. He told you.
No, you don't need to go far if you're looking for a prophet. Anyone who's looking for a prophet, just turn on the weather channel. Just turn on the weather channel.
Yeah,
okay.
Bob was waking you up.
There are many prophets in the world today. If you want to find a prophet, turn on the weather channel. It will tell you if it's going to rain tomorrow or not.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. If you want to know the true God, it's your father and your mother because they create you. The negative and
Our
the
father and my
positive
mother, my father and my mother did fuck. There was some fertilization and I was born, but that doesn't make them gods. Yeah. That makes them humans. I don't think that we do ourselves a favor by redescribing ourselves as something that we're not, perhaps to relate, right? The idea of God in of itself is a fantasy. That's what I'm saying. As far as what human beings are, we have different roles. We have different abilities. And one of our abilities is the ability to procreate. It doesn't make the one who's procreating a god. I mean, what value does it add? I mean, I guess you can call your dad a king, even though he has no kingdom. But what's the point of all that poetry? I mean, for entertainment purposes, sure, have it all. But to be realistic, no, we're not gods. Gods don't exist. God exists in the same capacity as all other fairy tales and all other works of fictions. And you can be inspired by your fictitious God in all types of ways. It can generate all types of emotions inside of you. And we don't really have a problem with that. We have a problem when you start thinking it's so real and you start treating people like shit because your imaginary God motivates you. That's what's happening between Israel and Palestine right now. And that's what's probably happening between two people right now who are neighbors somewhere in the world. Muslims, Christians. People believe in fairy tales to the point where they start taking out their frustrations on their fellow humans.
Yeah, I was so happy when you are telling them about the history. They came to our land, took what we have, and they brought us the Quran and the Bible.
Yeah, it's colonization. Colonization is not really effective unless it is done very well mentally. You know, you want your slave to see you as his master without you having to force him to see you as his master. If I have to force you to see me as your master, then I'm not really effective in my colonization. Or should I use the word domestication?
They should go to Africa, the coastline, and see build their castles. At the top of their castles, they have the church, and the down they have our ancestors down there, treating them badly. They don't know, they don't want to go and search for their history.
The problem is that sometimes it's hard to have this religious conversation and show you the differences, things like colonization, without making it a matter of race. It's not a matter of race, even though race is involved in it. Race is not the root cause. Race is not the root cause. Though at the core of it, race was a necessary ingredient or a motivating ingredient. But in 2025, if I see Christianity as the white man's religion, that's not racist. If I see Islam as the Arab man's religion, that's not racist. That's me being honest. Just like if I see Confucianism as the Chinese man's religion, that's not racist either. If I see pantheism as an African man's religion, there's nothing racist about that. You know, as far as religion, first of all, if we can't get rid of it, at the very least, to each their own. Stop thinking you're better than somebody else. That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate you, okay?
Thank you. Congratulations, bro.
Yes, sir. There's no God, there never has been, there never will be. God is imaginary. And your God, yeah, that's right. Your God, yours, the one that you have a personal relationship with, it's not real. That God that you think you have a personal relationship with, that's your imaginary friend. You know? Human beings go around having imaginary friends. Thanks for the jet. Thanks for the jet. I'm flying. I'm flying to all these Christian nations to bring them the good news of the non-existence of God and the need for them to focus on the real world. That's right. I'm flying in my private jets, my TikTok jets. What's up, EJ?
Giannis gets double teamed. Well, that was a hell of a hook pass right now. That was. Torian Prince.
Bro, you listen to basketball, bro? Did I hear Shaquille O'Neal's voice? What? Amaya. Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning from my side, sorry. So basically, I have joined your live like 10 minutes ago, and you were saying that God is not real. I just want to have like 5 minutes of your time, kindly. And I would like to say that God is so real. The fact that you are saying God is not real is because you have refused to allow Him have His place in your life, and the world has corrupted your wisdom. That's why you have come to the point that God is not real. But from my own experience, I do know that God is real. He literally talks to me, okay? And people say, initially in my life, I thought, oh, there is no God. It's all about religion and stuff. But God is so big, and God is God. You don't have to explain Him with human words, like the fact that Mary got pregnant with Jesus. It's beyond the biology, and people think it's not real, but it's real. God is Jesus in human form, and He's so real. He's so real. He has angels, and he has a kingdom, but it's spiritual, and people want to see things with the human eyes, which is impossible, because we also have the spiritual eyes that you could ask God to open, because you could ask some people and they could like literally testify that, oh, I've seen an angel here or there, or I have seen this and that. That's the eyes of the spirit. Okay, some people are gifted with the eyes of the spirit to see the spiritual. And earlier on, the other guy was saying that, oh, angels are not real. Angels are real, and they are spirits that are not human beings, you know. And people find it very hard to believe this. It's okay, because the world has corrupted their wisdom. They went to school and they told us like there are no angels. Oh, that's just a story. That's just a fantasy. But it's not real, because from my own experience, I literally talk to God. He literally speaks to me. My life is so perfect. My life is full of testimonies, and you could literally tell if it's a coincidence or it's a testimony beyond, beyond the normal. So, human beings are literally spirits, not just functioning with a heart and inner body. So the fact that you are saying God is not real, I feel like it's it's very bad to say it in this way, because you are not allowing yourself to get a relationship with God, and now you are corrupting other people's understanding as well. There might be that one person who literally hoping to know who God is, and once the person joins your life and you are like, God is not real, you literally crush their dream down. And it's just because of your opinion. God is a God, and you are just a human being. He formed you. That's what I wanted to say. So thank you so much for your time.
Can I say something to you? Amalia? Hello? I only have one question for you.
Oh, yes,
Hello?
please.
Oh,
Yes, please. Sorry, I couldn't hear you very well.
how how does God talk to you?
Literally, when you speak in other tongues, God, they say God is spirit. And if you want to talk to him, you just speak to him. You pray in tongues, and you know the Bible contains God's words.
You
So
can
when you
you can
pray,
speak in tongues?
I do speak in tongues. So when you speak in tongues, it's called Rabba, God's word, the one that you have studied earlier on. God
Rabba?
picks it from your heart.
You say God is Rabba?
Yes. No, that's not what I said.
Oh, I
I said
misheard
when you
you.
speak. Sorry. So I was saying when you speak in other tongues and you are so it's not a matter of speaking in maybe just a minute or so, maybe like 5 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours. God literally speaks to you. After you pray, God gives you an answer. Sometimes as you are praying, he gives you the answer.
So you mean
Sometimes after you pray,
so I mean I get it. So when you speak in tongues, I mean how do you get to speaking in tongues?
you have to receive the Holy Spirit in your life to speak in tongues,
So when you speak in
because it's
tongues,
not
does
just
this
you create.
so tell me if I'm correct what I'm about to ask you or to demonstrate. But when you say speak in tongues, do you mean something like this? Do you mean something like this? Give me a second.
Something like what?
Sheri Baba Shekere. Rababababababa kalabasokorolo masekele mashinte. Malama sotolo makukulo masheke. Rankantala masokolo mashekela mapokolo membrukutumbrakata. Kalama shokolo masokolo mashekele makinki. Abita la masokolo mashekele makinkele ma. Oh Father, you are good. Father, you are fantastic. There's not like you. Galama shekele la masotolo makunkulu. Rabata la masotolo. Puntulu makunkulu makinkili makinkili marababababababele. Oh Lord, what would I do without you? Father, I was thirsty today, but you gave me water to drink. Something like that.
Well,
Is that
something like that, yeah, but yours was totally fake. Firstly, you do lack the Holy Spirit. Secondly, you do say that God is not real. So that sounds it to be really fake and made up. Whereas,
well? If I can
as
make it up, what are the chances that you're making it up too?
well, the thing is, you do feel it in your body.
I
You
felt
do
it in my
feel
body. I could feel it. I don't know. How old are you?
I'm literally 20.
Okay, this is not too bad for you. When I was speaking in tongues, I could feel it in my testicles. I could feel it coming like electricity up through my intestines. It even touched my lungs a little bit, came through my throat, touched my brain, and then it was all coming out to my mouth. It's like an electrical power. I like to do it for fun, you know. Sometimes I walk around the streets and I'm just like, like if I'm
But you
trying to
said
fix a
you do
problem.
it for fun.
Huh?
But you said you like doing it for fun, not for the sake of praying. It has been made up for the sake of praying so that the devil doesn't understand what you are saying to God. Tongues
So
is
you're saying that the devil cannot understand tongues,
he doesn't.
but you don't even understand it either.
Because
It
if
seems
you
like you and the
ask
devil
God
are in the
for
same boat.
not really, not really, because it's a conversation between you and God. And at the
How can
same
you have a
time the Bible
conversation when you can't even understand the words you're
wait a
speaking?
minute. Wait a minute. And at the same time, the Bible says you can ask God for the gift of interpreting tongues. So other people who have like grown up so spiritually in the Word and have received the gift of interpreting tongues could literally say what you are saying the moment you speak in tongues.
So are you saying that? I'm wondering, is
That
there
doesn't
anybody in
mean
the
that
comment
maybe you
section
don't know.
that can interpret tongues? Do you have that gift, Amelia, yourself? Okay. Do you have the gift of
Not
interpretation of tongues?
not not as right now, but I know I'm going to work on it so soon.
You know what is amazing
So
though? I would like to give you an opportunity to pray for us and maybe, because if what you're saying is real, maybe you can make a difference here. You know, you want to pray and maybe the Holy Spirit can come. If the Holy Spirit doesn't come, no problem. But if the Holy Spirit come, we would like to hear you speak in tongues and maybe, you know, who knows? Maybe somebody can be transformed.
I feel like that's a good idea, and however, it makes a difference. Though you
Yeah,
guys don't believe.
yeah. I'm going to give you the opportunity. I'll even play
Some
worship
people
music.
wanna. Well, you can play for me one from the love
I'm going to
one.
close my eyes and listen and so you can pray.
To the music you are playing in the background right now.
Yeah, it's worship music.
Can you kindly change it for me to Love World?
Oh no, I don't have the option to change. I can just pick out of the ones that are already there.
Alright then. Can I play now?
Yes. Can you speak louder because your microphone is a little bit
Sorry,
low.
sorry. Okay, sorry. Is it much better now?
I don't know why, but go ahead.
Sorry. Likatos klima hanta lima sonta katiana masonta kitala hanta. Reketa kaya lima sonta likata lebana sonta hanta kayele moskia. Father Lord, I thank you for salvation of souls. Likaramasumta. Yes, the hearts are changed. Likaramasumta katiarahante. The darkness has been removed from the eyes, Lord. Likataleremoskia hanta likabarasumta. Lakatayarebasumta katiarabasumta. Father Lord, we thank you. Likaramazonta, for salvation is coming to everyone in this life. Likados kiara hante kita balabara suta ketaya. Oh, shikala hante likabara sumta. Yes, Lord, I pray that they come to know you are so real. Rikata lebara sumta. Likata kaya rema sumta kita leba sumta. Yes, Lord, the time is short. Likarama sumta katia hante. But the darkness is removed from their eyes. Likata kaya mara sumta. Yes, they will be transformed from the kingdom of darkness into the kingdom of light. In the mighty name of the Lord.
Kingdom of light.
Father, Lord, I pray you.
Yes.
I bless them with your word. Bless them with your spirit. They prosper in their workplace. In the mighty name of the Lord Jesus. Supernatural testimonies are happening to them. In the mighty name of the Lord Jesus Christ. And if there is anyone in this life, Father Lord, I command the sickness to go. In the
Sickness,
mighty name of the
go!
Lord Jesus.
Cancer! I kill you, cancer.
Yes, the cancer dies and passes out.
Yes, cancer. I destroy you, cancer.
Father Lord, I thank you for their lives. As they walk out, they are protected. They walk in divine health. They walk in divine protection. No distractions in their life.
And sister,
No
please don't
accidents
forget
in
to pray for money too, because a lot of us need money.
Father Lord, we thank you. Man is locating them right now in the mighty name of the Lord Jesus Christ. If there is any need, Father Lord, I command the money to come into their bank accounts.
Money! I receive.
Father Lord, for money is a spirit. We are not a slave of money.
That's right. All of you listening, you better be receiving your money. Receive your money. Don't forget to pay 10% over here in Bakanga land. Shiri Baba Shikiri.
Father Lord, we thank you. For as we pray, you answer, Lord. Likatakaya marasumta. Likaramasumta katia barasumta. And you do not shame us, Lord. Father Lord, I thank you. For you are my Father, you are my God. Likataya ramasumta. And you are so good. Yes, none will go to hell. Let it be known as for today. As for this opportunity to pray and intercede for souls.
Money is coming. Money is coming.
They will be saved.
Keep the money coming, y'all. That's right.
I thank you, Lord. I thank you, Lord. I thank you, Lord. Yes, supernatural intervention in their lives. I thank you, Lord. In the mighty name of the Lord Jesus Christ, I have prayed. Amen. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to pray. I love you all, dear.
So, is there any timeline on when we're going to receive the prayers, the answer to the prayers?
I don't have a timeline for receiving answers to prayers.
No, I'm not asking you, Meta. I'm asking Amelian. Meta. Don't answer me, Meta. Sorry, the AI was thinking that I was talking to her. I'm talking to you. So yeah, is there any timeline? Do you know when it will be answered? Because I really enjoyed the part where you were praying for money, and I need money. Hey, I'm just telling you. Huh?
So, you want I feel like I prayed for the salvation of souls, and the salvation of souls is more important than the money to me,
Sister, I
because
don't
money
know. I don't
comes
know.
with
For me,
us,
money is
and money
important
is
now.
explained.
Money is important now because there's bills to pay.
It's
Salvation cannot pay bills.
I know money is good. That's true, by the way. So
Yeah, money cannot pay bills.
money
In
is
America,
good,
if you cannot pay bills, there's
So
somebody
I
called
prayed.
IRS. IRS comes after you. So if prayers, I will take some money
Yeah, that's
now,
true. I
and
know.
then I can have salvation tomorrow. But if you can get money and
But
salvation, I
you
think
should
that's a
also
good
know
deal.
salvation comes with money. That's true.
So now that you
Um,
have prayed, that's what I was saying
can I
now.
also
Huh?
So I said it can literally start from today. Receiving answers to your prayers can literally start from today.
Ah,
What you
so
can also
so how
do
will I know that the money I'm
is
receiving is coming from God?
um I prayed for promotion, okay?
Promotion.
There is gonna
I want to be CEO.
be
So can I decide
you
which
can't
promotion I
no,
get,
let
or
me
is it
tell you
just any type
something.
of promotion?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Uh-huh.
Promotion comes from God, but you can't just jump to say I want to be the CEO, because God works with
No, I
perfect
have
people.
skills.
He
I have
doesn't.
skills. I can be CEO. I'm a very good
Yeah,
negotiator.
so you
I think I
have
can
to.
run the company. It's just opportunity that's not there. You know, it would really be good if my airline, because I work for an airline, if they can just remove that guy who is CEO right now because he doesn't even believe in God. That guy, and just put me there. If what when you go home later, pray for me that I should become CEO. I'll even come to your church
Definitely,
and pay
and I feel
10%.
like
If I become CEO,
you should build your skills even more for that office you are going to, because the responsibilities you will get in that office will be much more than what you'll be receiving right now. So you have to be building your skills. Also, if you don't mind kindly, can I just have 2 more minutes with you, and just request that we all say the prayer of salvation together, but no speaking in tongues this time. Kindly, if you don't mind.
hold
Just
up,
2 minutes.
hold up. Now
Yes.
are you saying you want to make a spiritual contract?
Not a spiritual contract, is a prayer of salvation. And if I'm to break it down in simpler words, is you saying that I receive God in my life.
There's a problem. I don't know if you
What's that?
understand, but there's already a problem.
Uh-huh. Let me know.
You
Tell me.
see, I was instructed by Umbongo that anybody that wants me to have a deal with their God also needs to have deal with my own deity. My deity is a
You
lazy
want
guy
your
over
own
there.
deity.
My deity is a lazy guy over there in the forest of Umbongo, but he likes to make deals with Christians. So I don't mind making the prayer of salvation. It's just that if I make the prayer of salvation, you also have to make the prayer of Umbongo.
What's the prayer of Umpumpa? Something like that, sorry.
Are you willing?
No, I'm not willing.
Don't worry, Jesus will protect you. Umbongo cannot do anything to you.
Alright. So can I go ahead and say the prayer of salvation?
Only if you promise me that you make the prayer of Umbongo. And honestly, I would like to see if the power of salvation is more powerful than the power of Umbongo. Because if the power of Umbongo is not as powerful as the power of salvation, I'm switching today, right here, right now. I think this is a good opportunity to compare both powers. Don't you think so?
I'm not go Let me tell you something. Powers are real. They are so real. They can either destroy or save. And I'm not willing to play with anything that you are saying right now, because I
No,
do not have more information.
but from your perspective now.
Um,
So from your perspective, which power do you think is the greatest one?
God is power, of course.
Or the power of Jesus?
Yes, please.
Okay.
But I
Do
know
you do
what you
you
are
think
trying to do
I'm
too. You
curious.
want us to debate on the powers,
No. I
and
don't want it to be a
the
debate. I
thing
was just
is,
asking a
it's
question.
not just between The thing is, it's not just between you and I right now because we have like souls, like 594 people watching.
Yeah, but I cannot go into
Actually,
spiritual contracts
we
without
might
asking for
distribute it.
consent. So I'm not gonna let you do it because the people in the comment section will have to consent. You know, you don't want to violate people's consent. That's why I let you to pray because I think you were praying for me. You know, maybe if the prayer accidentally or maybe purposely affects the people listening, at least it wasn't for them. But when it comes to making soul contracts, you know, people's soul are very important to them. But I am willing to do the transaction of salvation with you. But I just wanted to just take an opportunity to also compare your power with the power of Umbongo Mbongo. Because that Umbongo Mbongo is very lazy. You ask him for things, he can even take like 300 years to answer. I'm still waiting for Umbongo Mbongo to answer the prayers that my ancestors prayed 500 years ago. Can you imagine? That lazy guy.
Well, that's too
And then
bad for you because for us, we do
every
pray
year
and we
we have
receive
to kill a
answers to our
goat.
prayer.
And every year we have to kill a goat for Umbongo Mbongo. Can you imagine that?
Someone in the comment section is asking, "Am I from BLW?" Yes, I am. I am from Christ Embassy. Thank you so much, Linda, for asking, and
Is
thank you
Pastor
so
Chris
much
who
for
sent you?
identifying me. Yes, please. I am a
Pastor
friend of Pastor.
Chris.
Definitely.
But Pastor Chris told you that you cannot make contract with Umbongo Mbongo. In fact, let me tell you how it goes because
Please
you might
don't.
actually like it. You might actually like it. So
No,
what
literally.
happens?
Let's no, let's be respectful, okay?
No.
I'm speaking
Listen. When I was a Christian, I used to like
as
Pastor
me,
Chris.
so don't put my pastor into it.
Okay, yeah. Your pastor can
Oh,
stay out of
someone
it.
is asking me, tell me your church name. I am from Christ Embassy.
Okay.
That's my church. Christ.
Have you ever engaged in spiritual warfare?
Yeah. When you pray, you are literally fighting. Yeah,
Do you think that you have the capacity to do spiritual warfare? Because, like I said, I really want to test the power of Umbongo Mbongo, but I've not yet met a power that is more powerful than him.
Means I worship a pastor. No, I do not worship a pastor. Pastor is like a leader in your life, but I do worship my God, not a pastor. Anyways, all in all, since you have refused me to lead the brethren in the prayer of salvation, I don't want anything more than this because you literally refused and you
No,
want me to
sister.
get
It's
into
not that I
deep things with
refuse.
you.
It's just that I
I
find
do
it
not.
strange, my sister, my beloved sister.
I told you that I
I
cannot
find it
make a stand.
strange that because when I say Umbongo Mbongo, it's out of the kindness of my heart. You know, listen. If you make a deal with Umbongo Mbongo today, 7 days from now, you're going to receive a black tortoise. Like it will be the
And I'm not interested
blackest
in that.
tortoise. It will be the blackest tortoise you've ever seen. But with that tortoise, you will never face any difficulty in your life again. When the black
Then
tortoise
why are you
appears to
asking
you,
for money? Why are you asking for money if you know that that thing could
oh,
help
because
you
I'm
out?
greedy, I want extra money now. Who in this world doesn't want extra money? I
No,
want the
let me
extra
tell
money.
you.
So imagine if Umbongo Mbongo can give me some money and Jesus can give me some money, I'll take it. The problem is that Jesus seems like Jesus does not ask for too much in return. For Umbongo Mbongo, we have to kill a goat every year. I'm asking myself, why do I have to give this guy a whole goat when there's some gods over there, they can just give you some stuff for free, you know? So what I'm thinking in my head is, I think it would really be good for you to get to know Umbongo Mbongo. In fact, if you get to know Umbongo Mbongo, I get to know Jesus, we can always work together to make Africa a better place. Don't you think so? Because we're not
No, I
enemies.
don't think so.
You don't think that Umbongo Mbongo can work with Jesus?
Somebody is asking me which country is Christ Embassy. It's all over the world. Yeah, thank you so much for asking. And also, thank you so much for your time, kindly. Can I now leave your meeting? Can I live your life, please? Thank you so much.
Of course, you're always free to leave at any time, but let me give you a goodbye gift. Hombongo, nyenge, muna nya. Hombongo, nyenge, ha muna nya. Nyenge, ma nya. Hombongo, nyenge, oh nyenge, hombongo, ha muna nya. Now you can go. Hello? May Ombongo go with you. I'll be with you forever and ever and ever. Amen. If you're still listening, Amalia, Ombongo will appear to you today in your dreams. Just tell him that you know me. Tell him you know Bakanga, and everything will be all right. Okay? Were you not entertained, brothers and sisters? Were you not entertained? You are watching the Bakanga show, y'all. It's a real show. You see, at the end of the day, she believes everything she was saying. And it probably makes her feel good. I will give her credit, though. She did not lose her cool. Damn. That makes me wonder if she's so deep in the indoctrination or if she's just that confident. Because I know some of y'all Christians listen to me right now. The moment I said Ombongo, y'all would have started cussing me out in tongues. Rakata mashikere. You motherfucker karama kakashama shekelama. Fuck you makalama. You would have been destroying me in tongues already. But to be honest, she seemed like she's sound of mind. I just wonder if maybe she might be too far deep into the Kool-Aid. I had to be nice to her because she was respectful. She wasn't disrespectful at all. She wasn't interrupting me. She was very softly spoken. No, she was 20 years old. You know, she had just been domesticated. She's just been domesticated. Next guess. Oh, y'all know y'all like Ombongo. Oh, I invented Ombongo Mongo, by the way. Ombongo Mongo is my invention. I invented an imaginary forest called the Ombongo Mongo forest. Then I also imagined a deity in that forest called Ombongo Mongo. So when I meet a Christian, I can match their energy. You know, since they are really good at imagining, I can just imagine mine. You know what I'm saying, y'all? It's a game of imagination. God versus God. Deity versus deity. You think you can make some shit up in your brain? God damn, I can make some shit up too. My shit's scary. Hell yeah. You don't want to fuck with Ombongo. I get that motherfucker horns. I'm telling y'all. For Ombongo pull up around the block. Those are y'all who like to talk shit about Africa. Man, y'all don't want to meet no Ombongo. You finna pull up with that black tortoise. You ain't gonna know what hit your ass. Anyways, Brandon, what's up?
What up, man? What's good with it, bro?
I'm chilling, man, having fun. How about you?
Man, always enjoying life, bro. Always enjoying this shit.
That's word. Hey, man, you can't be too serious all the time. It's gotta be a little bit of entertainment, right?
Yeah, man. Shit,
bro, the fucking places people's minds go. It's crazy, bro. I guess when they say there's all types of human beings in the world, that shit is literal as hell.
Yeah, they got all type of different personalities in this bitch, man. Shit.
Anyway, you just came up to say what's up or what, man? You ain't got nothing?
Well, I mean, you saying God ain't real, you know, God is imaginary. So are you saying that, you know, your imagination is not real?
No, I'm saying that the act of imagining in of itself, it's a function of the brain. Like it's firing neurons, producing chemicals. But the contents of it, as far as the message, let me put it that way, is an illusion which is formed from your thoughts, which doesn't have any actual reality. So from a subjective perspective, you're having a real experience, but from an objective perspective, that experience is a delusion.
Wait, so are you saying that your thoughts are not reality?
No, I'm saying that your thoughts in its real form is just chemical and electrical impulses, but the contents of it in of itself is not. So the
So you
way you
saying
know
like,
that the way that's what I'm saying. Like real thoughts are actually the chemicals and the electrical impulses. Now, there's information in your brain which is information that comes through your sensory organs, right? Literally by physical touch, physical contact. Like all your sensations is physical contact. You can't taste something if that substance
right?
doesn't make
You have to
physical
touch. They
contact
have
with
to
your
touch
tongue.
the. Right, right.
You can't smell something if it doesn't make physical contact with your nose. You can't see something if that light doesn't make physical contact with your eyes. You can't feel something if your skin doesn't make physical contact with it. But any thought that you're having, which is not a direct product of any type of sensory information, that's imaginary, which is not necessarily a bad thing because it kind of gives us it gives us like an internal simulation to where we can simulate different possibilities when we're trying to solve problems, and then we can test out those possibilities to see which one can help us solve our problems. That's how we end up coming up with badass ideas. But there's just some things that we think about that ain't never been, it ain't, and it ain't never gonna be.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is, yeah, it's true. Only thing I would disagree with is that your thoughts is reality, because literally you making your thought a reality just by speaking what you thinking. Because you making words with what you thinking, but people like to give credit to something else for what they doing. Like, you know what I'm saying? If something bad happened in life, they want to blame it on the devil.
Yeah, I
Something good
think that
happened, they
between
gonna
you and
blame it
I
on
is
God.
semantics. I think we're saying the same thing, but you might not be getting exactly what I'm saying. So, in the literal sense, what you call a thought is an electrical impulse and a chemical in your brain. That's the actual
Right.
thought in of itself. What you then interpret that thought as, it can either be representative of something real which you've observed somehow through your senses, or it could literally just be a fabrication that your brain did by taking data which was already in there and mixing it up in different ways. For example, I can imagine myself right now as a 100-foot tall man who literally can jump to the moon. That shit ain't real. What I just said to you, the meaning of the words I just told you, that shit ain't real. I am not 100 foot tall and I could not jump to the moon. I could use poetry, I could use anything, it ain't gonna make that shit real. In actual reality, I'm 6 foot tall, average, and I can only jump about maybe a maximum 4 feet off the ground.
Man, I'm 6'4", man. I got them bunnies, bro. I jump pretty high,
Man,
man.
how come you ain't end up in the NBA, man? You could have at least been a
Did I?
shooter, man.
Yeah, I
Damn.
would have been in the NFL, bro. I just was a little bit more of a knucklehead back then than I am now,
Man, I
So
don't know if you got kids. You better raise them better.
yeah, I got one, but uh, I think a lot of times parents have the issue of trying to force their children to be, they try to live through their children, but
I can
you gotta
dunk.
let them be themselves. You know what I'm saying?
I
You can
can
dunk
dunk. Yeah.
on the 10-foot goal regulation, or you dunking
Yep.
on the children.
Children, bro. I could dunk on
Yeah,
an
man.
average basketball court. I don't know. I've never been on the actual NBA court, so I don't really know the difference, to be honest.
Yeah, it ain't much of a difference. It's just like a lot more open space and shit, but
Right.
it ain't much of a difference, you know.
But dunking one time is not enough to play professionally. Fuck that shit. Basketball is a whole different type of cardio. Bro, I could run around for 90 minutes playing soccer, bro, but like if I get into a basketball game, it ain't even gonna be 5 minutes before I can't catch my breath. It's a
Man,
different type of cardio. It is.
yeah, it's nonstop running,
Yeah,
nonstop.
very
You in
short pace.
football,
Yeah. The
you get little
conditioning you
breaks in
need for
between.
it is a different ball game.
Facts. I played
Yeah.
all that shit, man. It's crazy the amount of stamina, especially for professional athletes. Man, that's crazy right there.
Are you a good dad?
Yeah, I mean my child would say so, so that's all that matter. I'm
How
a
about
great
your
father.
child's mother?
Yeah, she would say the same. We don't always see eye to eye, but shit,
Are you all together?
no, we not together, man. We not together. I'm single.
Bro, the freaking plague of our generation, man.
Right. It's
Hopefully we
not
could.
always. Sometimes it's better. Sometimes you're better off separated than you
It's
are
a
together.
win-win. Sometimes a win-win to where if you stay, it's toxic. If you leave, it's better. And then it's also a lose-lose depending on how you look at it, because now the kids gotta have different environments where there's never like
Right.
masculine and feminine energy in one place to help the child grow up. So it ends up hurting the kids.
Yeah, I think it's always better when the family is together and everybody can get along and be functional. Shit.
But hey,
But
man, everybody make mistakes. He probably was younger. But bro, I won't lie to you, man. I don't even know if there's a real formula to guarantee that you can be with someone and stay with them and you'll never reach the point of disagreement to where, you end up with that type of situation. That's why mentally for me, I'm just a polygamist, man. I just let it be, man. I'm just like, yeah.
Straight up, man. That
Yeah.
shit don't even make sense, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm not
it don't
about,
make sense.
bro, even if I end up being with just one woman, I will still have a polygamous mentality. And I would see me being with that one woman as a sacrifice. But I would
Bruh,
never
every
persuade
man
myself
will.
that it's not okay to be with multiple women.
I don't care what a nigga say, man. Any man is gonna always look at it that way. Like, if a man can't have,
And that's
like,
the thing. If I
even
try to
women
explain,
too,
women
though.
don't get it. Like, that's the thing. If a man is with you, it ain't because he want to. It's because he has to. And
Real
if
talk.
that man is a good man, he will find good reasons why to stay with you. But our brains don't work that way. I find it hard to think that a person's brain works monogamously. And I think that the men who try to persuade themselves religious men, oh
Yeah, they
man, they
tricking
be into some
themselves in there.
freakish shit. They be into some freakish shit in secret, bro. Like, them the types that you turn around and messing with little boys and shit like that. Because all that frustration, they can't vent it out. But they got to pretend. If you want to be monogamous as a man, it's a choice you can make. But it comes at a price.
Right. You gonna be taking a lot of you gonna have to accept shit that you don't want to accept, and at the end of the day, you gonna always still have that same nature.
You're going to be
You know what I'm saying?
battling
Your nature
yourself.
ain't
You
gonna change.
will be fighting yourself the entire time.
They say you fighting demons.
Well, that's what they thought for a long time.
Right.
It takes discipline. It does take discipline. I think that there are some scenarios where it might be beneficial that you just get your one woman. Because honestly, if you're broke, you probably shouldn't be thinking about taking responsibility for two different women. Because when I say polygamous, bro, I ain't just talking about going around sleeping around. I'm talking about like, can you be in a committed relationship with more than just one woman and is your masculinity at that level where you can govern 2 women, 3 women, 4 women? It's easier said than done. Now, it doesn't change the fact that the desire is always going to be inside of us. But
Exactly.
relationship is not just about sex. Being surrounded by feminine energy. Some men, one woman cannot give them the feminine energy they need to tame their masculinity.
It's just not possible.
Yeah, our masculinity, we're prone to violence. Like, oh man. Do you know how easy it is? And I'm saying this to the ladies in the comment. Do you know how easy it is when you got a problem and rather than sitting down, you're thinking too hard about that shit, you just break that shit? Like, bro.
Fuck it.
That's how my mind thinks as a man. Right now, if I use some wisdom, I might be like, okay, let me negotiate. Let me go about. But using brute force, from the very simple level as biological entities, our first instinct is violence. So if you have a man that doesn't put hands on you, you should definitely give him some credit for it.
No, yeah.
If you have a man that doesn't call you names, give him some credit for it, because it's hard to be a man out in this economy, in this civilization.
Yeah, man, you got to really stand on business.
You gotta be, and you make a lot of mistakes along the way. So, young man, learn from the mistakes of those who came before you. Make better choices that way.
Yeah, facts, man. You can
Man,
always
if I
look at
can't
it.
do multiple at a time, I guess it's just gonna have to be one at a time. It looks like that's the predicament you're in.
You want it all at once, though. You know, you want
Yeah.
everything you want it, shit.
You just gotta make sure you don't end up
So
with 20 different baby mamas and 20
30 of
different
them.
kids.
Fuck it. Hey,
Yeah.
but you know, we say that about men, like that's men nature, but women be wanting the same thing too, bro. Women they don't be wanting to just have one sexual partner for the rest of their life, bro. And women
To
they
be
be having
to be
fantasies and
honest,
all type of shit.
okay, you see, that's why I was saying to you earlier that polygamy for a man is not the same as being promiscuous. It's not just about sex. It's about responsibility. So it
Right.
really makes you have to go mentally and get in touch with the most responsible aspect of your mind. For a woman, it's probably just gonna be pleasure.
She just fucking. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
For a woman, it's probably just gonna be pleasure. So a woman will benefit more if she was in a monogamous situation. She can be her real self. But what responsibility can a woman have towards 5 different men when literally every time she's pregnant, it's a gamble, like whose kid it is, right? And then can a woman really keep that many wild animals together? Like, bro,
It wouldn't work. It wouldn't
yeah,
work.
like
It'd
there
be
might be some
chaos.
women out there and there might be some simps out there, but that's not a natural inclination. That's not what we see in nature,
Nah, man. In nature, you put one bull in the ring with 100 cows, he hit every last one of them.
And you come
You know what
back,
I'm saying?
5 years later, there's 1,000 cows and bulls.
Right.
You
They didn't
know,
multiply.
yeah. You put one cow in a cage with 100 bulls. Oh damn, she might not even make it to the end of her pregnancy. It's a sad reality. Reality is sad as fuck, bro.
Man,
It's like on the subject of God. Most people can't see the world without imagining God because if they do it, bro, the world would just seem so fucked up to them.
Well, you know what it is? It's the accountability. It's the accountability that come with you having to take accountability in yourself. Like, nah, man, it's what you doing that's causing your situation. Like, this shit up to you. Like, man, I was on somebody else live. They was on all this like, oh man, you gotta conquer the elements and all this extra crazy shit. I'm like, hold on, man. You basically already conquered the elements because if your physical body is made of all of that shit and you tell your body what to do, you done already conquered this shit. So what the fuck is we talking about? But everybody
Exactly.
be on all this damn fantasy world shit. When like, man, just get real, dog. Like,
Bro,
man, be real.
that's why to be honest, the way you and I are saying it, bro, is way easier said than done. That's why I have empathy in my heart for religious people and people that are always seeking spirituality. Though they will lie about it, the real truth is that they can't handle the world as it is if they just saw it like that. If they didn't imagine a God, if they didn't imagine that they could get spiritual, then they will have no escape, bro. They have to stay at that shit all the time. Bro, it's like a freaking soldier on the battlefield and you guys are losing and people are just dying around you. And you just wish you're not fucking there, bro.
Yeah, you gotta be strong, man. You gotta be strong, but I don't know what it is, bro. Like, it's something you gotta find in yourself where you just like, man, fuck this. I'm gonna make this shit happen. I'm doing this. I'm not giving credit to nobody else. I'm doing this shit, But
That's why
I
I
guess
think that the greatest satisfaction in life, bro, is to simply find joy in the simplest things. Things so simple as simply being alive. So, can I train my mind to be content with the fact that I'm simply alive? So much that even if I'm suffering, as long as I'm alive, I'm still joyful. I still got peace. I still got happiness. Even if I'm rich, I'm still joyful. To where my circumstances don't affect my happiness. The only way to be happy all the time is to have that mindset, like I said, where your circumstances don't affect your happiness. And it takes a lot of discipline to get there because instinctively our natural inclination is to have extreme reactions. If you see some sad shit happening, sometimes you don't even have to force it. Tears will just start coming out without your permission. If someone does hurt someone that you like and you love, that violence just comes out, the hostility just comes out instinctively. It's true about
Man,
so many things.
I always go back to like, man, hold on, bro. I can walk normal. I'm not crippled. I don't have to fucking use I don't have to use crutches to walk. So that's something to be grateful for right there.
Are
Like I
you
can move.
kidding, bro?
I'm
For real,
good,
especially if
man.
you
I
ever
got
had an
running
injury on
water.
your leg.
Right.
Like, these people are basically thanking God for creating the universe when you can't even appreciate the damn fact that you got your big toe.
Real shit,
Can
man. Cause
you
life would be
imagine how
different
hard it
without
would
it.
be to walk if you didn't have your big toe?
Man, I had broke my foot one time when I played college ball. So like, man, I know what it's like to be on crutches and being all that boot and all that shit. Like, man, just the fact that you could get up and move on your own. Just the fact you got running water. Like I'm from America, you know what I'm saying? I don't know where everybody from, but man,
I'm in
just the fact
Cali.
you got running water, man. It's America, man. You could literally,
Bro,
you ain't even gotta
bro, you
hunt for
should
your
say that
food,
to
dog.
freaking Africans, bro. When I was growing up in Africa, bro, because I'm in Cali now, but I grew up in Africa, bro. We used to have to walk miles to go get water from the stream. And then the one tap that would be in the neighborhood, there's always long ass lines, bro, just to get drinking water, bro. Like, the fact that you live, bro, our toilets were outdoors. And that shit was always nasty, always dirty, bro. Like, you
Thinking this
can't go
shit.
to the toilet without smelling shit because the hole is wide open. You know what I'm saying, bro? But we live in America, bro, where you can fucking shit and flush that shit, and then the next person comes and uses it. They don't have to stay at your shit. Bro,
That's
most people in the world, they have to stay at shit every time they shit. That alone is a reason for you to be happy about your life, to be joyful about life. You
real
know,
talk, man.
it's
You
a
ain't even
privilege. It's a privilege to be able to shit and have toilet tissue. Somebody somewhere is using grass, and that grass is itchy.
not the fucking grass, man. Ain't no
Bro,
fucking way somebody uses some goddamn grass to wipe their ass.
if you learn to appreciate the little things, you will soon find that you don't need supreme beings. You don't need supreme things. You don't need supernatural things. You don't need anything super. You don't need anything super. You're always going to be real with yourself. You know, bro, religious people, I find it strange that if you already asked God for something one time and you trust that God, first of all, already knew what you wanted before you asked, and then you just gave him one reminder. Why the fuck are you still getting up every day praying for the same shit for 5 years? Like you yourself don't even believe that God was hearing you.
Right.
And
It's
then
like you
by the time
really
you
can.
invested that much time on that one thing, you start ignoring the actual things that you have. Is that you got a kid who is sick, who's about to die, and that kid make you so sad that your kids who are actually still alive, you just ignore those motherfuckers.
Yeah. Yeah, that's sad, man. It's
To be
crazy how
logical, if I had a kid who was terminal and the doctors already gave me word and honestly all the signs are there that that one is gone, it's now time to focus on the ones who are still alive. You know? If you
yeah, I mean,
focus,
it's
if
something.
you focus on imaginary shit, or let me even say invisible shit, spiritual shit that you can't see, where are you gonna find time to focus on what you can see?
Real talk, man. That's real, and that's a
If
real
you're
thing.
worried about pleasing God that you can't see, when are you gonna worry about pleasing your fellow human beings that you gotta live with? And if you don't please them, there's a chance that somebody might fuck you up. There's even a verse
Yeah.
in the Bible that says this, and Christians don't pick up on it. How can you love God whom you can't see when you can't even love your brother whom you can see? Christians don't pick up on that shit. Your brother is not a fellow Christian. Your brother is your fellow human being. The one you think is going to hell.
Yeah, that's a lot of shit they don't pick up on. Like even on that just going to hell shit. Don't they tell you Jesus Christ died for your sins, he went to hell and got the keys, so you can't go to hell. So what the fuck you
Bro,
talking about in the first
Jesus
place?
said in the Bible, they say in the Bible, do not worry about tomorrow. And yet, these motherfuckers are alive today and they're worried about where the fuck they'll go when they die. Like, bro, ain't that the same thing as worrying about tomorrow if you're worried about going to hell?
Right. Man,
If
you
you're
got
a
so
person,
many.
if you believe that Jesus said, don't worry about tomorrow, tomorrow will worry about itself, you should never think about hellfire. Like,
Yeah,
hellfire
man.
shouldn't be a thing you think about. that you're worried about, oh, I need to walk a straight line so I don't go to hell. You should have no fear of hell whatsoever, no matter what you do.
Once again, though, that's one of them contradictions. You know what I'm
It
saying? Like,
is.
it
It
just
is. It's a straight
contradicts
up
itself over
contradiction
and over.
because, exactly. And that shows you what hell is. Hell is a fear factor. And once you get, once you, it's contagious. So once you contract it, man, it's hard to get rid of the fear of hell, bro. Most religious people will not acknowledge it, but the fear of hell eats them away like a poison.
Yeah, man. And hell is an English
Hold up,
word. You know what
Carlos.
I'm
What's
saying?
up? Carlos said to bring him up.
Yeah, it's good. I just was. Oh, okay. Good like that.
What up,
Okay.
Carlos?
What's up, man? Long time no talk, bro.
All right, man. What you got with me today? You look like you in a hurry.
Yeah, nah, I run a business, so I gotta go. It's Friday. I gotta do my thing, but just a couple things for you.
All right.
First. Can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you.
All right. First off, I mean, it's probably gonna take a lot longer than you got time for, I'm sure, but the first thing is like you gotta be able to be a man, and I think you said it right on the family thing. You got to keep the family together. You have to. Broken families destroy the world. Real talk. They do, because the children don't know how to trust. They don't know how to communicate. They ain't got nobody to look up to. They looking up to the wrong people. Broken families destroy the world. So
Broken families produce
it's
fucked
good.
up humans.
And
And
humans.
fucked up humans destroy the world. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yep.
we're saying the same thing. Yep. Okay. So we're good on that one. On this thing about God, you and I, when we talk about God, we don't talk about the biblical God. We talk about the fish in the fishbowl, right? People don't know any better. Fish that are born in the fishbowl have no clue that there's a world outside of the fishbowl. They don't have a clue there's a world outside of the fishbowl. Most people that are raised in religion they think that that's it, that there's fiery hell, and that if they die, they gonna burn. Like, get the fuck out of here. That's all anime shit you talking about. The Bible reads like anime to me, right? That Jesus has, he says good things. There's things that you can live by, but shit, authors write good shit too. You know, I don't buy, but
The
that
good
doesn't
things
mean.
that Jesus says are things that you would know anyways.
I don't know about know it. You know, love your neighbor as you love yourself. You
Bro,
should.
you
You
don't need to
should
read
know.
a
You
book to
already
know
know that
that.
shit.
You should, but it's true when somebody comes and they rob you that those motherfuckers don't know that.
Oh,
Well,
you're
it
not
say in
gonna
the
turn the
Bible, you
other
know, you
cheek.
should.
Go ahead.
No, they say, like, you know, that's part of the thing. Like, you shouldn't rob, don't steal shit, you shouldn't now steal. But you already know it's fucked up if you taking something from somebody that don't belong to you.
But you wouldn't have to tell somebody not to steal if you were loving them anyway. How you gonna steal from the person you love, right?
Exactly.
That shit don't make no sense. It don't make sense. But they're both in the Bible, right? They're both in the Bible. And Bakanga knows. Like I think people. I think you're right about following the Bible because you need something to believe in, because if not you go crazy. But I would challenge you with this. All right, something for you to think about. And the next time we talk, we can really get into it. What if I told you that everything in the universe was conscious? Everything. And that for it to be conscious, right, it has to be aware. And if it's aware, right, it has free will. And if it has free will, and I mean everything, rocks, stones, you name it, everything that is conscious and has free will and is from God. Everything that we've been taught is wrong.
You see,
Everything we've been taught is wrong.
the way I will approach that is I will look at that as a theory. And I will look at it as a theory that is simply the only evidence, because a scientific theory has to have a level of evidence that allows us to draw those conclusions. Though the research
Well,
might be incomplete. Simply for the fact that conscious beings exist, I think human beings are still exploring and studying the nature of consciousness. Now, is it possible that at the subatomic level there is more that we can find there that will shed light? I don't think it's impossible. But that is something that's left
Oh,
up for further research and study.
well, I would say that it's proven that everything is conscious based on communication, because the only way you able to identify something is because it's communicating with you what it is. You see what I'm saying? Because communication is a two-way. It's not just a one-way thing. So in order for you to be able to identify it, it got to be telling you something. Like it's communicating you that to what it is that you
you're
perceive.
not far off. You're not far off, brother. Because what Bakanga didn't say is that the quantum level, at the sub level, there are particles. When we grew up learning about science, they drew a particle as like a ball in a cloud that went around the nucleus. We know that that's not right. It's not true. We know that photons and light, they move in a certain direction. Like if you hold your thumb up and imagine you got a dot circling your thumb, you can turn your thumb in a bunch of different directions and it's still gonna circle your thumb. That's the possibility. The fact that you can spin your thumb in a circle on your wrist, that's the possibility of everything. And only when you stop does something become manifest, right? Does something materialize?
That's why I said
But
that it's
guess
something
what?
that is up for studying, because in science is not a system that claims to know everything. But the good thing I like about science is that it builds upon itself, right? Everything is a building block for something else. Like it's not disassociated. It's not a disassociation from reality. You can only
Right.
find something new by building upon what is already established as a fact. You don't take leaps of faith the way religious people do. So your knowledge and your growth and your understanding is progressive in nature. It's kind of like arithmetic. By the time you learn 1 + 1, 1 × 1, naturally you progress that way before you end up with x² + y = 0. At that time,
Right.
you already
Right.
understood the basics. By the time you get to x represents the length and y represents the width and blah 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 blah, it still builds upon a foundation, making that knowledge transmittable, making it a formula that can be replicated, and allowing for the growth of more than just one person. But if I told you that, look, bro, God came to me last night and God spoke to me this way, this way, this way, and you go and you replicate everything I said and you don't get that same result, that's now a disassociation from reality. And I think that that's when people linger into fantasy. If you have an
Right.
experience
Right.
that you think is real, the only way you transmit that to someone else in a real way is to come up with a formula. Because at that point, what you're claiming remains a fantasy if it cannot be replicated.
Well, so this is
Gotta
what
be
I
able
was
to
going to tell you,
materialize.
Congress, right quick. What I was going to
Yes.
tell you is that you as a creature, me and this brother I never met before, right? I'm in Texas, you're in Cali. I don't know where the brother is, but
I'm in Louisiana,
we
man. Shout out.
okay. Are you right around the corner? So you are not independent, right? You don't live on planet Earth by yourself, right? You live on planet Earth that circles the sun, that's a part of the Milky Way. That's, you know what I mean? Like there is no independence. And what's important about that is because there's no independence, that means everything is really one thing. The cells in your body are you. You're not
Yes.
different than the cells in your body. You got trillions of cells in your body,
Well, yeah,
but there's
science
just one you.
science
You're
said
not.
every.
You're not.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
man. Not to
Yeah,
cut you
No,
off.
I was
I
just
think I
gonna. I
get
was
what
just
you're
gonna say that.
saying. It's the illusion
I'm
of
saying,
wireless connection. Is the illusion of wireless connection when in fact everything is wired. I think I get what you're saying, bro. But that's such
yeah.
a high level, bro. Like, to be honest, religious people are not ready to think that way.
Fuck
And
no.
the reason why
But
I
the
think
point
that
is that
that's relevant
God,
is
but
because
to you, Bakanga,
if you consider the idea of the universe, right, the all inclusivity of the universe, you understand that okay, things are connected, but individuality and uniqueness also exist. You begin to see the picture becomes clear that there's no absolute beings, there's only beings. And then
no,
the idea of the absolute
that's
being
what you
in
and
of
I.
itself will be unqualifiable, unquantifiable. That's literally the definition of the universe.
But this is what I'm
But
trying to
what
say.
it's
So
doing is giving different
consciousness
forms.
is not something that manifests itself as a singularity. It actually manifests itself as a multiplicity.
What I was going to tell you is that that's true. It will manifest itself as a multiplicity, but it's like corn growing in a field. If
I
the
think
field, the soil was God, and we are the corn, we one times one is one. Because there's no independence, there is a multiplicity growing out of the one ground.
let me say it
We are actually
scientifically. What I think what I think you attempting to say, Carlos, is that everything is atoms, and it's everything is just atoms going at different speeds and different variations and taking on different forms.
yeah. I mean,
Because
for conversation's sake, yeah.
scientifically,
You're right.
everything that you're looking at, everything that your physical eyes is perceiving is light. You know what I'm saying? It's just light entering in through your eyes, and then your brain do some shit, flip it around, and it inverted and it flipping inside out, upside down, all type of shit. But it's
Right,
really just
right,
light. You're really just looking at light.
right,
That's scientifically. That's what they saying. Which I
right. And
don't
I'm
know how
saying,
they
I'm
prove
saying,
that shit. I don't know how you can prove something like that. But I'm just
well, I
taking
mean,
their
they're
word
working
for it
on,
when they say scientific.
they're working on it. Yeah, they're working on it. I just want to say to you, Bakanga, that 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 the fact that you can't be independent of the universe and there's multiplicities and I can't measure how much you love something, how horny you are. I can't measure that. All I can say is that if you have a dream, I'll just have to trust what you tell me about the dream because I didn't have the dream. You had the dream. And it may
But
have been a hallucination.
how would you know if I'm lying to you or not?
I wouldn't. I have no way of knowing. But I know that you've had a dream. I know that.
How
Sometime
would
in
you
your
know
life,
that I actually had a
everybody's
dream? I could be lying about even having the dream.
Yeah, only you would know to yourself the truth. So that's why it all end up being subjective.
Yeah,
You know
so
what I'm
that
saying?
dream
right.
at that point is
That's my
something which
point.
is only relevant to me.
Right. That's my point. My
Now,
point is
you
although
see that the fact that there are certain things that can only be relevant to me, it kind of shows you how consciousness then works. That though everything is connected, even at the subatomic level, individuality is the mechanism through which consciousness exists. It's like relativity. If I didn't have something that was not me that I could compare myself to, I wouldn't be able to be in touch with my sense of self.
right.
So I will be in a mindless state. And I think that that's what religious people suffer from to a certain extent, and also people who like to be spiritual. That's why not everything that sounds good is good for you, bro, or good for your mind.
Right.
The idea that, oh, all is one and all is... If all is one,
All
then
is
you
one.
start losing touch with what makes you you.
Well, no, but you
Uniquely.
can you all
Uniquely.
but Conga, all can still be one. One wants to know itself. That's why one times one is one. One wants to see itself. And so it manifests that with the multiplicity. That's why I see you. But you and I are the same. We all the same, bro.
Bro, but you see, that's
We
what I
all the
was saying
same.
to one of my guests earlier, right? You can't have one in the true sense of an absolute one consciousness. Because if you have one in the true sense of an absolute consciousness, then all of existence is a singularity.
Right.
And
That's
nothing
true.
else can be conscious. Nothing else can have a sense of self. That would mean that even the self is an illusion, which perhaps,
It's
if that
true.
is true,
That's true.
then that actually would explain why death is a real end, a true end, and that the little pockets of consciousness that we represent is actually just a temporal occurrence. So you and I are like individual cells in a massive body, and
It's
we are
true. Keep
we are
going.
replaceable. But it's hard, bro, to picture that when you consider that the totality of existence is immeasurable, unquantifiable, and, to be honest, incomprehensible in totality. It can only ever be consumed from our perspective in portions. So we
Of
then
course.
imagine this idea of the universe all inclusively. Now, my ancestors in Africa already had this figured out to a certain extent. That is why our ideas of deities and our idea of God, in terms of like a one universal God, was simply trying to imagine what it would be like if you put everything together. So many tribes came to the conclusion that unity is strength. So within every God, you can simplify it to the idea of unity is strength. If one mind can do great work, imagine how much greater work can be done by 2 minds, 3 minds, 4 minds, 5 minds, 6 minds, 100 minds, 1,000 minds, 100 million minds, 10,000 million minds, and infinite numbers of minds. So much that if what you're saying is true, that perhaps to a certain degree, everything that exists has a level of consciousness, which might not
Yes.
necessarily be observable from every perspective.
Yes.
That
It's
would
not
then tell
supposed to be.
yeah, bro, but we're not at that level yet as a civilization to handle that, because that's taking a huge leap, bro. That's like you pulling up to a kid that is freaking in kindergarten and you start talking to them about rocket science. You will fuck them up.
Right.
You will fuck them up. So even that knowledge that you're sharing, that needs to fall under the category of occult. It needs to be hidden knowledge that's only given to those who are capable, who undergo the disciplines necessary to comprehend it, because you can do more harm than good. Bro, there's things that I know,
Well,
and there's things that I understand, that if I was to sit down and try to teach someone, bro, they will get it. But I can't do that on TikTok, because that would defeat the whole point of what I'm trying to achieve. I would do more harm than even religion. That's why you don't give a kid that doesn't have bone, that doesn't have a teeth, you don't give him a bone. You don't give him strong meat. You're gonna fuck himself up.
yeah, but Conga, I mean, but I think just to your prompt about God, my point to you is that the one in the one times one is the consciousness, is the free will that manifests us so we can see each other. And when we die, we go back to that consciousness.
No, I beg to differ.
We don't really die. I mean,
No,
the
no,
body dies, but like bro said,
I think we do.
we're manifestation, so it doesn't, like, you don't really die.
No,
right?
I think we do. I think that death is a true end. By my understanding of how time works, death is a true end, and what gives us our sense of time is the temporal nature of life and death. From the grand scheme of things, bro, because if what you're saying is true, then our individual existences is insignificant.
No. It's not to the multiplicity that witnessed it, right? To the people that are on the live that are listening to this talk, it means something to them. And then the whole, like you said,
No. I mean, if someone was to observe the world from that perspective, from that absolute perspective, then your singular existence is, bro. Imagine telling a drop of water. Imagine dropping a drop of water into the ocean. Does that drop of water still exist?
It's conscious. Does the drop of water exist? I mean, does a drop of water exist in the ocean? It depends on the H2O in the drop of water. Does that
Well,
drop
listen,
of
man,
water?
you gotta understand. water and air is not much of a difference. It's just a difference in density. It's the
Facts.
same material.
And the
The same
molecular
material.
structure, yeah, it's the same substance, as in a manner of saying. That's why I'm thinking to myself, what makes the drop of water? It's its unique size, its unique qualities, and what point in time it finds itself. From the moment it leaves the clouds and it begins to drop, that's life. Okay, that's how I see life. So yes, molecularly, we are substantially made up of the same substance. Okay, the same thing.
Right.
But
Right.
our existence as conscious being is represented by that brief moment that the clouds condense and begins to fall as a drop. I am that drop. You are the other drop of rain. But the moment we hit the ocean, the identity that we have within our individuality ceases to exist. It will never be again, because now you're not absorbed into a broad and vast array where there's no distinction, there's no relativity. So you lose your sense of self. That's what makes the drop of water. That's what makes the drop of water unique. That's what makes it special, and that's what makes it valuable to itself.
Like a snowflake. If you were a snowflake, you would be unique, right? No two snowflakes are the same. You would be unique. You would fall from the sky, you would have your life, and then you'd melt and then you'd die. And then you would be evaporated to the clouds again, where you would come back as a different snowflake.
Yeah, but no, that's not you anymore.
No,
because
it's not you anymore.
Because what made you was what you were, when you were, where you were. So what makes me me? What makes me me is what I am, where I am, how I am.
Yeah.
So if I cannot isolate my existence to this specific moment, then I lose touch of time. I go into a mindless state or an unconscious state. That's what unconsciousness is, when you lose track of time, you know?
But I mean, all things are that's my point. That's why I started by saying all things are conscious.
That's why I said to you that there could be degrees of consciousness, but the degrees of consciousness cannot be independent of perception of time. Because part of the central processing unit of my brain is my ability to distinguish the unique constitution of my body from everything else around me right now. So I know that I'm not I know that okay, poetically, linguistically, molecularly, I can say that okay, this phone and I are one. But this phone is disposable, but my fingers are not. So where my finger finds itself, how it finds itself, and when it finds itself makes it more of me than this phone, which is expendable. Which is expendable.
Yes.
So if I was to lose these fingers, lose my legs, lose my head, and lose my brain, and then you took all the atoms that constituted my physical body and you reform a new human being out of those same atoms, that's no longer me. It might be a variation of me, but it's no longer me. Just like that snowflake, when that snowflake hits the ground and melts, whatever, I become raw material. Think about it, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I become raw material for a new existence that is independent of my unique consciousness. So when you die,
I was with you until that last line. That's where you and I split. You think consciousness is due to your brain, but you've never seen your brain. You have no clue what your brain looks like. Not with your eyes, you haven't. So you have to take on faith from doctors and from machines that the brain is there. I think we all collectively agree you have a brain, right? But
brother, I like that you actually brought that up, because I want to do an experiment. Are you telling me that right now you're not able to sense internally that your thoughts are coming from your head? Like, I can tell you right now that I'm not thinking with my stomach, bro. Like, I don't know, I don't have the words to describe it, but I know I'm thinking with my brain. Like, I have that sensation. I can feel the thoughts in my head. Like as far as
Well,
chemical and electrical impulses.
Somebody said poor example. It's a poor example because you have neurons in your stomach, in your guts.
Bro,
You
I
do.
think you're
You
talking
actually
about the
have a
nervous
brain
system.
in your stomach.
yes, but the neurons in my feet, in my fingers are not being processed. I can feel the act of processing that's occurring in my brain. I have that sensation. In the same way that I have a headache and I know I have a headache. And my assumption is that every human being is able to do that.
Yeah, but Bakanga, you can't. Your brain has no nerves. You can't feel your brain.
Hold
And
up.
when
So
and
when you have a migraine and a headache, you can't feel it?
no, that's okay. You feel the migraine and the headache, but it's not your brain is the source, but you have no nerves in your brain. So
Bro,
the
what I'm
nerves
trying to say
around
is
your
that I can
brain.
feel that
You might be overthinking it.
the decision making, I can feel it, bro. Like I know it's not coming from my fingers. Like I cannot explain it.
Oh yeah.
I can
I know
tell
what you're
that
saying.
I can tell that right now my big toe is not the one doing the thinking. And not only do I know that, but we have evidence that that's not the case because we have people that have lost their legs and lost their arms. We have people that have had half of their stomach cut off, but they can still think independently of those parts of their body. But the moment that you suffer any type of real damage to your brain, all of a sudden thinking becomes a problem. So my brain plays a great role, if not the most important role as far as my consciousness is concerned. Everything else is just a data collector, but my brain is the data processing unit. It's the central processing unit.
It wasn't a real comment, Bakanga. I was saying I brought it up because it's important to know that yes, your brain and your neurons and your nervous system, your medulla oblongata, like those things are important. But who you are, right? As you aptly said, in time and space and place, right? Who you are is a combination of all those things. But my point to you is they're not measurable. Your thoughts are not measurable, which means they live in a plane that has nothing to do with the 3D plane that we live in every day.
Hold up, man.
What you
Bro, where
think?
are we going with this shit right now? Because I feel like you overthinking it, man. Like,
No, I'm telling you, because
bro, what the brother said is true, or if what the brother said is false, then perhaps what you're trying to say is not something that you can say here. If you have any scientific understanding that gives you a proper understanding of that, you might be having a problem communicating what you're saying. That's why it's not coming off all right. Because again, bro, my assumption is that if someone is a human being, they have to be experiencing what I'm experiencing because I can tell it's my body. I can quantify my thoughts. Now, whatever units of measurements I use.
Oh, you know what? You probably speaking on the subconscious mind being located, in the stomach, like the subconscious. But your
No,
conscious.
I'm not even talking about the brain's location, bro. I'm talking about when you have the thought, when you just said, "Oh," right? We have all, through empathy, we have all had that "oh" moment, right? We've all had it. But your "oh" moment and my "oh" moment, and when I'm in the guts and she's having her "oh" moment, they all different "oh" moments. They can't be measured. Right?
Check this out. I don't know if it's that they can't be measured or they have not yet been measured. Because let's not forget that we're still studying the human body, right? And let me show you how measurement works.
Yeah, you can measure that O that she making when you in them guts because the O she might make for somebody, she making a different O for, you know what I'm saying? So you can measure the measurement that you giving her and the measurement of O that she
you could measure her reaction, but you still won't know if you don't know. You're not her.
So check this out. I think what I'm about to say will shed some clarity on that. You do understand that you cannot have measurements physically for us, realistically, without units of measurement. And the reason why we have units of measurement is to create correlation. To where if I measure 1 feet and you use that same unit that I used, comparing it to the experience you're having, you can get the same results I'm getting. But in a situation where we all have different units of measurement, we might not be able to come to the same conclusions. We might be able to understand the same principles, but not come to the same conclusions. Hence, I think that something like thought is because we haven't yet studied the human brain to the maximum potential. We haven't exhausted our understanding of the human brain. That's why we don't have certain fixed disciplines or formulas on how to measure your thought. But at the individual level, everyone is able to. I might just not be able to do it the way you do it because it is still a very unique experience to me, and we haven't studied it to the point of correlation where we can come up with, okay, 1 feet of thought, 1 ounce of thought, 1 gram of thought, you know. But once we understand it enough and we notice the most undeniable consistencies, we'll be able to come up with units of thoughts, and we'll be able to teach it to the children, and then human beings will be able to improve upon that. For example, think about it, bro. We say 1 feet is 12 inches, but it's not everybody's feet that's 12 inches. So if your feet was your unit of measuring a foot, and I tell you to give me 12 feet, give me a pole that's 12 feet, bro, it's going to be different, bro, for every human being.
Right. But you're making the point that I'm trying to make, right? And because of that, because of the multiplicity we talked about earlier, it all comes back to the same thing. You just said it. There's uniqueness, there's subjectivity, there's different places, different times, different materials. Because of that variation, right, it points to the oneness of the universe, and it points to the consciousness of the universe, and it points to God. That's what it's pointing to. And although we haven't been able to get there, I believe you. There's a barrier of ignorance. On the other side of that barrier, it's not God of the gaps. On the other side of the barrier, we're going to keep finding more. We're going to keep finding more. And then the question I'm going to ask you before I drop is, you ask the question you ask why. If you ask the question why 5 times, you've heard me say this, you will get to the answer. And there's only one answer. And I mean, try it. You pick anything and ask the question why 5 times. Why do I see? Not how, why.
Oh, let me ask you. Why are you a man?
I have no idea.
Why don't you have no idea?
Because I'm a limited, stupid man.
Why are you a limited, stupid man?
I have no idea.
Why don't you have no idea that you're a stupid man?
I have no idea. Why I have no idea why I'm a stupid man.
So you see, in order to reconcile that why, by the time you told me that because I'm a stupid man, then the question is no longer why. Because if you have no idea why you're a stupid man, my natural question would be, how do you then know that you're a stupid man?
I may not know. I'm a
so
that's my point.
So all your answers so far have been an illusion.
Not an illusion.
Because you don't know. So the answer is you don't know why. And I can tell you why you don't know why. Because you don't know what. So before you want to find out the why of a thing, investigate the what it is. And then use what you already know to investigate what you don't know. Once you have a sufficient enough pattern, then you can begin to answer the whys. That's why question asking, bro, the discipline or the skill of asking question, bro, is a real skill that people ignore. If you want to find out the reality of a thing, you have to pose those questions in a way that facilitates the revelation of what that thing actually is, or of the truth. So there's a sequence.
The point of the 5 whys question is not to just ask it 5 times. The point is to get to a deeper level of understanding. And the moment you hit I don't know, you stop asking. Right?
Bro, that's what I'm saying. That
I don't know.
exactly. That's why I don't think you can successfully ask why. 5 times. I think that why is something that you only ask one time. And if you don't get an answer that prevents you from asking why, then that first why should have not been a why. It should have been a what, a where, a who, a when. Why is something that you ask one time. So, and usually once you fully understood a subject, that's when you ask why.
No,
That's the way I see. That's the way I see why, especially in my problem solving condition, right? I'll be like, okay, for example, if I go up to the aircraft to troubleshoot the aircraft, and it gives
there you
me,
go.
let's say it gives me a
I
fault.
forgot you were in the aircraft. So you know the 5 whys, right?
Yeah, it's just the idea of troubleshooting, right?
Yeah.
So
you know 5 whys.
I can't ask why about a system that I don't know how it works. So let's say I get an air conditioning pack 1, because the aircraft has 2 pack systems. A pack system is like literally an air conditioning system, right? That produces cold air. It takes cold air, mixes it with hot air, and then compresses the air, filters the air, and then sends it to the aircraft. There's 2, one on the left, one on the right hand side. So if an equipment or an instrument malfunctions on one side of it, it will give me a fault. I have to know how that system works. And when I see the specific fault, I'm going to ask myself, first of all, if the pilot calls me, I'll say, what's the fault? If he tells me what the fault is, I automatically know what system that fault is in. I know how that system is supposed to work. So I can naturally ask myself, well, why did I get this specific fault? Once I understand why I had that specific fault, I do a test. I start checking all the system one by one. The system that malfunctions, that's why. Because the aircraft also has a computer. It has a computer that allows you to do an underground test on every system.
Yeah, but I'm asking. Really, my point was to ask you to bring that same logic into the immeasurable space, right? Into the immeasurable space.
Oh, bro, that's what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm trying to communicate to you. The moment you're dealing with something that's immeasurable, the moment you're dealing with something that's immeasurable, you can't even ask one why. You're like you can ask every other type of question. You can't get to the point of why, because in order for you to get to the point of why, something must be measured. There must be a boundary. There must be an index of beginning and there must be a length, a width, or a height that's measured, specific, so you can isolate your why. Trying to ask a why about a vast expanse is literally like your brain just exploding. Your brain is going to explode.
That's what he said. and that's my point.
Spontaneous combustion, man, because even they try to get down to the what was the spark that what was the force that pushed the first electron and proton into circulation to create the atom and all this extra shit. You will never get to that shit, bro. You can't get to it.
Yeah, that's the infinity problem. It's like me telling you to count till infinity.
Right? How the fuck you gonna count the infinity shit?
Yeah.
It'll never end.
Okay, it's like me telling you. That's why the idea of God is so ridiculous to me, because the only number, like I like to use numbers, like the only one.
Why is God ridiculous to you?
I'll show you, bro. If you use numbers, bro, the only way God can exist is if 0 literally exists, and if 0 literally exists, then no other number can exist. If absolute nothingness exists, nothing else can exist. But we know that absolute nothingness doesn't exist because we can definitely see everything else existing. So you cannot make God. You cannot make God the number one. You cannot make God the number one because the number 2 is greater than the number 1. You cannot make God the number 100 because the number 101 is greater than the number 100. So no matter if God is in terms of supreme being, no matter how supreme you arrive at, there would be something more supreme than it.
Yeah, but that's the wrong axiom. You're on the wrong track on this one. You can't think about it that way. It's really in the classical model. It's just off and on. It either is or isn't. The values in between are just for the 3D world.
Fam,
They're not from.
the only thing that the mind can even comprehend is zeros and ones. That's it. Your mind can't comprehend nothing else after that because it just started repeating itself. If you look
And
at a
so,
two, if you look
right,
at if you look at the number two, all that is a half a zero and a one at the bottom. If you look at the number three, that's just two half of zeros. If you look at the number
right,
four, that's just a bunch of ones. If you look at the number
right,
five, that's a half a zero at the bottom and a one and a
right,
one. So like
right.
when you really look at this, and then it gets to the biggest, the largest it can get up to is 9, and then it just repeats itself. So like,
That's those are all true. That's true. But really, it's just ones and
Carlos,
zeros, which means
Carlos, let, let,
it's
let, me- let
either.
me ask you
What's
a
up?
question before you go. I want to ask you a question, and I want you to give me your most
Oh,
honest answer. And Brandon, you can take a shot at
oh.
this question too when he's done.
okay,
How do you know that you're you?
How do
I'm
I
gonna
know
let you
that
go
I'm
first,
me?
Carlos, because I'm gonna answer that too. I think I like
Like,
that
think about
question.
my question very carefully before you answer it. And don't give me a vague answer. Do not deflect either. Like, address the question directly. So you need to tell me
Yeah.
how. How do you know that you are you? Remember what you said earlier. We can only know things based on ones and zeros. So it either is or it's not. So you know you're you. How do you know that you're you?
My own subjectiveness, my own subjective relative experience. Einstein was right. Einstein was right. He's even right. He's so right. He's even right in dimensions outside of the third and the fourth and the fifth dimension. He's right. My subjective, my subjective experience within my being is how I know I'm me. You can question that, but I don't question it. You can
Brother,
question it.
check this
I
out.
don't
Check this
question it.
out. I
Damn,
get
man,
what you're
that's
saying. I think I get what you're saying. But let me hear Brandon give me his answer first. Brandon, how do you know that you're you?
the only way I fucking know that I'm me is because shit, I can feel everything that my body feel. I can control. I can tell my body what to do. You know what I'm saying? I can make my own movements, and I'm perceiving all this shit. But how do I know that I'm me? Damn, you really don't have a fucking way. I can't answer that. I
So
don't
let me
fucking know.
answer. Let me answer that question. This is my answer. I know that I am me because within my embodiment, I am able to compare what embodies me from what's not me. So I am in touch with my environment. That's why I was saying to you earlier, if you end up with that universal consciousness, you can't even know that it is you who is thinking that thought. Like, you have fucked yourself up. And if you're saying that it's something that's limited to the 3D world, then you probably shouldn't be in this world right now, claiming to be you. The only way I can know that I am me is if there is something that exists which is not me. So if I am one, if all is one, then I'm not me.
That's the
But if I'm not me, how can I say that I'm not me?
Bakanga.
I don't know, man.
That's easy, right? That's easy. You could be a brain in a vat with electric nodes probed to you, and you think that you're you, but you're a brain in a vat. But
Okay,
guess
let me
what?
go
Brother,
ahead.
but I don't just think that I am me. What I am saying to you is that brain in the vac and that unique place it finds itself, that unique thing it's made of in that unique moment, that's you. The moment you take that away, it's no longer you. So the
Let
moment
me
you
See,
ask y'all
unify
this.
see.
Let
everything,
me ask
Go
y'all
go
this.
ahead, Brandon.
Let me
Go
ask
ahead,
y'all
Brandon.
this. Do y'all believe that y'all are human? Do you think that you're a human, that you're your physical body?
yes, I am my physical body. That's pretty much in a fancy way, in a very simple way, what I was trying to say. So I
Okay.
know that I am my physical body because my physical body can distinguish itself from other physical things which is not itself
But Bakanga
through
thinks
Okay, so
sensation.
check
Bakanga
this
thinks he's
out.
only his physical body.
Well,
Exactly.
check
I
this
am
out.
only
Just
my
look at the
physical
word.
body.
Let me show y'all this now. Now listen to this.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Just by you saying my body, the word my is showing possession or ownership. You see what I'm saying? So for you to
Yeah,
say
I'm
my
with you.
body, that means the body belonging to something.
Okay,
So
let me show
therefore,
you.
the
Let me
body
show you.
can't belong to the
Let me.
body. You dig what I'm saying?
No. You're
Right.
correct. You're correct. And this
You
is
gotta
how I
wrap your
justify.
Great
mind
point.
around that.
This is why I
Great point.
justify. Okay, check this out. I often say to people this way. I say to religious people all the time. I am my body. So the body is the one speaking. That's why I can say I am. My body is a physical embodiment, and the I is a sound that's coming out of my body that my body is producing to identify itself. So
Not
the
to cut you
reality,
off.
the meaning of this whole
Get him,
experiment
Brandon.
is within the meaning of the words that I'm speaking, right?
Okay. Okay. Not to
So
cut you
so
off.
so so think about it. If I wasn't my body, how do I let you know that I'm me? So if
Okay.
I'll give you that experiment. Let me know that you're you without using your body.
Okay. Let me point this out. Now, you saying the reason you know you your body because you making out the words, right? But who is telling your who is commanding the words to come out?
My body. My body is a combination of different organs. My body is made up of different things.
So who does the body belong to if it's yours?
My body belongs to me as an embodiment.
Right. So how if my body belongs to me, then evidently I am not my body. Like if I got a property, if my car belonged to me, that means I'm not my car. If my
Right.
clothes
brother,
belong
brother,
to me,
brother,
that means I'm
brother,
not my clothes. You
brother.
feel
That's
me?
why it is called self-awareness. So the problem that you're having is actually with
No,
the
you're not
English
having a problem.
language.
You got
No, listen. The problem
Go
you're
ahead. Go
having
ahead.
is with the English language. It's not necessarily with the reality of the situation. That
Come
is
on.
why, listen. If you are not your body, what I'm saying to you is, tell me what you are without using your body.
Okay, well, if you are not your physical body, you would have to just be consciousness and awareness, which is the only thing that would tell you
Right.
that you are you.
Right. That's
No,
You
why
no,
have to be
but
you have to
consciousness
say
and
conscious.
my
awareness,
body.
no. Consciousness and awareness cannot exist without an embodiment. Something has to be
Well,
conscious. Consciousness is a state of being, like temperature.
No, see,
No.
you're switching up. You're
Listen.
switching up, bro.
Consciousness is a phenomenon like temperature. So you need to start thinking of consciousness as
No.
temperature. It's a state of being.
well, yeah,
You
no, you actually right because temperature you can't see it. Temperature doesn't have a physical body that you can see. It's not dense enough to see it. You see what I'm saying?
No, but
Well,
what?
I mean,
But
it's a
temperature
reaction. It's
is
a
what
reaction to
describes
both.
the state of a thing in terms of how close the electrons and the molecules are together, whether it is generating heat or cold, right? But
Right.
in of itself, temperature is an idea that describes the state in which that molecule in is or that substance is in. So if I say this water is cold, the word cold is not talking about the water itself. The water doesn't have cold. It's talking about the state in which this water is in, a state
That's true.
which can change. So consciousness is a state of being when
No,
no,
that's where you're
Well, it's
listen.
a
wrong.
state of being, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's physical matter.
No, it's not physical. That's what I'm saying. It's not physical. It's in of itself, it's not real. That's why you need an embodiment. Something needs to be physical in order to be conscious. Let me put it that way. To be described as consciousness.
It
So
does not. It does not.
consciousness is like an event. It's a happening. You know, for you to have an event, you need something or someone or a
Hold
group of
on.
So
somethings.
let me put
Let's
it
take
to
it
you
to the
like this. Let me put it to you
dictionary
like
because
this,
I
and then
like
I
to go
gotta
to
go.
the dictionary.
Let me do this right quick, and then I gotta go. In quantum physics, okay, you got quantum computers. They're all based on quantum physics. Imagine, like I was telling you guys earlier, I like the ocean example. In the ocean, you have billions of trillions of different, I'm going to use the word vectors, right? All the hydrogen and oxygen and all of it together, all the H2O is blended together, all of it. And just imagine there's a bunch of arrows pointing in different directions in the ocean. And the moment you pick one, the rest of the water would disappear and you'd only have a drop, okay? You'd only have a drop in the quantum, okay? In the quantum. That means before you made the decision, all the other arrows existed and they still exist after you make the choice. What is that? That's consciousness. that exists before you become the drop.
Hey,
That consciousness existed.
I'm gonna give
It
y'all the
doesn't stop existing,
I'm gonna give y'all the
right?
definition of consciousness, and I'm gonna head out, bro.
Yeah,
Consciousness
I'm out.
is the subjective experience of being aware of oneself and one's surroundings, encompassing thoughts, feelings, and perceptions. It's a fundamental aspect of human experience, though its nature and origins remain a subject of ongoing scientific and philosophical inquiry. So,
Right.
it's subjective, bro. And
That's why I said that it is a state of being. It's not
Okay.
a
He never
literal
said
thing.
state. See,
I
you
don't
be
know, but I'm
adding
gonna leave
stuff,
y'all with
Bakang. We
that
gotta
though. Hey,
watch you.
Bakanga, appreciate you having me up. Carlos,
For
man.
sure,
Yeah,
for sure,
same,
Brandon.
same, bro.
Thank you, thank you.
Good
All right,
stuff. Hey,
all right.
Brandon, I'm gonna follow you. Yeah.
Actually, I
All right,
appreciate
cool,
both
cool,
of
cool.
y'all. I appreciate both of y'all. Thank you.
Yeah, Bakanga. Good. It's always good when we get together, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Always.
yeah, man. Feel free. Feel free. Hit me up next time.
All right. Yeah, you got it.
Yes, sir. It's not rocket science. Like I was telling that guest, if overthinking was a thing, it can fuck you up. Okay? That's why we use the word reality and we limit reality to our five senses and what can be perceived. If you focus too much on what cannot be perceived, you're going to lose touch of what can be perceived, which is actually what you need to survive. What you need to survive is what can be perceived. What cannot be perceived is useless to you. So to be real is to know the difference between the things you imagine which can be perceived and the things which cannot be perceived. That will allow you to think logically and to act logically. You can dabble into some types of thinking that fucks you up to where you can't know what's real and what's not. That's why it's just because it sounds good doesn't mean it's useful or that it's practical. You know? That's why in religion, when a priest describes heaven to you, it just sounds so good that in terms of emotions, you just want to go there. But if you are in touch with reality, you will realize that heaven is too good to be true. The idea of heaven is like the idea of a utopia. Imagine a world in which everybody agrees, everybody likes the same thing. That just can't happen as long as we have our individualities. Do you have the wisdom to identify something which is too good to be true? That's what I'm going to leave y'all with today. Do you have the wisdom? Remember, it says too good to be true. It can be good, but not true. It can be good, but not true. And it logically follows that it can be true, but not good. That's what reality is. Most of reality is true, but not good. That's why that's pain and suffering. Most of reality is true, but not good. Most of fantasy is good, but not true. So the way you distinguish between fantasy and reality is to work on your skills as far as identifying something which is too good to be true. Too good to be true. If something can be too good to be true, then something can be too bad to be a lie. Let me not mess you guys up. In other words, use your brain. That's right. Use your brain. And I really hope that everyone here knows when they're using their brain, right? That's why people do meditation. I was talking to those guests earlier and I was telling them, are you telling me you can't feel the way your brain is working? I can feel what's going on in my brain. If you can't, that means your mind is so distracted. You've lost touch. Just like my stomach growls when I'm hungry, my brain hurts when my neurons and those chemicals are reacting too hostile. Brain power. Your brain is a muscle. For goodness sake, your brain is a muscle. Holy shit, your brain is a muscle. You can work that shit out. You can work that shit out. It's an organ that is muscular. The most important muscle. Well, I don't know which one is most important. I guess the brain is. Because your heart can work just fine. If your brain ain't working, you fucked anyways. And then your brain can work just fine. But if your heart ain't working, you're fucked anyways. So I guess, oh, wow. Ain't that a bitch? Damn. So the brain and the heart are kind of representative of the masculine and feminine, that perfect balance of life. You can't say that the brain is more important than the heart. You can't. They're both essential. They're both essential. Like, damn, bro, like, how the fuck I give myself an epiphany? Ooh, I was about to talk some bullshit. And I caught myself slipping. I was like, hold up. Was I just about to say the brain is more important than the heart? And then, like, damn, what does the brain do? Oh, shit. You can't be you without your brain doing what it's supposed to do. You can't be you without your heart doing what it's supposed to do. So you take away the heart, you're fucked. Take away the brain, you're fucked. You need both working. Good enough. Oh man, that's why people are like, oh man, I feel it in my heart. Do you feel that shit in your brain? Do you feel it with your brain? Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I've been online now going 4 hours and 40 minutes. I am off today. I'm off tomorrow too, so I'll be live back tomorrow. Today was a shitty day because I was so busy I didn't end up going to the gym. But I'm hoping to get up tomorrow morning and go and lift some weights. Do yourself a favor and take care of your health. Please take care of your health. You are your physical body. Don't let nobody fuck you up and make you ignore your physical health. Your physical health should come first. But, no, actually, it's not a but. The great thing about you focusing on your physical health is that the only true way to get your physical health is to simultaneously develop your mental health. You see what I'm saying? Like, in the process of trying to achieve good physical health, you by default work on your mental health, right? Because it takes discipline. So yeah, you are beautiful and you're awesome the way you are, but you could always be better than what you are, right? And self-discipline is when you execute diligently the rules that you've imposed upon yourself. When you take responsibility for what you need in order to achieve the goals that you've set for yourself. So definitely work on your health, both physical and mental. And when you're mentally and physically sound, help those who are around you to also work on their health and their mental strength. And that's how you get a peaceful environment. An environment where everyone is mentally and physically healthy, there's peace. That's how you achieve peace in your environment. Okay, when there's disorder and chaos and conflict, it's because somebody is either not physically healthy or not mentally healthy. And we have so many resources today to be able to help us to work on our mental health. And for those of you who are religious, you're not better than those who are not. So treat them with kindness, okay, as your fellow human beings. Those of you who are not religious, Please treat your fellow religious people with kindness. Treating people with kindness doesn't mean you don't disagree, but you don't disagree to the point where you make them your enemies. Okay, y'all? Thank you so much. To those of you who are always on my live so diligently, I really appreciate you guys. I know it seems that I don't learn from you guys, but I do learn from you guys, especially when you leave a comment section. When I go back and rewatch my lives, I always read the comment sections, you know. It helps me fine-tune and try to work on better ways to communicate what I'm trying to say. And putting that effort, I end up learning new things. There's direct ways of teaching and indirect ways of teaching. You know, religious people have tried to monopolize certain things, but we have access to all the virtues that exist. You can be kind, you can be good, you can be loving to the best of your understanding of what love is. Oh man, you guys are not ready for me. I'm going to make love a subject of conversation because I'm not a propagator of love. But I know that that's going to be really interesting because the idea of love is so vague, like the idea of God, that I think that most people are lost in the bullshit. I like to preach kindness, but I will still respect what you say love is, subjectively to you or objectively, however you look at it, because at the very least, people who promote love don't have any evil intentions in their hearts. If anything, from my perspective, it's just a lack of information. But I think that, actually, rather than saying I think, let me ask you guys. Type it in the comment section. Let me see what the answers are. What is greater than love? What is greater than love? Freedom. Danny says freedom. He says life, kindness, 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 care, kindness, sincerity, loyalty, kindness, living, kindness, kindness, being, empathy, unknown, understanding, respect, money, sincerely, kindness, to breathe, time, peace, understanding, self-awareness, knowledge, good health, kindness, respect, nothing. So are you guys trying to say that as long as you guys have those things you've just said, love is not something you obsess over or necessarily need? Honesty, sharing love is greater than love? I guess this just goes to tell us how unique our experiences are. Kindness. Now let me ask you guys, what is greater than love and kindness and peace? Living. Someone said living as well. What is greater than love and kindness? Life is the greatest. Greatest. So other than life itself, that's easy. Other than life itself, once you have life, what's the next greatest thing? Money. Somebody said money. Oxygen. Oxygen is technically still life. Discovering the world. Knowledge, sincerity, good health, joy, integrity. Man, nobody has put it in the comment section yet. Come on, somebody has to get it. You guys, you're giving good examples, but it's not it. Once you have life, what's the next highest thing in terms of virtues? I'm talking about virtues. Preserving. Empathy. Empathy is kindness, wealthy. Companionship. Companionship can be love. Because it's going to be sentimental. Food. Time. Time is technically life. Loyalty. Peace. Content. Don't make me speak in tongues, Sherry Baba. Nyash! Hey! Somebody take that man to church. Let him pray for him. That guy say nyash. So once you have life, the next thing, reproduction. Freedom from mental slavery. Okay. Self-control. TikTok. Death. Oh man, death fucks it up. Death is the lowest. Consciousness. Consciousness is life. Comprehension. Yeah, whatever is greater than love and kindness, but not greater than life, requires understanding. But what is it? Okay, I'll just tell you guys. Justice. 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 A woman and a man who has achieved the highest levels of justice, even love becomes a little tool in your hand. It's justice. Justice is the absence of biases in its purest form, humanly achievable. Justice. You should cultivate justice. All those things that you guys mentioned eventually help you are all virtues and qualities that help us achieve a high state of justice. Yes, justice is authentic. Authenticity. Justice is balance. When justice varies, it's because when you're in a system where justice varies, that tells you that there's biases. When you see biases, that tells you that there's love. Because love produces biases. That's unfortunately the negative side of love. Love would produce biases. In justice, there's no biases. Justice is possible. Yes, justice is the highest order mentally achievable by a human being. I would say it's even the highest level of enlightenment. When you're just. Once you've achieved justice, then you have the ability to show mercy, true mercy. That's without bias. Anyone who is showing mercy without justice is just bias. It's just favoritism. It's not really mercy. It's favoritism. The lack of discrimination, justice. You see, some people love God so much that they forsake justice. Some people are so in love with their religion because they lack justice. But if you're just, you will never condemn somebody for something that you are guilty of. If you're just, you will never approve one thing and accept another thing when they're practically the same. Justice is the balance between the yin and the yang. Justice is where you find yourself when you can see up and see down. Justice is the foundation of wisdom. It is upon justice that love, peace, kindness, all those other virtues, patience, self-control can be properly handled. Justice is mastery of the mind. You should desire justice. You should be just towards yourself and others. And you cannot be unintentionally just. Justice is very intentional. It's not sentimental. It's not instinctive either. Justice is the highest product of intelligence, the highest level of logic. That's why the only thing that's greater than justice is life itself. That's the one thing you need. Once you have life, the next highest thing you can achieve is justice. Just. Be just. Like I said, there will be no discrimination whatsoever in justice. Once you comprehend justice, death being the end of life and being a true end becomes such a beautiful thing. Because in order for you to achieve higher levels of justice, you will need to grow in your emotional intelligence as much as your logical intelligence, which is IQ. So like you achieve the highest possible IQ and EQ. And you have a perfect balance between both. You should desire justice, my friends. If I'm just, then I will understand that I shouldn't treat human beings based on things that we don't have in common. I should treat human beings based on what we have in common. then I should give to every man what he's sown to the best of my abilities. I shouldn't discriminate based on how I feel. Justice is when you make decisions based on what something is rather than how you feel. Justice is not a feeling. It's a state of mind where understanding has hatched like an egg. Justice. If you're just, you will know that your children don't belong to you. You're just their guardian. You will respect your children when they are 1 year old as though they were already 60 years old. That's what justice is. When justice is perverted, it becomes revenge. It becomes vengeance. Revenge and vengeance is perverted justice. It's when someone understands the justice, but it is influenced by their feelings and emotions. There's anger, there's hatred, and there's also love in it. Oh man, that's like concocting a poisonous substance. There's nothing more poisonous than a mind that is full of love, hatred, anger. Ooh. You should clean your mind. A sound mind, exactly. That's what people mean when they say a sound mind. A sober mind. You are under the influence of nothing, not even your emotions. Pure thought. Literally, your brain is literally running as it should. No energy that your brain produces is wasted. Justice. And in order to be just, you have to see the world as it is. You have to be real. You have to be real. And once you have justice and you're real, kindness will almost become instinctive at that point. Even kindness will become instinctive. And then you know what you do when you have justice? Love becomes a secret. When you have justice and you've mastered justice, love becomes a secret. Love becomes a secret that you just don't tell anybody. Let me tell you something. If you are in an environment and people don't know what you love, they won't be able to know what you hate. I'm giving you a secret, y'all. This is a formula. If I'm your enemy and I don't know who you love, then I don't know your weakness. I don't know what to attack to get you. If you're my enemy and you're too strong for me and I don't know who you love, oh man, that lack of that knowledge is like a shield for you. Once I know who you love, I got your ass. Because I just got to fuck that shit up. That's why people like to know what you love so they can know what you hate. Then they can use what you hate against you. The next time you find yourself in an environment where you know nobody there, be so freaking neutral or just that nobody knows what you love. They will never be able to know what you hate. It's a superpower. Listen, when religious people ask me what I believe, I say I believe nothing. You know what that means? It makes it impossible for them to attack me. Like I become immune to anything they tell me, and yet I can fuck them up because I know what they believe. All I got to do is just say the opposite and it will mess them up. But if you don't know what I believe, how could you attack me? How could you attack my mentality, my ideology? Once you've mastered justice, love becomes a secret. Love becomes a secret. Love is at its best when it's a secret. take this advice or take these words and go to sleep tonight. Thank you so much for your time, y'all. Bakanga is out. As you can see, I'm getting tired. But I slept a lot today too, you know. Slept in the morning last night. I didn't do TikTok last night. I was going to do TikTok last night, but I was too tired. So I ended up sleeping. So today I figured I'd go 4 hours. Man, I worked almost every day this last month that just passed, March. I think I only had 2 days off in March. And my job is mentally stressing. And I still managed to come online, y'all. So those of you, I appreciate your gifts because this shit is like a full-time job for me. I appreciate your gifts. Now, if I say you should send me gifts, it's not by force. And I don't think it's a negative thing if you don't give me gifts. But I think it's a great thing if you do. You understand? So if you're giving me a gift, it's because you can afford it. And this is TikTok. If I'm not making money, what the fuck am I doing here? Shit, I know you like money too. So if you can afford it, I'll take it. And I'm not taking it to go and give it to God. If you're giving me money, it's not because you want me to do something good with it. If you're going to send me something, you better not have no conditions. You better do it unconditionally. You know what I'm saying? When I swear, it's to emphasize what I'm saying. And I'm so sorry that I know that some of you guys don't like those types of words. But where I am with language, it's not personal. I don't use those swear words in a negative connotation. I use it to emphasize meaning. And I really hope I'm helping somebody, to be honest. I really hope. I really hope I'm helping you mentally somehow. Or at the very least, I hope I am inspiring you to be the best version of yourself. Because I think it's a little bit arrogant for me to say I'm helping. But I hope I'm inspiring you guys to be the best of yourself. Even if you believe in God, you don't need to fear that God. Okay? For you religious people. God is not something you should fear. You shouldn't approach anything with fear. Thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you so much for the flowers. Let me get out of here before somebody goes broke. Trying to show Bakanga some kindness. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, any of my friends out there that I haven't called you guys yet, I know I've seen your messages. Sorry. Busybody the do man, okay? I'm going to hit you guys up when I get a chance. Yeah, please. I know there's some people out there that I haven't spoken to you in a while. It's just like, hey, man, what's this guy been doing? But I hope all is good with you guys. I hope health is good. I hope the kids are good. I hope family is good, you know, and just take it one day at a time. Until next time, my friends, thank you so much and much love to everyone. I made it to 5 hours. I dragged it along all the way to